goodness. I hope this is right. Let's see. Goodness. Goodness. Oh, you know what? I don't think it's. Oh, gosh. I can't with technology. I really cannot. Because, yeah, I think the wrong mic is picking up. All right, let's see if I can be much more tech savvy. Mm, okay, let's see. How's that? How's that? That's not better. I think that's worse. Okay, can you guys tell me? I want you to tell me like how well you can hear me. Do I sound clear right now? Do I sound clear at this point? And then let me try something different. I don't have Mister with me to tell me how I sound, so I don't. I sound good? Really? I sound super clear? Oh, I did it right. Okay, thank you. Look at me. All right, if I don't sound good at some point, tell me because I think I'm on a mic. I think I am. All right, so let's have a conversation. Yeah, let's have a conversation. So, as you guys saw the thumbnail, there's a lot that I want to talk about today, and I really wanted to title this "All Roads Lead to Revolution." That's what I that's what I really wanted to title this. And I am going to open up the panel. I really think I want to do it one person at a time. And I only want to open it up if you disagree with what I'm saying. Okay? If you think you can find something that doesn't lead to revolution. But I want to talk about this concept of Black men essentially being the men of Black society, essentially being the white people, the top of the hierarchy, the top of the food chain in Black society. And this is on my mind because my patrons and members know that yesterday, Mr. is good friends uh, uh, with Dr. Curry. And those of you who are familiar with Tommy Curry, are many of you familiar with Tommy Curry? Oh, it's a little fuzzy. Okay, it shouldn't be a little fuzzy. Hold on. It's a little fuzzy. Okay. It should not be fuzzy at all. So hold on, let's try this again. Okay, is that less fuzzy? Let me try to hear myself. Hello? Hello? Okay, that sounds sorry. That sounds clear to me. Is it good on everybody's end still? Not fuzzy at all? Okay. But still, because I changed it again. So hopefully I didn't ruin a good thing. Hopefully I didn't make it worse. I kind of want to start yelling at you guys, but that would be awkward. Okay. So are you guys familiar with who Tommy Curry is? A lot of the men are probably familiar with who Tommy Curry is, but I'm curious how much the women are familiar with who Dr. Tommy Curry is. So Mr. held a panel um, with Dr. Tommy Curry, and there were some other people there who shall not be named, mostly because one of the people I don't have anything positive to say about, so I'll keep it to myself. But with that said, it was the most enlightening but annoying thing I've ever heard. Like when he started to give his lecture, because there was like a panel and then Dr. Curry was like lecturing, I was so like informed and I was so annoyed all at the same time. So I want to say something like straight off top. Oh, it was perfect at first, but it's not perfect now. Is the sound not good now? Okay, Kate Elise, what did you think about? Did he speak about Black men when he spoke at your daughter's high school? And I'm curious what you thought about that. If you're familiar with Dr. Curry's work, you know that he really focuses on Black male studies. And the focus of his discussion yesterday, I really hope that I'm clear, like you guys can hear me fine. The focus of his discussion yesterday was specifically whether Black men benefited from patriarchal privilege. And of course, if you're familiar with Dr. Curry's work, you know that he does not believe that Black men do benefit from patriarchal privilege. In fact, he believes that Black men are the most oppressed class in the Black community. Now, this was very triggering for me. Okay, it was triggering for me not because of what he was saying, but because of what it was alluding to and the way that it was presented. Um, Number one, I feel like privilege is a double-edged sword, right? Privilege doesn't mean that you're going to get the best in every situation. It doesn't mean that you're going to get the best in every situation. There can be negatives that come with your privilege. The White Man's Burden is an excellent example of this. If you read the poem, The White Man's Burden, they talked about the burden of their privilege, right? How everybody hated them because they were privileged, right? So white men, they feel a burden of their privilege, right? The privilege of basically oppressing everybody. At least their elite class. So when Dr. Curry was talking, um, and again, like I said, Mr. and him are friends, and it was a very informative discussion. What disgusted me was number one, I didn't like the comparisons to Black women. Because, for example, and I was talking to one of my patrons about this yesterday, a Black man and a Black woman can suffer the same kind of atrocity for very different reasons. So, for example, when a man is raped, when a man is raped, the motivations are often very different from when a woman is raped. Although both men and women can be raped and rape is wrong, men and women typically do not get raped for the same reasons. Women and children often get raped for the same reasons. When men rape other men, because that's who engages in most male rape, is men on men violence. And most of that male rape, at least what is reported and understandably, is going on in the prison system. That rape, right? That rape is for different reasons than for women. So I think when we do comparatives, it's very difficult, especially when you're comparing women to men. I don't think you can compare the plight of women to the plight of men. I just don't think there's an equivalent there. Just like you would not compare the plight of an adult to the plight of a child, or the plight of an able-bodied person to the plight of somebody who is handicapped. They're not the same. So you can't draw parallels in that way. But I want to make something very clear. Black men, and this could be triggering for some Black women, Black men are absolutely the most oppressed class in the Black community. So I want to start with a positive, okay? I will concede that Black men are unequivocally the most oppressed in the Black community. So that's my first point. Anybody can choose to disagree with me. Like I said, I'm going to open up the panel one at a time, take notes. If there's some things you disagree with me on, be prepared to come up and defend your point. Black men are undoubtedly the most oppressed in the Black community, without question, hands down. Nobody, man or woman, could convince me of otherwise. Okay? Now, I'm going on and off. What? Paul R., are you trolling or am I really going on and off? Can you guys tell me? I want to be sure. Am I going on and off? Because Paul R. says that I am. Because I hate when I talk and then like half of the stuff I say you guys can't hear. No, he's not trolling. I am going on and off. The volume goes up and down. Oh, gosh. Okay, you know what? That is so annoying. Hold on. I might not be able to use this. I might just have to do something different. Okay, you know what? Just screw it. I can't use technology. Just to hell with it. Let's just get rid of the elephant in the room. Hold on. Forget it. Forget the whole thing. You guys should be able to hear me clearly now. Okay. I'm just not going to try to be without somebody here with me to tell me how I sound. I can't tell if you guys can hear me or not. So hopefully now you guys can hear me loud and clear without a problem. All right. So anyway, Black men are unequivocally the most oppressed in the Black community. They are. Now, when Dr. Curry was giving his lecture yesterday, my question to him was, could it be true that Black men do benefit from male patriarchy and are still the most oppressed in the Black community because of male on male competition, right? So my argument to him was, yes, Black men are the most oppressed. They're the most oppressed because they are men. Because they are men, they are the most oppressed. And his answer was yes, but no, right? His answer was Black men don't benefit from patriarchy at all. And I want to put down a firm argument, because when I say all roads lead to revolution, I mean there's nothing we could have a conversation about that revolution would not immediately solve. So this is what I mean. When we look at war, not interpersonal relationships, because when he responded to my question, he spoke about interpersonal relationships, like one person doing violence against another person. When we look at war, for example, or invasions, it is the men who overwhelmingly author, organize, and execute warfare, right? When white people went into the Congo, the men are the people who went into the Congo. The men went there. And what they did when they went into the Congo was they rounded up the women and children, and the boys above a certain age and the men, they started to assault them. So when we think about the genocide, or I don't want to say genocide, but when we think about the Holocaust that went on in the Congo, the greatest victims of the Holocaust in the Congo were the men. When we see pictures of the people of the Congo from that time, it's the men that have their arms and legs and things chopped off. Mostly their arms. They didn't chop their legs off very much, but they were very fond of chopping their arms off. And we see that that brutality was exacted against the men. Why? Because when something is to be conquered or controlled, the men are the people who have to be put into submission. If the men are in submission, then the women and the children will naturally be in submission to whoever has control. So, although I can agree Black men are the most oppressed in the Black community, Black men are the most oppressed because their oppression is what is most significantly needed for the maintenance of control in the Western world. Something else I didn't like was Black men constantly trying to separate themselves from being considered hyper masculine and being considered violent. I want to know why hypermasculinity and violence is considered a negative trait among Black men. Now, and I don't mean any disrespect, I'm just keeping it real. We know that Black men are neither hypermasculine nor overwhelmingly violent. If they were, we would not be in the position as a community as we are. I've presented many historical documents on this channel, from medical journals to slave narratives to speeches, abolitionist speeches, where the constant repetition is that Black men are not physically combative. In fact, I would challenge anybody to give me one example of anywhere in the world in modern day history in the past 500 years that Black men have been physically combative with anybody but other Black people at any significant scale. Now, I'll point out one, the Gullah Geechee Rebellion, right? But how many instances can we point out where Black men have had a standing army or a violent revolution or violent behavior in mass toward anybody who was not Black? And this is one of the downfalls of the community. It's number one, us pathologizing violence as if violence never has a use. Violence has a use. Number two, us pathologizing the idea of hypermasculinity. When you say hypermasculinity, the go to function of many Black men that I have spoken to, and like I said, I'll open it up, and if you want to disagree with me, you can, is that hypermasculinity means violence toward women. Now, can I go into a whole stream of things that are going to make a bunch of people unsubscribe from my channel? I'm going to say this because I believe it. I do not believe in men physically abusing women. Let me repeat that because somebody slow is going to misconstrue the next words that are coming out of my mouth. I do not believe in somebody as strong and powerful as a man physically abusing a woman. However, I do think there are occasions where women forget about the hierarchy of power, not meaning she won't go get you a drink, but women sometimes buck against men as if they are men. Some women will even attempt to physically fight a man as if she can actually stand a chance of winning. And sometimes a good slap in the face will help correct her mind. Now, I'm not suggesting men go around beating women. I'm saying that sometimes a show of force helps people understand hierarchy. There's a reason why they chopped off the arms of the men in the Congo. There's a reason why they tied Black men to trees and whipped them. There's a reason that you have people in police cars running around capable of beating you with a club and taking you to jail. And it is because nothing gets a person's mind right like violence. Nothing gets somebody's mind together like actual physical violence. It'll help you get your whole thought process straight. In fact, when we talk to Black men, because, one of my patrons, who will go nameless because he hasn't given me permission to give his name, one of my patrons said to me, he said, Irene, if Black women see that Black men don't want to engage in revolutionary violence, why do Black women keep pushing for it? Right? But here's my thing. When you're not speeding, do you not speed down the highway in your car because you're comfortable going at 55 miles an hour? Or do you not speed on a highway in your car because there are repercussions for disobedience? Do you not slow down or stop doing certain activities when you see law enforcement because they're capable of punishing you? Or do you not do those things because it's innately in you to simply follow random rules? So, yes, Black men are the most oppressed in the Black community because your oppression is needed for our collective oppression. And let us be clear, when we talk about examples, because Mr. and I, we talk very openly, right? And anybody who's listened to Mr. and I talk know that Mr. and I don't agree on everything. He said, here's a prime example. If a Black man, because he works in education, right? If a Black man were go and say, speak to the superintendent of schools, and that superintendent is a Black woman, and she's not willing to pair with the Black men in the community to set up mentoring programs or something like that for young Black boys, then essentially that Black woman is standing in the way of that Black man trying to make progress within the community. Many of you might agree with that assessment. However, this is my assessment. When we talk about the educational system, when we talk about education as an institution, that institution is funded and controlled by white men. And so then the problem does not become the janitor in the mansion, the problem becomes the owner of the mansion. Do we hold If I have a plantation and there is a master of the plantation and I want to free the slaves, do I go to the master's butler and try to overthrow him, or do I overthrow the master? Do I stand at the butler's pantry and say, if you only let me come through this pantry, I could actually get upstairs? Let me ask it in a different way. When we fight wars, when you send in a military to a place, do you stop at every bakery, grocery store, and house and attempt to dominate every individual person in a country? Or do you go to those who have control and try to get them? When these crazy white boys pretended to care to storm the Capitol building, they didn't go through Washington, D.C. and start knocking on Walgreens store or knocking at the local school or knocking, you know what I mean, at people's random houses. They went to the Capitol building. And what I don't understand is, why is it that everybody on the planet, am I going to have to send this to my members page or something, y'all? I probably will, but let's go with it for now. Why is it that everybody on the planet comprehends the way this thing works but us? We have every solution to avoid the problem. And honestly, I'm going to keep it real. I'm going to keep it 1,000. Black men are the most oppressed in the Black community. Absolutely, positively, they are the most oppressed. Absolutely. However, right? However, despite the fact that they are the most oppressed, they are also very literally the reason our community is at the bottom of the totem pole. Why? Why is that? Because it is much easier to focus on the behavior of the people who do not control the systems, because it is less of a battle for us to discuss Black feminism. I'm not pro-Black feminism. Everybody knows that. I'm very traditional. But it's much easier to tackle a discussion about Black feminism than it is to tackle a discussion about actually dealing with the people who actually have power. It's much easier to complain. It's much more easy to complain about the court system than to go to the top of the food chain and try to garner control over the court system. Now, I'm in no way, shape, or form telling you guys to go get violent, right? Let me be clear and say that. However, what I am saying is, hypothetically speaking, somebody literally asked me this question. They said, well, what are you saying? You should just go into X building and just blow the brains out of X person? Well, yeah, that's kind of the point. That's kind of exactly the point. The point is, there's a such thing called warfare. And here's the thing. I'm not against people who don't want to fight. We live in America. If you want to competitively assimilate into American culture, I support that. But shut up complaining. I don't want to hear any more whining about racism. I don't want to hear any more whining about who went to jail, who shot you in the street. I don't want to hear any more whining at all from anybody in the Black community. Because what's not going to work is, we're not going to philosophize our way out of this. And I guess that was the crux of my issue with the lecture that I attended yesterday. We cannot philosophize our way out of this. You're not going to be able to prove in a million ways that Black men are the most oppressed. And so the people oppressing you are suddenly going to start being nice to you because you've proven that you're so downtrodden. First of all, what man proves his weakness to gain control? What man says, do you see how abused and battered I am? As a means of acquiring power. That is the opposite of manhood. And so then the question comes, like I said, take your notes, because I'm going to open it up and you guys can disagree with me if you want. So have your notes ready. When people say to me, man or woman say to me, well, what good, why does a woman get to judge a man's masculinity? Why does a woman get to judge a man's masculinity? People say that. And I say, because we're heterosexual. I'm sorry, are you trying? Look, the only time men Judge another man's masculinity is in battle or social hierarchy placement. Let me repeat that. The only time heterosexual men judge another man's masculinity is when they are either one, engaging in battle, or number two, determining who will have the most power in a social hierarchy. Let me repeat it another time. The only time heterosexual men judge another man's masculinity is in battle or when they are determining social hierarchy amongst men. Men do not judge each other's masculinity because you guys aren't pandering to other men. The only reason you care how masculine a straight man, the only reason he cares how masculine another man is because number one, he's trying to beat your ass or he's trying to get a war going and he wants to win. Or number two, he's determining which one of you has more power in a social situation, which one of you is the most submissive in a social situation. Otherwise, straight men don't judge other men's masculinity like that. Women do, because we are your sexual partners. So what is masculine to a woman, what exudes manhood to a woman is of the utmost precedence. If anybody determines what masculinity is, it is women. And women don't get all hyped up and happy about the fact that I'm saying that either. Okay? Don't start, yeah, girl, don't do that, okay? Because what that means is that when women are propping up feminine men and when women are trying to put protections for transgender men and men that have and lack masculinity, when we show them protection, when a woman can say in one breath, Black women should not cape for Black men, but in another breath, want to provide protection to gay men or transgender men, she is then promoting lack of masculinity in men. So it's not just about propping up masculine men. Women, especially here in the Black community, have literally, for some reason I don't understand, whether that's hatred of Black men or what it is, a lot of women promote weakness in men. They want weakness out of their men. You will have women who say that they are not the mules for Black men, then come for Black women for not protecting a Black man in a dress. So let me get this straight. We're only not the mules for Black men if they won't put on a dress. But once they put on a dress, we can be at each other's throats as women to protect them. How dare I not protect a man in a dress? But if a man exudes masculinity, it would behoove me to be in his sphere to want to defend him. And don't get protection twisted, because I want to throw this out there too before the men get excited. It is not a Black woman's, it is not her job to protect in any sort of physical way a man who is not a child. Your job is to protect women. In fact, revolution doesn't even have to have anything to do with women. If you're unhappy with your position in society, your revolution will benefit your women whether you intend it to or not. We don't even have to be attached to that. That's something you could do for yourself. But I want to say this as well. In the same way that men can have their masculinity judged as women, women don't get to pretend like simply because a man says that Black women overarchingly engage in masculine behavior, we don't get to say, well, that's not true. A man can't determine, just me having a vagina makes me feminine. No, you know that that's not true. You know that women can behave masculinely, but that brings me back to rule number one. Even the most masculine behaving woman can be put into her feminine. So a masculine woman is never an excuse for a man. By the very nature of what a woman is, a man can put a woman into her feminine if he really wants to. He can remind you that you're a woman and he's a man if he really wants to. And I know that's vulgar and abrasive and oh my gosh, like, but whatever, it's the truth. The truth across the board. Yeah, Black men, you are the most oppressed. You are the most oppressed in the Black community. I'm not even I'm not even going to attempt to debate that you're not, because anybody who says black men are not, that black men have not completely and totally won the oppression Olympics is a liar. They have won, but you're the most oppressed because your oppression is the difference between our whole community losing or winning. So then when you say you don't want to fight, what reaction do you want from black women? No black woman's going to have a positive reaction to that. Our community's at the bottom of the totem pole globally. The last thing any woman wants to hear is that the only thing standing between us not being oppressed and us being oppressed is you fighting, and you don't want to fight. You don't want to do anything. You just want to sit there and opine about things. And then when you do want to fight, you don't want to fight other men. You want to fight your own women. How come every other man on the planet knows how to fight other men? When they go to invade a country, they don't go searching for the women to have battle with them. They go searching for the men to have battle with them. And I know some people will say you're simplifying things. Well, I want to know, am I? I want you to show me one group of men that has power that didn't attain it violently. If you can demonstrate even one group, one race on this planet who has power, who did not engage in violence to get that power, then I will shut up. But you can't do it. You can't do it. You can't, because it's not how it works. It's not how it works. And I'm going to tell you something else. Like, I'm just going to go on a whole rant, because if nobody else is going to say it, I'm going to say it. Okay? All this, black women are shaming us when we get into these male spaces by the hundreds deep and hang out with each other to bash women and call us homosexual. It is homosexual behavior. It absolutely is. And I'm going to justify that. When a bunch of men get together to hate on their own sexual partners, that is very homosexual. And we know this because groups like MGTOW will even talk about how they can have babies without women. That is homosexual. The only other group of men that want to have babies without women are actually homosexuals, transgender people. When a bunch of men get together to talk about the ills of women and separating from women, that becomes a very homosexual environment. There's no straight. I'm going to tell you something. I'm straight. I am a heterosexual woman. I don't care what we have going on. No woman is ever going to convince me to separate myself from a penis. Like, are you kidding me? That stuff, that's what will never occur. Okay? Now we're just going to have to work this situation out, because I need to end up with a man at some point. All right? Anything less than that is bordering on gay. There's no heterosexual person out here talking about, I prefer the company of the same sex. No, I don't. I love women to hang out with if I want to play in perfume and stuff, but I prefer to be cuddled up under a man. I don't prefer the company of other women. I prefer a movie night with my man. I prefer a dinner date with my man. I like other women. I like to hang out with other women, but I don't prefer the company of other women because I'm straight. I'm heterosexual. Anybody who's saying anything different is dipping in the wrong pool, and you're going to fall in and something's going to slip up your butt. And okay, look. So let's open up the discussion. Like I said I would open up the discussion, because the knife slices two ways. And if you disagree with me, if you think you can prove my point wrong, and the premise of my whole conversation is this: number one, all roads lead to revolution. Every single road leads to revolution. There are no roads that don't lead there. Now, if you don't want to go there, that's your choice. But I guarantee nobody can present one thing that doesn't lead there. And number two, a lot of these conversations we have are utterly stupid and nonsensical. Y'all, we know what it is. I don't even know why we get together and start saying stupid stuff, because you know what it is. You know what this is. The constant pretending like you don't know what's going on is crazy. And I know it's nice to listen to people who tell you what you want to hear, but what you want to hear may not be productive, okay? It may not be productive. You know, multiple things can be true at the same time. Multiple things can be true at the same time. Ladies, we don't need to win the oppression Olympics in order to prove that Black men need to do something. Black men win. The oppression Olympics has been won. The medals have been handed out. Black men are the most oppressed. They are the most oppressed. They are the most oppressed. And that is the problem. That is the problem. Now, if Black women will collectively acquiesce that Black men are unequivocally the most oppressed class in the world, not even America, on the whole planet, what are you guys going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? That's all I want to know. What are you about to do about it? Everybody's conceded the point. Now what? You've won. Oppression Olympics is over. The Olympic Games have ended for the year 2021. It's done. Black men are the most oppressed. Your oppression means our collective oppression. So what do we do? This is what I'm wondering. What are we going to do about it? Nothing? We're just going to talk about it? Just keep opining? You just want to keep talking about it? All right. Well, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this. If we're all in agreement here, there's no reason for me to stay up here. Okay. Chaos, if you're coming up here, you have to disagree with me.
Do I disagree for real?
If you're Yeah, you have to disagree with me. But what
Okay,
are you going to say if
I
you're
will
not going to
disagree
disagree?
that Black men
Because
are.
I
Okay,
need to hear people who have opposing point of views.
all right. I will have to disagree you, Irene and Vet, since you asked that Black men are not oppressed. We are the most patriarchal set of people on the Western Hemisphere we call America. We are more patriarchal than most people think. We are the what we call the white people of face. That's what they call it. White people tomorrow. You hear that story? You know, black
What?
men, black men are the white people. You know that thing they wrote a couple years ago.
How are Black men the white people? What
Oh,
power do Black men have to be the white people of Black society?
the power we hold is when we say what we want and we get it, and Black women give it to us. That's the power we hold.
Well, this is what I'll say. That gets sliced two ways. Black
Now,
men,
so
it
explain
is
this.
I'm about to explain it. So this is what I mean. In all the ways that Black men have advantage in the Black community, it is through weakness, right? So, for
Mhm,
example, a Black man puts on a dress, Black women will protect him. He has to show himself weak, and that's the only way he gets privilege,
mhm,
right? So, I
mhm,
can't think of any privileges Black men have that are afforded to them in the Black community through anything but them showing weakness.
mhm,
They're not being afforded these privileges because of strength. They're being afforded privileges because of their weakness. And the more weak they're willing to behave, the more privilege they're afforded. Like I said, the most protected Black man in the Black community is either gay or transgender.
mhm, mhm,
The weaker and more feminine they are, the more Black women and Black community protects them.
mhm.
If a
Well,
Black man gets beat up,
mhm,
he will get more protection than a Black man who's fighting. Why? Because a fighting Black man doesn't need anybody's protection because he's out there kicking butt. And I want to throw this out there too when we talk about fighting. A lot of people say, well, what happens if you fight? They're just gonna, do this or that to you.
they
Yeah, that's what happens. When you fight somebody, they hit you back. When you
exactly.
shoot at somebody, they shoot back at you. That's why it's called war. That's the natural thing that ought to occur when you're trying to fight somebody.
I just want to throw that out there too, because I hate when people say that. Like, well, if we try to do this, you know what's going to happen. Yeah, I do know what's going to happen. That's why it's called a battle.
But Irene, let's be serious here. A lot of black males today, and I always ask this question: that what type of form of training now that we instill in our boys, either by one parent or both? Because to really deal with conflict, you have to be put into a competitive arena where you're going to be constantly pressured, where you're going to have to do something. And I think that's not enough with our boys in this community on the average. And for a side note, the reason why I am disagreeing people, because, Irene told me I should disagree. I think we are. Don't think I think, the only thing I would say as a man, speak on it personally, and a lot of these dudes that's down here that's going to talk, is this: that yes, we are pressed on the Western Hemisphere we call America, and maybe globally, potentially. But the biggest question a black man today in the 21st century should know and ask: what the fuck are you going to do about it? Because the pressure is not going to stop anytime soon. The only thing you're going to see is the pressure is going to increase as time progresses. So either you man up or you get laid down. It's that simple. And some men are going to choke and be bitches and lay down comfortably. And some men that have some balls are going to fight, whether physically or other means. Know this: the world doesn't owe you no understanding as a black man. Either you do what's necessary to take your rightful position, or you slowly perish. You won't perish automatically, but it will be a slow perish. That's my side note. I'm gonna leave the mic and let everybody speak.
All right, good looking, Chaos. Quick question. Irene, in war, who is the immediate threat? The inside traitor or the enemy on the outside? Take your time.
Who is the immediate threat?
Who is the immediate threat? The traitor on the inside or the enemy on the outside?
I mean, I don't think it's that simple. It depends on what you're dealing with.
Well, wait. What I'm not. I haven't given a scenario. I've just given what I said
Okay.
is simplistic.
All right. Okay. So this is what I'll say. When you say war, I mean actual bloodshed. I don't mean
Okay, listen.
emotional, mental war.
All right, listen.
I mean,
you're dancing around what I'm asking. Listen.
no,
listen.
I'm not. I'm not. I'm
Okay,
just saying. Are we
Irene.
talking about physical?
Irene, listen. It's a simple scenario. In any type of fight, battle, war, whatever you want to play, who is the immediate threat? The traitor on the inside or the enemy on the outside? Just give me it's an answer.
Okay,
just
so
answer.
let's be clear that we're talking about actual bloody war, right?
I'm talking about on any level. I'm talking about shit
No,
if it's
I
just a
only want to
person
talk
on the
about bloody war, not
All right,
emotional
listen.
wars and all that
All right,
stuff.
listen.
Only
No,
bloodshed.
listen.
Only bloodshed.
All right, but listen. You're controlling my scenario. I don't get to
Yes,
control what you say.
I have
All
to.
right,
And
no, you
I'm gonna
don't
say
have to control it because
I'm
it's
about well,
relevant.
because that's
All right,
the only
listen.
discussion.
Can you
Wait,
answer it or no?
David. No, I won't answer it because this is what
Thank
I'm
you.
going to
Check
say.
and mate.
It's not
All right, I'm
check
gonna
and
go
mate.
on mute. Oh, yes, it
Okay,
is
great.
because you won't even be honest. I'm gonna
Okay,
go on mute because you don't
wait.
want to answer. You don't have a real
If you let
conversation.
me speak. Here's the thing. What I don't like is I'm talking about killing people. And then Black men often want to talk about philosophical warfare with emotions and support systems and stuff
I'm
like that.
talking about both.
Go
I'm
kill
talking about
somebody.
listen.
Go get a gun and go shoot somebody. When a Black woman, no, let me finish.
You're
Let
kind
me
of babbling.
finish.
Allow the
When
conversation to
a
breathe a
Black
little bit.
woman, when Black women come together and get weapons and shoot you in the back of the head while you're attempting to shoot somebody else, then we'll
You
have a
do know you on
conversation.
YouTube, right? You do know you on YouTube, right?
But who's
Oh my God. Listen.
Are you
That's not even. Listen. It's not even smart
David,
strategically to talk about hurting people on YouTube. That's not even smart.
First of all, I
That's
can
not
say
even
whatever I
smart.
want
That's not even
because you've already
strategic.
posed
That's
it as
dumb.
David.
You've already posed it as a hypothetical conversation. And so hypothetically, as I said, and as you posed it, if we're speaking about warfare, I don't speak about emotional warfare. I don't speak about, supportive if you're being nice to me.
Okay, Irene, we get it. We get it.
Warfare.
We get it. We get
Okay,
it, Irene.
So that's
all right, listen.
Wait, David, wait. That's why I said in our hypothetical war situation, if Black women are taking guns and shooting Black men literally in the head as they are literally killing the enemy, then they are the greater problem. But since that's not what's occurring,
No. Listen, see that's it. Now that you spoke, now I'm gonna try to speak. Now, please, this is what I don't like. Don't control what I say. Everything I'm saying is relevant. I don't have to say what you want to say. It's relevant though.
The
Well,
parameters of my
See,
conversation.
like, listen. See how as soon as I start talking,
yes, because the parameters.
No, there is no yes. Let people.
The parameters of this conversation are violent warfare, no other kind. Not emotional warfare, not physical. It's violent warfare. That's the only type of fighting.
Okay, cool. There's more There's more than one way to betray a person. You don't have to shoot me in the head to betray me. You can give information that can lead to my death. It doesn't have to be. So you're trying to make it cut and dry. Like you just said, it's not that simple. So again, a traitor is a traitor. Traitors don't just betray you by killing you. There's a million ways to betray a person. So what I asked you was, what's the immediate threat? The traitor on the inside or the enemy on the outside? I just need an answer. Go.
I mean, I gave my answer.
I didn't hear it. Traitor on the inside, enemy on the outside. Which one? I just need one of those.
I would say an enemy is an enemy.
That's not what I asked you. I said immediate threat. I didn't say what an enemy is. See, I do this all the time, Irene. I'm not new to this.
Everybody.
Irene, can I finish a sentence? That's irritating. That's irritating. Let me finish. It's irritating not to let a person finish. You don't even know what I'm gonna say. You just interrupt me because you already know I got you.
You literally just
okay. Listen. All right, listen. The question is, who is the immediate? Listen, key emphasis on immediate threat. The enemy on the inside, the traitor on the inside, or the enemy on the outside. Who is the immediate threat? Go. So I know you don't know anything about warfare.
I literally answered it.
You don't know anything about warfare if you won't answer that question directly.
You literally, I answered it 3 times.
All right, so what was it? Tell me it again. What did you say? I didn't hear it. Say it again.
I said, if you're actually in a war, anybody who is a physical threat to you is the immediate threat.
That's not what I asked you to look. I gave a scenario. Listen to the scenario.
Yes, I did.
That's not what I said. Listen to my question again. If you're in a battle, listen, who is the immediate threat? I didn't say who was a threat. Who is the immediate threat? The person in the house with you that can get you hurt, or the person outside the house?
If we're talking about a physical war and you're fighting around people.
All right, I'd like to see you sleep with a bunch of your enemies in the house and tell me how comfortable you sleep with your enemy in the house versus the enemy outside. That's bullshit and you full of shit.
Who's sleeping in a house during a war?
This is why having strategic.
This is why the hypothetical, enemy sleeping with the enemy in a house. If you had an enemy in a house, they would stab you in your throat. So there
are a million ways to be betrayed. That's my point.
Because we keep trying to get away from the physical fight.
I'm not getting away from anything. That's you trying to get away.
That's all I want to talk about. I don't want to talk about any other type of warfare.
All right, I'm talking about. Listen, now you're gonna listen. You don't know anything about warfare, Irene. That's the problem. I'm trying to show you. You don't. You're
not even talking about war. You're talking about.
Listen. If you can't address that the immediate enemy, the immediate traitor is the immediate threat, then that lets me know you're not ready for warfare, because that is the answer. The traitor on the inside is the immediate threat.
We'll have to agree to disagree, because
listen. All right, no problem. What I would ask though.
I don't like.
Okay, what I would ask though is I would like to be allowed to get my thoughts out. But I would like to be allowed to get my thoughts out though, please. That's rude.
Here, I don't want to know, because I don't want to have conversations.
So you want to control the narrative. So you want to control what we say. Oh my God. I like to let people, censorship reflects fear. That's a fact. I don't censor people. I like people to say what they want so I can counter that talking point.
You're off topic. You want to talk about a war where you're sleeping in a bed with somebody.
No, I'm not. There are a million ways to betray a person.
You just said, what if I'm in a war and I'm sleeping in the bed?
Listen, all betrayals don't start.
There's no war you're fighting out in a battlefield with a gun, enacting violence on somebody, where you're going home and getting in the bed and cuddling with anybody. That's not a thing.
Irene, there are a million ways that wars are fought. All wars aren't fought on violent fronts.
That's the only type of war I want to talk about, though.
All right, but understand this. You can't just pigeonhole it there, because there's things that lead to that. No, you can't. No, you want to.
I know.
Irene, how many physical wars have you commanded?
I am going to pigeonhole it, because here's the thing. Black men are always trying to get away from the fighting part of the conversation, and I refuse to have any conversation. Now, another day, David, you and I can talk about
Every time I have a conversation with you, it's another day because you don't want to talk. You want an echo chamber.
Talk about something that's not.
All right, listen. I'm for war, Irene. I understand war, but I understand that wars are fought on many different fronts. If you don't understand that, then you're not. Listen, you're not qualified to have this conversation. Then.
Okay, well then let's say this: if Black men get together today, if Black men globally get together today and start getting into a bloody battle on a global front with the powers that be, what type of betrayal from Black men and Black women in that scenario would be detrimental? Why don't you say that? Explain that.
Sit down. Notice how you pigeonhole me in your question, but now let me show you this. I'm clever enough. Wait. Can I finish my statement? God damn.
The question.
Shut up, Chaos. God damn, I don't like Chaos. I don't need another detractor. She doesn't even let me start. As soon as I start answering, she starts interrupting. Shut up, Chaos. You're not helping. Now, what I'm gonna say this, I'll play into your bull. Notice how you wanted to pigeonhole me, so I'll play into it. I'll give you an example. If the Black woman goes and we get into a war, and I've seen women this, I tell men this all the time, do not do a crime your woman will tell on you. If we get into some real heated shit and the white folks get the upper hand or they round up all the revolution, this has been proven in history. A lot of women will tell. A lot of Black women will tell to save themselves. That's another way how we'll be the revolution will be uprooted through Black women, because they're going to save themselves. Because when you start talking about jail, time, death, Black women ain't going for that. They'll give up that man in an instant. I've seen it happen a million times.
Okay, but did you hear what I said?
David, you a lie. Get your ass out of here.
I ain't no lie. You know when the truth is. Hit dogs holler. Hit dogs holler.
Can we not? Can I say this, David? Did you hear what I said? I don't think you were here from the beginning of my stream. I said I'm going to say. Okay, so this is what I said. I said I'm going to say something very controversial. A lot of times women step out of line, and while I'm not an advocate for violence against women as a rule, sometimes physical violence helps a person get their mind right. So sometimes if you smack somebody, they're like, oh, snap. Okay, so the hierarchy is established. People respond to violence, both your enemy and those who are your subordinates. So had you been here from the beginning of my life, I already touched on
what was the point of you just telling me that? Okay, cool. What was you telling me that to say what though?
My point is that insubordination is something that is dealt with. And people who are fighting wars don't not fight the wars because of possible insubordination.
I never said that. What I asked. Allow me to respond. Wait.
No, wait. You didn't. I didn't say that's what you
like. I need more than 5 words, please. Jesus.
David, you asked me what was my point, so I was explaining my point.
Oh, okay, I got that.
No,
I got that. Now, what I'm trying to, can I respond? Can I respond?
You can't respond to something.
Can I respond?
No, because I didn't finish saying what I had to say.
I heard what your point was already. I got it.
You didn't. How could you hear?
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is why we can't talk strategies with Black women. This is why. This is what it is.
But here's the thing. I didn't. But here's the thing.
Let her finish her conversation.
I didn't.
Mind your business, whoever you are.
No, you mind your business.
Oh, this KK. Shut up.
I did not say you had to talk strategy with me. I said anybody who disagrees that all roads don't lead to revolution, anybody who disagrees that the way to skin this cat is with physical violence, come up and prove differently.
Okay, I'm trying to do that, but you interrupt me every 5 words. Okay, so can I attempt to do that again, please, without being interrupted? If not, just say you want an echo chamber. I'll gladly drop down. No problem. You can have your echo chamber.
How is it an echo
Chaos, shut up, Chaos. Let the adults talk.
Okay,
let the adult. No, Chaos. I'm not going to jump to something else. Irene and I are talking. Chill out, Irene. Can I respond to what you said? Because what I'm trying to show you is there are different ways. Everything, like, make no mistake, a physical war at this point is stupid. I'm gonna say that you would lose.
Okay,
you call some. God damn! Can I finish a sentence? God damn!
Don't disrespect her.
God damn!
Don't
let me finish a sentence. This is irritating.
Drop your ugly ass.
All right, now I'm gonna try it. All right, I'm gonna try this one more time.
Don't yell at me. I have not yelled at you not one time.
And don't disrespect her because she's very nice.
Listen, all right, then listen, Irene, if you can keep everybody silent so I can talk normally without being interrupted. I only yell when I have to keep being interrupted. So I'm going to try this again. All right, so now what I'm going to say is it would be stupid. We could call Cerulean over here. I've had this conversation with Cerulean a million times. He would know. So this is what Cerulean does. Cerulean said we would be slaughtered. I would agree with him. So what you must understand is, let me finish. God damn.
Because the bottom line is, if black men were to do anything,
Irene, can I finish the sentence?
It's other black men. That's just the reality of what it is.
Cynthia, we've had this conversation too.
So I think what you said, I think is probably the most valid thing you said since you've been up here is black men don't want to fight right now.
That's not what I said. Wait, that's not what I said. So let me clarify. I said it would be stupid. We would lose. You don't fight wars you can't win. So what you do is you outthink your enemy. Let me tell you what I know what the answer is right now. The answer is not a frontal assault. Every battle attack isn't frontal. Some battle attacks are different. What we should do now is infiltrate. Infiltrate.
Okay, wait. Give me an example in the past 500 years of country that's been taken over without actual violence.
All right, listen. All right, listen. I want you. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to say what I'm saying. Stop trying to tell me.
He's not going to do it. He's not going to do it because he can't. He's not going to do it because he can't. He's not going to do it.
Hey, I'm going to try this. Hey, this is how you know I got the truth. Everybody here. This is how you know I got it. Everybody
here. Up here lying. The bottom line is they want to distort history. But anybody who studies history will see that black men have been side by side with white men oppressing the community since they started.
Black men have never had the power to oppress anybody.
They have. Yes, they have. Okay, yes, they have. Black men were even overseers on plantations. Black men were even overseers on plantations.
We always had house niggas. We know that, but that wasn't the majority.
Black men have been and still are the biggest enemy to the black community, period.
Lies. Black men are the key to fixing the black community.
I really want to
black men are the key to fixing the black community.
Black men are interested in selling out the community.
That's all right, so I'll say this again. All we need
to wait.
Period.
Do you hear all the pushback I'm getting? This is why we can't go anywhere.
Look at Daniel Cameron.
Wait.
It's not just Daniel Cameron. Black men have a history of betraying black people going back to the whitewashing of Egypt. Like, what are you talking about?
So have black women have a history of betraying black men. So do black women.
The biggest asset to white supremacy.
So do black women. Who work side by side with white supremacy?
Black men. Black men literally stand side by side helping
black
white
women
supremacy.
do.
And they always have.
White men hate black men. They love black women, though.
It is because black men are dominated and black.
Wait, peace in the Middle East, Leos. There are 3 Leos on this panel.
Yeah.
I can't do it, y'all. Wait.
Leo's unstoppable, goddammit.
I can't do it. Wait, y'all pull your fangs in for a second. Wait, just stop. Every Leo pull their fangs in. Claws, retract clause for a second, my Leo sister and brother. Sin, I really want him to answer this. David, I don't want you to talk about different types of warfare unless you can show me where that's been executed in the past 500 years. In the past 500 years, what war or what conquest do you know of that has been had with covert operations that did not include violent warfare? I just want you to give me one example in the past 500 years. And if you can't do that, then we got to move on to the next person.
All right. No, well, here's the thing. I don't like being pigeonholed into because it's not that easy. Because understand, some start off covert and then go to violence. Like I'll give you an example.
He can't do it, Irene. He's just going to filibuster like he always does. You're not answering it. You're not answering it directly. You can just tell her the date and the time and what the situation was.
Infiltrated the Indians, then they violently killed them. Check and mate. They came in bearing gifts. They came in bearing gifts as friends. Then they flipped the table
You're
over.
proving her point, genius.
But they came in with gifts, with blankets with smallpox. They came in with blankets.
That's called warfare, dummy. Oh, that's called biological warfare, dummy. That's what that's called.
War.
It's called warfare, dummy.
Isn't on one level. There's a many fronts. I said that. Hello.
But black men have never waged a war against anybody except weave and makeup. So stop it.
I answered
the
question.
Yeah, black men fight wars on feminine products and hairstyles.
It was a great answer. Y'all just don't like it.
No, and I'm going to tell you something. Even if I gave you that as an answer, even if I were
You have to give me that. It was good.
Okay, well, no, listen. Even if I indulge that as an answer, they overcame the Indians in less than 60 years.
We're not dealing with timelines. We're dealing with strategies. Now you want to get into timelines. You asked me a strategy.
It took them 1 year to figure out how to overcome Africans because they understood that black men were sellouts. It took the Europeans 1 year. Why
are they spending billions if black men pose no threat? Why do they spend billions and millions to neutralize us if we pose no threat?
Like, give an example of the billions that. Give an example of it. It's not check and mate. Give an example of the billions that they're spending by doing what to neutralize black men. Give an example.
All right, hold on.
Or are you just up here saying and talking because you're dumb and you like to hear yourself talk?
All right,
give me one initiative they have.
Hold on. Giving black men 80% more jail time for the same crimes that they give other races. Check and mate.
That's black men being stupid. No, that's black men being stupid and falling.
Because you know why? It's what I would do. It's what I would do if I was white. I would neutralize your men. I would turn your women against the men. I would give your women programs to incentivize the betrayal.
And you would turn black men against themselves first. You would turn black men against themselves first. That's what you would do.
Hey, Sid G, you don't have to like my answers.
Nobody needs welfare. Nobody needed. He's an idiot.
I didn't say anything about welfare.
He's asserting that white men needed welfare to neutralize black men.
I didn't assert that. I say what I mean. I don't have to assert anything.
Incarceration is called enslavement, genius.
I'm gonna go on mute. Let Sid G get a rant in, and I come back.
When they put you on a plantation, you were neutralized, genius, and they put you on a plantation because you were weak. Because they saw your love of whiteness, because you had already helped them to whitewash Egypt. They already knew how you were. You were running around slumming with cave women who had hygienically challenging practices when the Moors were in reign. So they saw how weak you were, and that's why they subjugated you and dominated you, and they're still dominating you because you're still weak. The only person they've ever used against black men is black men. Because you're weak, you're treasonous, you value whiteness, that's just the reality. And you don't have to agree with it. You can study history.
Hey,
you don't have to agree with it. Study history.
Can we get a different point?
No, we can't. No, we can't get a different point. No, we can't. No, we can't. I'm not gonna let you get a different point out because the bottom line is black men are delusional. Black men are the ones. Even with MLK, a black man ratted him out. Malcolm X, a black man ratted him out. Black men have thwarted nearly all slave revolutions. The issue is black men. It just is what it is. And y'all are extremely delusional.
This is the proof.
Don't try to shut me. No, you're weak. You're weak and ineffective. You're weak, cowardly, and ineffective, and you've always been weak and cowardly. It took them 1 year to figure out how to dominate you, and it's been over 500 years. You still haven't figured out how to get out of the domination. You're weak. You're cowardly. You're effeminate. You're the easiest male group on the planet to dominate, and that's why you've been dominated for so long. The reason you don't want to go to warfare is because you're cowardly, and you prefer to suck white dick than to fight white men. That's why, because you want to be.
I'm going on mute, Sid.
You should go on mute. You should stay on mute too.
Irene, are you there?
Right, black women ain't scared to go to war.
Lies, and more lies.
And then it's like, why? But look, here's how remedial they make themselves sound. Okay, so you think they're spending all these billions. Why haven't Robert F. Smith put some billions up to counter their attacks and their agendas? Why haven't Dr. Dre put up some money? Why haven't P. Diddy put up some money? Since y'all think they got so much money.
Why hasn't Oprah put up some money? Why hasn't Oprah put up some money? Why hasn't all the rich black women put up money? The same goddamn reason, selfishness and blind and sellouts. That's why.
Dominated. Because they're comparing themselves to women. Because women are dominated because you're dominated, idiot.
It's not women are in black men's households. They pose a bigger threat than the outside threat. A woman on the inside can poison you and kill you much worse than anybody on the outside can. She can get to you. She has all your
inside. The biggest threat to a black man is another black man. Actually, the biggest threat to black men is another black man. That's what the biggest threat is.
The argument of the war.
The biggest threat to black men is another black man. And you can deflect deflect as much as you want to. Oprah is a woman.
No,
And the
Cindy, that's
only
what you
way
do.
women become
I
subjugated
know
is
your
after
game,
the men
Cindy.
become subjugated.
David's
And if you
opinion,
thought that your
David's
women were
opinion
turning on you, then why haven't you gotten your women out of subjugation? Why haven't you taken
Wait,
control back
Y'all
of
see
your
how I threw that
community
rock and
then?
everybody went
Why
crazy?
haven't
I'm good at
why
what I
haven't
do.
you taken control
David,
over your community then? Why
poking the
haven't you
bear.
taken control? I want to know why black men haven't taken control over their community. Why haven't they got on the offense and
Betrayal.
started fighting back? Why haven't? Why
No, I
haven't
don't
you?
want you to answer it. Don't answer it, David.
Here's the thing. White men could sit up and say that because white women are slumming with black men, they're betraying them, and therefore they can't dominate black men. But notice how white men is still dominating you. Notice how
Because we're in
literally
a
and
500-year system
figuratively,
that we were born into. We didn't get to fight the initial fight. So they have all kinds of laws and policies and
You're in a
systems in place.
500-year system that you helped to put yourself in.
You talk like we could just walk down to the corner and beat up the white nerd, and then we
You're in
win.
a 500-year system that black men helped to establish. Black men helped to establish this system. So you can say thank you, Moors. Thank you, black men, for helping to establish the system of white supremacy. Now we're sitting up sounding like idiots complaining that we're in it. Now we're sitting up comparing ourselves to women because we're too weak and cowardly to get up and do something as men. You're just weak. You're weak.
Wait. Leos, please. Leos. Peace in the Middle East, Leos. This is literally going to be like 2 Leos at a time, and I'm one of the 2. Wait. So I want to hear, because I feel like David's argument is dominating the conversation, and he's not the only guy here. So I want to hear from Mark, and then Kay, and then James, so we can open up the discussion past David's points, because his points are dominating the conversation. I just don't want that to happen, because who knows what anybody else is going to say. So Mark, are you in disagreement with the premises I set earlier in this conversation?
Well, I believe that David agrees with you in I think the end of it all, because as of now, to answer your question, because I'm in cyber myself, and it's not one way skin a cat. And when we look at revolution, it will eventually end up in warfare, but it's also what's called a Trojan horse, where there's reconnaissance. And you have
don't talk, David.
But black men sure haven't sent no Trojan horse over there to throw off white men. If it's a Trojan horse, why don't you send a Trojan horse into the white community then?
We have to hear him out. Let him get it out. Go ahead.
Right. So as for control as a man speaking, if I can have control of the platform, if you allow me to do that, Cynthia, I can start now. Can you allow that?
No, just say we're wait. No, you don't have to do all. You don't have to do all that.
Okay, I'm just making sure because she's been rude for a while.
Yeah,
so,
but nobody was even talking to you. So what are you talking about? Like talking about somebody's being rude. Nobody's even paying attention to you. Like that's the thing. Y'all are crybaby weirdos. It's just why don't you go figure out how to throw a Trojan horse in the white community? Where is black men's Trojan horse? Where is black men's Trojan horse?
Where this went wrong is when she muted and we were like, go ahead, you should have just talked. So why don't you just get your point out? Because I want to hear your point.
That's the very point that I mean, is that that's the like our relationship between America and the Chinese. Okay, the Chinese know that they would lose in an all-right war right now with us. So what they've been doing for many years is using reconnaissance on America, using Trojan horses inside of America, and weakening us via political systems from outside to inside, from inside to outside consistently. And they've used the system for many a time. So they know that in a full-out war right now, they can't win. So over the progression of years, as America weakens, and they have the opening to then attack us, that's what they will do. At the same tactic, we would have to use the same strategy from the inside out. But I cannot see this war happening over a long streams of decades without the help of our own women. So it does go to many different points it does go to many different points what David stated, and I agree with that. Is to say that we're arguing with our women. We're arguing with our women right now because we cannot win without we're trying to get on the same page ultimately. But what I've seen is that from my standpoint, the white man has used the black woman as a proxy to prevent us from
Facts.
moving forward.
No.
From
No,
moving,
he's
from moving,
no
from moving
the white
forward.
man has used
Leo,
black men as a
Leo,
proxy.
please
Here,
no,
yes,
please, Leo.
black people as itself,
Right.
right? Black people as
I want
itself,
to
yes,
go
Interracial
ahead.
yes.
dating rates.
And
Wait,
with what
everybody,
Cynthia,
let Mark finish his point, and
right?
then I want to let someone else, and then everybody else can comment on it.
With what Cynthia G says, which I agree, is black men versus black men as well. So eventually, we have a whole hodgepodge of black men versus black women, black men versus black men, and we're arguing with each other. And at the end of the day, we have to be on the same accord because you see, when the Chinese are fighting us right now and they're infiltrating us, trust and believe that they're on the same accord.
Are
They're
they? Okay,
moving.
wait. So
They're
let me
moving.
ask
They're
you
going to
something.
move in. Why wouldn't they?
Can I ask one question to this guy? I'm not going to go into a large diatribe. I just have one question for him. Did white men use black women as a proxy against black men before or after he dominated you and put you on a plantation?
I don't know. Why is that important?
It's very important.
Exactly. It's irrelevant.
It's actually very important and
We're
very
here now.
instrumental.
That's why it's irrelevant.
Did he do it before or after you were dominated and put on a plantation? That's all that
None
I'm
of us were
asking.
even alive when that happened.
Did white men do it? Did white men do it before or after you were put on a plantation? When did he start using black women as a proxy against black men? When?
Can we answer that once Irene gives directives? Because you're not in control here.
Okay, whoa. Okay, so let's just say this. First of all, with 3 Leos on the panel, nobody will ever get a chance to talk. So let's throw that out there. But this is what I do want to do. You can answer Cynthia's question, but I think this is really relevant, and I want to say this. When we talk about, because there is not infiltration but control that's taken over countries through monetary systems, and that is a very real thing, and through trade and industry, that's a very real thing that occurs today. However, the players who engage in that sort of behavior, they have garnered the power that they currently have in order to be players in that game with violence. So what we can't do, that's like saying you're going to perform a heart surgery before you go to school. What happened is that the Chinese, the Vietnamese, at one point on this planet, every group of people was in competition with each other, and there were several wars. We went into Vietnam. The Vietnamese used guerrilla warfare to pull us out. The Western world tried to spread out its arm. There were places they were able to conquer, such as Australia, all through Oceania, several African countries, most of what we now consider Latin America and the South Americas and in the islands. All these wars were fought. Blood was spilt. And then with the dropping of the atom bomb and nuclear weapons, people started to fall back and went into a race to create weapons of mass destruction, essentially. And so after all that blood was shed, there is an uncomfortable peace among people who have power. Do not convolute what China is doing, a nation that's proven they're willing to kill people, or what Japan is doing, a nation that proved that we will become suicidal to kill you, or what Europe is doing, a nation that's proved that we'll come in and chop off your arms and legs, with anything that Black people are doing. See,
wars don't start on physical fronts, though.
What war doesn't start on a physical front? Name one. Name one war that did not start on a violent front.
Did you just hear Mark mention the Trojan horse?
Okay.
Can they answer my question now? Because I feel like they're trying to dodge the question. Did white men use Black women as a proxy before or after you ended up on the plantation?
Cynthia, we'll get to your question.
Can you answer the question?
Here's the thing. I want to say this. I'm glad Cynthia brought that up. I don't think it matters, because when we went into the Iraq War as America, did everybody in America agree with that war? Did everybody in America act in support of the government? No. but that didn't stop them from going and bombing Iraq.
Irene, what does espionage deal with?
But it does matter. It does matter because
y'all have never fought a war, but y'all got all the answers.
Because if black men allowed their women to get subjugated, then it is your fault when the dominant men use your women against you. You should not have allowed yourself to become dominated. Duh, he's going to use them against you once he's dominated. And David wants to dodge the question.
No, wait a
Who
second.
cares? We weren't here doing welfare, taking you out of the home, but we keep having to hear about it. I wasn't here during feminism, but I keep having to hear about it.
This is a 500-year institution, Cynthia G.
That black men helped to establish.
Leos, please. I don't think it matters, because my point is you don't need everybody to be conforming and in one accord with you to fight a war. There's no country where every single person in the country, or even the majority of the country, just love the government so much.
Every war isn't fought the same way every time, though, Irene.
Let me finish. My point is that you don't need acquiescence from all the people that you represent or have control over anything else to fight a war. People fight wars all the time with conflict within their country. So that is a moot point. That's why I'm saying it doesn't matter who's being used against you or what's going on. That has nothing to do with
that. Doesn't matter who's used being against you. Yes, it does. That's a lie.
Depending. So exactly. So let's go with what David Johnson said. Since it matters who's against you, whether before or after they put you in subjugation.
I don't want to go with it because he can't provide an example of a country that fought a war with complete acquiescence from its people.
I never said complete acquiescence, but don't act like if you get enough people to go against you, that can't change the tide. That's just stupid.
David's entire argument.
Betrayals are usually how most people are. How most kingdoms are brought down. This is why America has spies. This is why we have spies.
David's entire argument is that black women's treason is preventing them from
everything is a frontal assault. Why do we need spies? Why do we need spies if everything is a frontal assault?
Against you, then it matters when they started using them against you. See, this is what he wants to do. He wants to say that it does matter who they're using against you, but he doesn't want to go to the history of when they started using those people against you. If it doesn't matter when, then it doesn't matter who's being used against you. You don't get to sit there and have this off contradictory narrative. The bottom line of it is number one, it is a fact. Black men helped to establish this system of white supremacy. Number two, it is a fact that everything that they're complaining about, this is so-called example of black women's treason, happened after black men allowed themselves to be subjugated. That is a fact.
Wow,
number three, what's a fact?
So she needs to get her
number
point out.
Three, what a fact is. Number three, another fact is that black men have failed to stop white men from using their women against them. Why haven't you stopped them? Since you know what's happening, why haven't you stopped it?
We already agreed with you. Can you just not pipe down for a minute?
No. Can you go on mute and stop talking to me? Go on mute and stop talking to me, Mark.
Are you familiar?
Stop talking to me, Mark. Stop talking to me, David. Stop talking to me.
Are you familiar with the destroy from within? Have you ever heard that strategy?
Yes, and black men are destroying from exactly, and that's what black men are doing, and that's what black men are doing. Black men are destroying the community from within. Exactly, and that's what they're using black men for. They're using black men to destroy their community from within. Exactly.
Leos, y'all are so dominant. Listen, this is what I want to say. Notice how the conversation is all about why there can be no actual fighting. And this is really a problem that I have. It's a million excuses as to why there can be no
Irene, nobody said that, Irene. We're not against the fighting. We're talking about strategically.
Shut the fuck up, David. All right, finish.
Leos, just wait. Y'all are so Leo-ish, okay? Listen, what I'm saying is this. There's a lot of talk about why we can't fight and the things that stand in the way of us fighting. But I want to be clear, the same people that have 1,000,010 excuses as to why we can't fight or why we can't fight right now are the same people who will say, why are black women pushing for a fight? So clearly black women aren't that insubordinate if you know that there's a strong voice and a multitude of black women who are pushing for that fight, who will be quick.
But it's easy to push for a fight when you're not going to be the ones dying.
Let me finish. Who will be just as quick to yoke somebody that is subverting the cause as you would. So that does not make sense. And also, it's easy for us to push for a fight, right? Because we're not the one fighting. And this goes back to the other thing that I brought up earlier in this conversation, which is every time we bring up warfare and violence, the first thing out of men's mouths is that essentially that violence is going to be enacted against you. Here's the thing. I can't help that. Nobody's trying to fight a battle with a bunch of women. Now, does that mean I'll never grab a gun? Does that mean I'll never do anything? No, but it does mean I'm probably not going to be on the front lines of anything as a woman. And that's just because you're a man. And life's not
so
fair.
no, but listen, Irene, but that's why I'd rather be strategic, so I don't have to lose so many men.
David,
can you please mute him because can you please mute him because black men are not being strategic at all, and they've never been strategic.
When we talk about strategy, here's the thing. It's a double-edged sword to talk about strategy, because when I say to you, if I can give examples of other people who have quickly come out of their oppression by responding with violence, you're going to tell me timelines don't matter. So if I can say that this conversation has been for sure going on for at least 350 years, and I can show black men and black women all the way back to slavery who were having the same conversation about black men's unwillingness to be violent, right? As a collective.
So how do you explain that, Turner? How do you explain who saved us out of
finish
and who tried to thwart Nat Turner's plan? Black men.
Why can't I finish a thought? Because listen, my fellow Leos and the rest of the panel who may never get to speak. My point is that the conversation about strategy and timing has been going on for several hundred years. It's an old, played out conversation. And that's why I wanted to only speak about actual violence, hypothetically, because we can talk about strategy into the dirt, and we have for 350 years, and I can show documented proof of this. So at what
violence is a part of strategy, though, Irene?
At what point do we stop talking about why you guys won't do it? Now, this is coming from a woman. The only people that came
because we know we'll lose, right, Mark? Exactly. They want you to shoot. They want you to just go shoot with your eyes closed.
Irene, why is she feeling free to come up here and disrespect your panel? If she told you to shut your dusty ass up, then you should be shutting up. You shouldn't be popping off, running off your mouth like a hood rat. Shut up. You don't have anything beneficial to say. You're not answering any questions. Y'all are just making black men look dumber and weaker than they already look. Bottom line is, Nat Turner, and it's so funny that he mentions Nat Turner because it was a black man who ratted Nat Turner out. It was a black man.
No, it was a little boy. That was a little boy.
It's still a black male. It's still a black male. So
okay, all right, Cynthia G. Cynthia G. In football is the only strategy of blitz. Are there other plays?
It was a
there are
black
more
male
plays in football than just a blitz. A blitz won't work for every play, Cindy. That's my point.
Black men have been ratting out other black men.
You can't blitz every play.
All throughout history, black men have been helping white supremacy. All throughout history, blac men have been engaging in treason. Black men are not strategic. Black men are not strategic. They've never done anything strategic. And that's because they're comfortable with white supremacy that they helped to establish. This system was created with the help of the Moors, some black men who had already went over and betrayed their own people. So if you actually study actual history, not the delusional history that black men create, you will see a common theme of black men selling each other out. The biggest threat to a black man is another black man. Black men are the enemy within the community. They're just too delusional and annoying to admit to it. And that's why I say they're a lost cause. I don't want to talk to you. Stop addressing me. I'm not going on mute. You're weak and cowardly. You're weak and cowardly. You're weak, David's weak and dusty, and David is too busy cyber slurping a white Jesus' dick. Both of y'all are dusty. Ain't nobody getting off the panel trash box. Right. You need to take your trash bags and you get. You need to take your trash bags and you get off the panel. Trash bag struggle, dusty.
I want to talk about what Vintage AA Movies said. Vintage AA Movies, although I can't seem to get the comment up here for whatever reason, said that the Trojan horse is Greek mythology. Historians, there we go. The Trojan horse is Greek mythology. Historians have disputed actual strategy used in fictional books like the Odyssey. Now listen, this is what I'll say as well, is I did say give me an example in the past 500 years, and even if the Trojan horse was an example, it's not in the past 500 years. I wanted to talk about modern history, but I will agree the Trojan horse is a disputed fact among historians. That's true. And also, I want to say that it's not in the past 500 years. And that just brings me back to when we talk about counterintelligence operations and things like that. These operations are being performed by people who first exacted violence to control over the nations and land that they have. And they're using that as a maintenance measure, not as an acquisition measure, as a maintenance measure. So we cannot say we're going to use a maintenance measure to acquire when they acquired with violence, and they use counterintelligence to maintain an infiltration to maintain their power and to collect intelligence to maintain their power. So we cannot confuse maintenance strategies with battle strategies, right? That is something. And also, even the conversation is a fake conversation because there's no coalition. Well, there might be, but there's no coalition of Black people that's represented by any Black men on this panel of people who are literally engaging in counterintelligence measures for infiltration. This is just an excuse that's been used in our community for several hundred years. And so I think that it's important to say that. I want to give Kay, can you go ahead and speak? Because you've been up here so long and you haven't had a chance to speak.
Well, are we going back to your original question?
Yeah, can we possibly?
I say that we're oppressed equally. I just think the only difference is that Black men are getting slaughtered on the field more by the cops now and by white supremacy, like you said, being on the bottom and everything else. I still don't think they're more oppressed than us, because then they turn around and do the stuff that the white men are doing to us in reverse.
So what evidence do you have that they're not the most oppressed? Because I strongly believe Black men are the most oppressed because their oppression is tantamount to the ability to keep control of society, and that's why it's so imperative that Black men fight, because their oppression is the most significant part of us being the lowest caste on the planet. So how do you support not agreeing with that?
It's because that I just see that the stuff that goes, like them not being in the home. How can I put it? The violence that they do against us. I'm not saying that it's every single day. It's just the disrespect, just the financial abuse. It goes. I think that's enough for proof. And also online, like social media and stuff like that. Just all the things on different levels that they do. That's just my opinion. I'm not going totally against what you're saying. I just say that we either equally oppressed or even more.
Yeah, I think we're more oppressed. I think we're more oppressed because we're oppressed by Black men and other group and white men.
I can't stand David Johnson, the asshole. He said, why is the dominant person backstage? David, you dropped off and I didn't.
He means the idiot. It's like the idiot belongs backstage. He's a dominant loudmouth hood rat, and he's promoting it as if it's something special. You being a hood rat is not a badge of honor. Like, you need to sit in the chat box and try to figure out how to be actually smart. But here's the thing. So we know that Black men don't want to engage in any physical warfare. Okay, cool, you're outnumbered. Why don't you use your intellect and strategy that somebody mentioned before? Why don't you use that? Why don't you fight intellectually and strategically?
Oh, Mark, I guess that would be a question for you.
Yeah,
any of them can answer, actually.
So actually, what I was to that point is that I believe to be effective, we have to be united. And it goes back to what you said.
But if you're using intellect, why don't you use your intellect to figure out how to unite Black men? Why aren't you using intellect and strategy? Unification is under the umbrella of strategy and intellect. So again, why don't you use intellect and strategy to get yourself out of oppression.
I mean, that should be used, and
right. But why aren't you?
That should be
right.
used.
But why aren't you? I know. I'm asking why aren't you? Why aren't you?
Why would you say that we're not? I'm pretty sure we.
Yeah. Okay. So you are. Okay. So give me an example.
So check us out.
Right. Give me an example. No. You're not. No. You're not. No. You're not going to dodge questions.
I am giving you.
Give me an example of black men using strategy and intelligence to overthrow oppression. Just answer the question. No, I'm not. Now I'm not.
Okay,
the bottom line is you're dusty. Yeah, and you weren't going to. You weren't going to anyway because you're headed. You're in a cloud of dust. You're in a cloud of dust. Those 3 trash bags full of dust is clouding your judgment, and you can't answer. Bottom line is no, because you're dusty and weak. You're dusty and weak. You're dusty and weak, and you're mad because you're dusty and weak. And no amount of name calling is going to deflect from the fact. Listen. We got a chat box of 200 people who see how dusty and weak you are. And you sound like you suck white dick too. You sound like you suck white dick too. Irene's husband has nothing to do with this. You're still dusty and weak. No, he doesn't. You need to give an example of black men as a collective. No, he's one black man. He's one black man. You need to give an example of the collective of black men. You need to give an example of the collective of black men.
Shut up. Just be quiet.
Wait. I don't.
It is because they can't answer any questions. It's a prime example because he can't answer any questions. He's too dusty.
Wait a second.
And you're too dusty. You're too dusty.
Please,
Cynthia is way more courageous than you.
I did not hear his answer, Mark.
I said so. My answer is an example of that.
What example of it?
To me, I believe what your example was is being one example, great example. Is
you're going to speak up, Mark. You sound low.
So, can you hear me?
A little better.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I believe one example is Irene's husband. As an example that she has brought him on the panel, his fight, I believe.
But he believes in violence.
Right, but so I believe he's connected with many other black men that is also in the same accord with him on trying to. Okay, so that is an example.
So, Mark, have you listened to
the
conversation with her and her husband on this channel?
He can't answer anything because he's too weak and dumb.
Yes,
because Irene said her home man that she is married to, what she said he does believe in violence. How does that slip your mind?
I mean, I agree with that. If we were to, because I agree with Irene.
Violence is a part of American society.
I believe what she says with her original question is that in the end, it will have to end in violence. It will. It always had to establish, to overtake, to overpower. Power versus power is going to end in violence. How that comes about, how that comes about, and what type of I don't know. She said maintenance strategy versus violence. I believe that you have to have it all to be able to strategically fight a war. You just can't fight a war and just willy-nilly go out and just try to kill somebody or kill your enemy. There has to be you have to be in one accord to be effective. You can fight a war without everyone
but no,
being
you
on
can't,
the same
you
accord.
can't. No. Everybody's not going to be on one accord, though. It's not going to happen.
I just said that. But how effective is it going to be in the end? I'm not
well,
saying
I mean, it's been effective for other people. It's been so. This is what I'll say. Like realistically, I just want to stop at the one accord thing because I think this is really important. Realistically, you don't need to be on one accord with anybody when you're using coercive force. The very point of coercive force is it helps people get their minds on one accord. That's the whole point of it.
So I'm okay.
So
I'm okay with the 60%.
I'm okay. Right. You don't need to be on one accord with anybody because to me, when we start talking about when we start talking about we need to be on one accord, it ends up being something that can never be achieved. So nobody will ever fight because you're going to be always waiting to get on one accord with somebody. And the reality
that's not 100% solution.
We don't need to have a physical fight.
One last thing. And then James, I want you to insert your thoughts too. It's really important to understand this. Most people, like for example, when a government's overthrown something, or when a country is whoa. Is that Irene,
You gotta control the
Wait a
we
second.
try to have
Because who explained that?
You got to put people on mute.
That must be what.
Yeah, you gotta put people on mute,
Who
man.
can I blame
We're
for
trying to
this?
be reasonable here. But there's some
Let
serious.
me. I don't know who is responsible for this. But this
That's
is
what I hear. That's what I hear every time David Johnson and Mark speak. That's all I hear is a boy addiction. I just hear a bunch of whiny, street trash bag carrying struggle dusties who are addicted to boys, complaining that you want them to take some action against the very boys that they're addicted to. The reason why y'all are not going to engage in physical warfare is because you're too busy engaging in sexual warfare by sucking white dick. That's the reason. The bottom line is you're too addicted to boys, and we are allowing it. We are allowing it. The only reason is that you're addicted to boys. Okay, but you still have a boy addiction. You have a boy addiction.
I really want to make this point. I think it's really important. Is that the majority of people, let's say when a nation is infiltrated, invaded, when a war is fought, the majority of people are going to simply fall behind whatever leadership takes power. So this idea that you need this overarching acquiescence is not even something that is how reality works. We know that whoever has power, the average person simply falls behind them, regardless of their skin color, right? And we've seen this play out time and time again historically, and we've never really seen anything other than that play out. So that's why I don't understand. If you guys are trying to come into the studio, it's full, so you guys have to wait for somebody to drop off. That's why I don't necessarily understand those arguments. Do you know what I mean? James,
Irene, you should be able to have 2 more people up here. I think they do 10 now, so you should be able to have 2 more people.
If you pay for this, it's 10 people.
It says that. Well, I have somebody. I have myself backstage because I'm on 2 devices, 2, 4, 6, 8. That's 9.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says somebody's trying to come in, but it says that there's 4 people in here.
Well, Mark is not really contributing anything intellectual to the discussion, so I vote Mark off the boat. Mark should be voted off the island. Of the people on this panel, who wants Mark gone other than me? I know I raised my hand. I certainly do. Who else wants Mark gone? Because he's of the people on this panel, he's the only one who isn't contributing anything intellectually.
Really?
Bye, Mark. Bye, Mark. Get your 3 trash bags and take them with you, please.
What is James going to say first? Because I think Mark has a more conservative view, and I just don't know that we're going to get that. But I don't know. What is James? What do you have to say?
It makes me white black men still
conservative. Your original question of who was dominated first is obvious. The man was dominated. That's like you can't dominate a group of people without dominating the most forceful group within that group of people is the men. So. Yeah, men were dominated first.
But the men aren't the most forceful in the black community, though. They aren't. We are.
I mean, okay.
No, we are. You're not.
Okay, in the sense of physicality, men are more physical. Men are going to attack.
Okay, but that's not what dominates the world, though. What dominates the world is education and economics.
I get what you're saying. I ain't arguing with you. I'm conceding.
No, we're not arguing. I'm just telling you what it is. You don't dominate anything, so you haven't.
Okay, well, I mean, really, in America, nobody dominates a damn thing but white people. So I'm not even trying to dominate nothing. I want to have a family concept. I want to have a group where we ain't doing this. What we doing is panel concept every day. I conceded to the point, and immediately you want to correct me.
I'm just telling you
I'm
that.
not even talking about war.
What you're saying.
I don't necessarily. How can we have a war behind enemy lines? So that's just stupid to even say. Period. Talking about violence when you behind enemy lines is stupid. So first and foremost, men need to get their shit together. Because women.
Who said anything about violence?
Me.
Irene. Panel for a minute. We've been talking about violence for a minute.
They scared to go to fucking war. That's all.
Oh yeah, girl. We already know they scared.
So
that's
why. I think what James is saying is honest.
We're not even talking about war.
But wait, can I ask you, James? If that's the case, and I guess this is my problem. If the answer is we're not trying to go to war, we can't win. This is not, I just want to have like a strong family and da 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 da. If that's the case, then everybody should stop complaining about our subjugation.
We should stop
We've
saying
decided.
we should stop
Stop
saying
complaining
exactly what the same
we've
thing.
decided that we're
It's
going to
comfortable,
be
fellas.
The exact same thing we say to each other, were the same things, meaning put each other down or say it's a man's fault or a woman's fault. It's the same shit that white
Are we
people
putting
or
you
every other
down, or
group
are
say
we
about
telling
us.
you the truth? Are we putting you down,
It's
or
Well,
are
it's
we
all
telling
of
you the
our
truth?
it's
It could
all of
be
our fault.
telling,
It's
okay,
all of
telling
our
the
faults
truth.
that
Right.
will only be
Exactly, it's
Right.
liberated.
So
all
that's
our
not
fault.
putting you down.
Okay, well, not put, okay, call it what you want. I don't want to play semantics.
Like,
I'm
why do y'all
talking
have to be
about
so
the
sensitive? It's not
truth. I'm not,
Yes.
semantics.
yeah,
Putting
I ain't
somebody
even, I'm not
down is
here.
one thing, telling the truth
Okay,
is
putting
another.
somebody
This is
down.
not
But
semantics.
Okay,
at
so
least
I'll ask a
James,
question.
go ahead
Do
and
y'all
finish,
not
James.
agree that you don't, so nobody on this panel agrees that overall the system of oppression is oppressing both of us, men, women, and children?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and black
Yeah.
men are
We all
oppressing
agree to
black
that,
women.
right?
Right. And
And I
the
agree.
difference
I
is
agree.
black men are
And
oppressing black women. Black women are not oppressing black men.
But my
So,
Okay,
thing
okay,
is,
so
when
Cynthia,
are
you're
you guys
right.
going to
You're
stop
right,
Wait,
saying
Cynthia.
but
our
he
I
opinion?
has to
agree.
be able to finish his thought. So finish your thought,
Y'all
please.
been
No,
pontificating for
go
the past
ahead,
45
please.
minutes.
Go ahead, James.
So
Go
I'm
ahead.
just giving my position. I'm not here to argue with no man and no woman. I ain't arguing.
Shut your mic up.
That's not for me. But like I said, really, all of us are smart enough to see what the overall problem is within our community itself. But we'll address that sometimes, but majority of the time we'll address what we do to each other more than addressing the exact fucking problem that all of us are having. It seems like you can make money on talking about what men hate women and women hate men. You can make money on that shit.
True.
But sitting here talking about what the problem is.
Oh, you mean like
Okay,
how
wait,
Kitten
wait,
Samuels?
what is
You
the
mean by
problem?
what Kitten Samuels is doing and how black
Can I
men
ask?
support Kitten Samuels for doing it,
Can
and
I?
none of y'all go over there and check him and tell him to stop? Y'all sit up in the chat box
Can I
and
ask
TT
James?
Cat and pay him.
James, what is the problem? James, wait, James, I will ask you a question. What is the problem?
Your problem should be
black men are doing
Yeah, I can't argue with you there, James. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
I know.
I can't
What
argue
did
that
he say
one.
the problem was? I couldn't hear him. What did you say the problem was, James?
People keep putting themselves in position to make the rest of us look bad, just like those women that call up here and talk to that, whatever you want to call him. I think Taz and his wife call him kitten heels, which is the funniest shit in the world. Why get up there and talk to this motherfucker and make every other woman look bad that's not up there on there? So that just gives people bullets to say, look, this how dumb they are, or whatever bullshit narrative that somebody want to go with. The fact is, we are not on the same accord, and our kids is going to be the next generation of doing what we doing, period. And I don't see how nobody gets the point of that.
But James, it goes back that
you know what? Can I respond really quickly to what James is saying, because I actually agree with quite a bit of what he's saying. You're definitely right, and I have concerns about the next generation too, because unfortunately black men are so delusional and so self-centered and so egocentric that all they really care about is pretending that they're not the biggest issue in the community. Because one of the biggest point that you made, and I'm glad you came up here and said it, because Mark and his three trash bags and David Johnson and his loud hood rat mouth don't understand that in order for women to even be subjugated or used against men, in order for women to be subjugated, in order to be used against men, you have to dominate the men first. And that's why I asked him, were black women used as a proxy before or after you got dominated?
Mark, what did you say? What did you just say while she was talking? Just like that stuff on her head? Is that what you just said?
No. Let's go back to what she said about me.
No, is that what you
said? Is that what was said? Is that what you said?
Mark, is that what you just said?
Is that what you said? I'm
just
curious,
returning
Mark.
what she
Is that
said.
what you said?
She said
but she wasn't talking. But this is my thing, though. This is my thing. This is my thing. What is her hair have to do with her being a hood? How does hair refer to her being a hood rat?
Hey.
He's addicted to
Hair
boys.
refer to her being a hood rat? You self-hating fucking bitch.
But she wasn't.
How does that refer to her being a hood rat? Her hair.
Wait, but she wasn't
These niggas be
talking
super soft,
to you.
man. These
So
niggas be soft as hell. You sitting there talking about a woman's hair.
Can I
He's addicted to boys.
Mark,
and that's why I said he's addicted to boys. He's a weak.
Yeah, she brought my name up. She brought my name up.
You should be looking at her eyes or lips or something, man.
Did you just take a pot? Did you just take a pot shot at her about her hairstyle, though? Honestly,
he did. He's addicted to boys. It's just I expected from those who have boy addiction.
Is that what you did, though, Mark? Like
she literally disrespected me. She sent my 3 trash bags, whatever.
Right.
Bags,
so
whatever.
So you attacked her physical appearance.
So what is what? Okay. So what's the?
Why are you so soft that matters?
She's been disrespecting me, saying that I was homosexual.
Focus on herself. Well, that's disrespectful because she said
you are homosexual, and that's why you're so focused on me because you're homosexual.
I don't think Mark is homosexual at all.
This is how she.
Yeah, because the only men who are obsessed with hair are homosexual men. I don't know no men who are obsessed with hair except homosexual men. And he's lacking testosterone. And he needs to take his 3 trash bags and go. Struggle that shit. And go feed into your boy addiction. Exactly. And I couldn't care less about you talking about hair. Do you want me to donate the wig to you so you can dress up with your daddy? Is that what you want? Do you want me to let you borrow the wig, you weave queen, because you can't afford one with your boy addiction? Is that what you want?
As a man, Mark, why do you care about her hair? Like, as a man, why do you
as a woman, why does she care about if I'm homosexual or not?
No.
Sitting over calling me homosexual?
Because homosexual men like to compete with women and make comments about their hair. That's why I care.
It was a problem when I said something in response. That's my point. On this panel, she's been disrespectful, and it's been allowed.
No, your 3 trash bags are disrespectful. No, your 3 trash bags are disrespectful, actually.
Wait, in fairness, Mark, you've returned the disrespect as well. So it hasn't been one-sided.
He started with the disrespect. If we were to rewind, you would see he started with the disrespect. I didn't mention his 3 trash bags until he started being disrespectful.
No, I didn't.
Yes, actually you did. But again, a lot of gay men are very catty and they like to compete with women and talk about their hair. And that's why I played addicted to boys, because that sugar booty, busted wide open, bloody bussy energy was always, you got stink bussy energy all over you. And you're mad because I was able to read. You're mad because I was able to read that weak stink bussy energy that you have on you. And that's why you sit up here talking about hair. Exactly.
I want to say
3 trash bags and go.
In fairness, because I do want to
man. How can somebody say you got 3 trash bags and you that upset, bro? You gotta be soft, man. If she said you got 3, you're like she was talking about your mama, your daddy, your grandma, something like that, man. She said you got 3 dusty ass trash bags, and you that fucked up.
Mind you, I got a whole box of trash bags in my pantry, but I ain't over here whining all over the place.
Like, how the hell does that even register in your mind enough to be like, well, you got weave in your hair? That's why she say you niggas is weak. Look at you, do weave. You never.
Because he's gay.
I want to throw this out there
too. You never done. We said at the lunchroom table and down on each other. Some you niggas need to get toughened up some, man. I think somebody put too much lotion or baby powder on some of you niggas' asses as babies, man.
Okay, wait. I don't want to wait. I want to do this. I want to rotate.
They put Victoria's Secret's lotion on him as a baby. That's why he's specifically like that.
I want to rotate some people out. So if you've already been up and I rotate you out, you're not gonna be able to come back in for a while because I want to talk to some new people. I want to say this to Mark before you wait, is he already gone?
Bye, Mark, and take your 3 trash bags with you. I'm just glad that he took his trash bags with him.
On one of my things he's still there, and on my computer I still see him, and then I don't see him here. This is what I want to say. I think it's really important just to Mark. I think Mark, first of all, he's young. And he has some good points, but I think, Mark, where you kind of, where you make a big mistake is that if you start to degrade to ad hominem attacks, no matter what's going on. First of all, we know that women have ruthless mouths. It totally then makes anything else you have to say it like diminishes it. And I don't know, that maybe that's not fair. It just is what it is. I've never heard you up here. This is the first time you've been on my panel and you've kind of gone hard like that. That's the first time I've seen it. And I just feel like so much was lost like in that. But I guess today you were frustrated. So we all have our days. But for the record, I think, Mark is very young. So to me, he's like a baby. So I wouldn't really say much against him, except for he seems to be teetering between understanding what it is and also being influenced by like other arguments, and he hasn't quite sorted that out. But I will say this, I do find it fascinating. I do find it very fascinating that the conversation was, show me that all roads don't lead to revolution, and nobody could do that. But what everybody kept coming up here trying to do was explain why it is they cannot engage in revolution. Not that they don't understand that it doesn't need to go there or it would have to go there, but that they don't want to engage. And then my next question is, if you're not going to engage, then why all the complaining? If we're not going to engage in any revolutionary behavior, and that's clearly established, then why all the complaining? Stop complaining if that's the case. There's nothing to complain about because you have decided you're not about to do anything. Coriander, hey, what's up? What are your thoughts?
I was just sitting here listening. So for the Black man, there was quite a few things that I wanted to touch on, right? And there was quite a few points that I wanted to make. So in regards to the Black man saying that the white man weaponized Black women against them, as a matter of fact, it is white men who are weaponizing Black men to destroy your own communities. And is the white man using the white woman to turn Black men against their own women, the way that you guys are disrespecting your women to the extent that you are on every platform afforded to you to do so? Or did the white man send the white woman to Black men so white women can bring out your true colors?
That's a very good question, and I believe it was to show Black men's true colors.
Exactly, because nobody put a gun to your head and then told Black men that once you have access to white women to disrespect and degrade and demean your women to the extent that you do on every platform afforded to you, to drag Black women's collective image through the mud for literally 10 years, the smear campaign against Black women. That was your choice. And all they had to do was send their women in your direction.
David, I'm sorry. David, don't call me a hyena. Like, don't do that. I've never called you a name. Now you came up here, you yelled at me. Now you're name calling. I haven't called not one person a name on this panel, and I have not yelled at anybody on this panel. I'm way more respectful to my guests than some of you are to me. So it's very backward behavior. Like, you're given every courtesy.
It's funny because I thought David was somewhere testing out Mark's little bussy, not sitting in a comment section talking about hyenas.
That's such a nasty.
It really
I want to invite some other
men really
up here because my question, the thing that I was asking was essentially, and some of you guys were not here from the beginning of the conversation, right? I said the accountability goes both ways. I think for Black women to act like they're untouched by the manipulation would be untrue. But I think it doesn't matter because Black men are the most oppressed in the Black community because their oppression is what is necessary to keep our people at the bottom of the global totem pole. And so then if you have women that are outraged because Black men don't feel as strongly about engaging in the type of behavior that's necessary for us to extricate ourselves from the situation, but make a target in a conversation what Black women are doing. And I gave this analogy earlier in the discussion. Here's the thing. If a Black woman, right, is a judge, right? There's a Black female judge and she's convicting every Black man. She's giving him the maximum amount of time every time he comes to her courtroom. Is your beef with the Black judge over and above your beef with the court system. And then at that point, isn't the easiest way to solve the problem to go to the top of the hierarchy and deal with that person, and then you can control all the people underneath him? Or do you simply pick fights with the people at the bottom of the totem pole? Even if I gave every single point, my point is that the thing that we don't really want to discuss is the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room is that there's a fight nobody really wants to fight. And it's so much easier for us to infight with each other than it is for us to face the bigger person. And the men were honest when they came up here. Why don't they want to face the harder enemy? They don't want to face the bigger person because they don't think they'll win.
So I have a question, Irene.
Yeah.
So you think Black men are the most oppressed in the community?
Absolutely. And the reason I think they're the most oppressed is even historically, when we look at when the European who has the majority of power, especially in the Western world, when we look at when their men, because it's always their men, come into an area, the first thing they do is they subjugate the Black men. They typically separate the women and children, and then the older boys and the men, they try to get control over them because that's going to be the physical force that's going to fight back. So it's imperative that they receive the most brutality, because if you can brutalize and emasculate the men, then you can control the whole community. And so, yeah, I think they get the worst end of the stick, but I think that's all the more reason that they should not have to have us say that they should be pushing back hard against the people who are exacting dominance over them. Black women are not exacting dominance over Black men.
Historically, that's inaccurate.
Can I say this? I think that Black women are the most oppressed because, for one, we are a double minority. We are women and we are Black. And Black men are our biggest oppressors in our community. So the most oppressed in the community is actually Black women and children, because Black men have more of a voice in the community because they are men. And because they are men, there is a sense of privilege that is there, whether you want to recognize it or not. Maybe you're just looking at it because the white man
Black
is
men
coming
do have
at them.
privilege. I said that early in the conversation. They do have privilege because
so they have privilege. So that would mean that the one that's lesser than them, which is a Black woman, and she's also a woman. So she's Black and she's a woman, like I just said. So that's like a double minority. So how is the Black man the most oppressed again? Just because the white man?
No, I'll explain it because I actually broke this down earlier in the discussion. I said there are Black men who say they don't benefit from patriarchal privilege, and I said that that is a lie. Black men absolutely benefit from patriarchal privilege. However, it's because they benefit from patriarchal privilege, because privilege is a two-edged sword, that they are the immediate targets because of the fact that the men do run the community. The men do determine the status of their community. It's because of that that they're also going to be the first people attacked. Now, with that said, that is not to diminish what happens to Black women, because another point that I made is the atrocities that are enacted against women are unique to them being women. And so there really is not a compare and contrast with regard to atrocities, even when they look the same. So, for example, if a man gets raped and a woman gets raped, it's very different, right? It's a very different thing, even though the act itself might be the same. So I think that both things can be true. And I started this conversation off talking about a Tommy Curry lecture that I was at yesterday. And I was saying that was my gripe, is that Black men can suffer from patriarchal privilege and ultimately be the most oppressed. And that when their voices are kind of heard in the community, it's because they're being heard out of weakness. So it almost makes it not matter. When Black men are given privilege in the Black community, it's because of their weakness. So they have been brutalized, or maybe they're gay, or maybe they're transgender, or maybe they're suffering in some way. So it ends up being a coddling privilege, not from a place of power, which is really, to me, the same as not having privilege. Probably the worst insult, whether men realize it or not, to a man.
Well, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Why do you feel so much passion and desire about the plight of a man that oppresses you, though? That's what I don't understand about women.
Can I ask how do they oppress us?
I hear what you're saying, and you're sounding just like every other Black woman I hear.
I'm just asking, how do they oppress us?
Right. But
I
I'm
can
saying
answer
I
that.
hear what you're saying because I've heard it all before. I already know where you're going with the
No, I'm
conversation.
asking
And it's
you.
just like,
I'm not debating with you. I'm genuinely
no,
asking
I'm
how
not debating
do
with
they
you
oppress
either. I'm
us?
just saying I understand what you're saying. And
So
I've
I don't
heard it all
understand what you're
before.
saying. Will you tell me
What I'm
how
saying
they
is
oppress
this.
us?
What I'm saying is this is that you are advocating from a position of a gender that is not yours. And this is the issue that I have with Black women because they are so caught up in what oppresses the Black man that they don't even realize that they're living in fucking misery. Like you're oppressed. You're oppressed because the man that is supposed to protect you don't got enough balls to stand up for himself. So you're oppressed and your
Yeah,
children
that's
are
what
oppressed. But
but
the
we
only
agree on
place
that.
you can speak from is what's going on with him.
No,
I
I
don't care
agree
to
with
speak from
you.
their space because they need to start as much as we continue to keep pointing out why Black men are oppressed, the more that they will stay in their little safe holes and continue to be the bitching, bussy popping niggas that they are. Okay, they don't stand up for themselves because they have way too many Black women advocating for their plights, and that is what annoys me. That annoys me
Okay,
to
but
no
Angela,
end
but I
because
agree
we
with
are
that.
oppressed. Is anybody going to speak
But I
on how
don't disagree
miserable
with
Black
that.
women and children are by the hands of Black men? So yes, they are our oppressors. So
Okay,
while
but
y'all
wait,
in the comment section saying that Black men can't oppress you, take a look around you and see who
Angela,
oppresses you the most. It's not
Angela,
white men. It's Black
Angela,
men.
Angela.
It's
First
Black
of all,
men oppressing Black women and children. Am I right or am I wrong?
No, can
I
nobody hear
agree
me?
with Black women sphere.
Can you guys hear me talking or not?
No, I'm just saying. Go
Okay,
ahead.
no, because first of all, I agree. I mean, without all the extracurricular stuff, right? I agree. And that was my premise. My premise is that that's why Black women are outraged because Black men won't do anything. And your oppression is causing our oppression. So I agree with that. But I was asking another question that I really would like you and Coriander said she had an answer to this too, is how do Black men oppress Black women? I'm not debating if it's true or not. I'm simply asking how, like some specific examples of how that's occurring.
Okay, so are you living under a rock is what I would like to know because you're on YouTube.
No,
You don't see all the rhetoric
to
against
answer
Black
the
women?
question. It's a genuine question. I just want you
Yeah,
to
and that's what I'm telling you. Like you don't come on, Irene. You one of the
No, I'm
smartest women I
serious.
know. You don't
Why
see
won't
it?
just answer the question though?
I'm answering. I'm asking
No,
you.
you're
You
asking me if
don't
I'm living
see
under
it.
a rock. That's not an answer though.
Okay, but it's all around you.
No, but I
It's
want
all
examples.
around you.
I know, then just give me some examples.
Okay, I'm going to go in depth with the historical example.
Yeah, please. Thank you, Coriander.
Okay. So I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but Black men not only bought Black female slaves, but sold them back into slavery, and they would dangle freedom over the heads of these Black female slaves, literally trying to exert, what's the word I'm looking for? Exert power over the women inside of the relationships that they were with, and then threatening them to sell them back into slavery if she did not submit to the Black man. So
Where
it's
do you
basically
see?
let me
Wait,
beat and
Coriander,
rape
just
these
I
women.
have a small example
one
too,
example
because
at a time. Can you give a real example of
can
that?
I
Because
can I give a real example really quickly? Because I'm bouncing in between recording content. But one example is when the Moors had control over Spain and other parts of Europe, and you can even look up now historical images of Black men literally putting Black women into servitude to women of no color, the ones that they were slumming with. Now, again, they can sit up here and they can disagree with it, but at the end of the day, you can look up historical images, and you'll like, even when they say the Moors taught the Europeans to bathe, what was really happening is that the Moors were forcing Black women into servitude, and it was Black women in those images washing the feet of and bathing women of no color. And that is because when Black men got in rulership and power, that is what they were doing. In addition to that, if you go back to the whitewashing of Egypt, it was Black men who were actually arranging unions between the white Asians and the Black women, helping them to establish power. And a lot of that translated into some servitude too. And it's much like what they're doing in Africa right now as we speak with the white Asians who are going over there, creating children with the Black women so that they can get power over the land, and then leaving those Black women single mothers. And there is Black male rulership over there, but they're doing nothing about it.
So
And
Irene,
my example
so
was
Irene,
to
you
point
asked
out,
how you wanted some
guys,
examples, and everybody that spoke
I wasn't
gave some
James,
history, gave a history lesson to
I
us on
wasn't finished with my
how we
example.
got
James,
here,
can
but
Coriander
nobody wants to
finish
talk
what
about
her?
how we get
Wait,
out of
wait a
here.
second.
How do we get out of
Am I
here?
going to
Okay.
get?
I think
Can people really hear me, or am I tripping? Like y'all
I
can
can
answer
hear
me.
They can hear you,
I
Irene, but
can hear you.
but
I don't like arguing. I just
Because I
like
know that my mic kind of goes in and out, so I just want to be sure, like when
no,
I'm
you're
talking, like
clear,
people actually
Irene.
hear me speaking.
You're clear.
Okay,
we can
so
hear you.
Can Coriander finish her point? Because
Yeah.
and I want you to give historical examples. So I want to say I do want to provide. I was a little curious, like what you can provide, like along the lines when you talk about slavery, because I know in my research, because I was very disturbed, like when I was first challenged with, Black people owning slaves, that most Black people that own slaves, they bought their own families. And so they weren't really slaveholders, but I want you to start like historically, and
well,
if
there's
you
a
could bring
darker
it to
aspect
modern.
of that history.
If you could bring it to modern day as like today in 2021 as well, please.
No, because my point was that even under the system of oppression, which was slavery, Black men still oppressed their own women. Okay.
Right.
And now there's a Black female YouTuber, and I can send you her stuff. And she literally is just a huge history nerd. And she talks on the darker aspects of Black history that we don't want to touch on because it's too sensitive for us. So anyways, I'm just going to go ahead and get to the point.
I would appreciate you sharing that with me, actually.
Yes. So I'm going to share it with you. I'm going to share her stuff with you, and I'm also going to share with her a disturbing video about Mr. Tippy Tip. But anyways, what Black men did was they would buy Black women out of slavery with the promise of them being wise, but they would put them on a probation period. And through this probation period, they would literally rape these women and abuse these women. And if these women stood up for themselves, or they weren't submissive by standing up for themselves against the abuse of Black men, they would literally say, okay, well, I can just sell you back into slavery. And if you don't pass my probation period, which means put up with my abuse, then you won't get married. And there was a white historian who said it was odd how these Black men bought these Black female slaves, but hesitated to grant them freedom because the Black man was responsible for granting the freedom of these women. But that's only if the women submitted to them by putting up with their abuse. Otherwise, they sold them back to the white man.
And I will definitely I would love to research that. I've never heard anything like that before. And I know there are a lot of I definitely have, and I've talked about them on this channel, both Black slaves and Black male and female slaves that have talked about, frustration with like diminished manhood in Black men. I went to a whole slave narrative where a Black man talked about his own diminished manhood. But in all of the historical research I've done, I've never heard that before. So I would be very interested to get some resources surrounding that because I've never heard that. And I guess my next question would be,
and drop it in
modern day history, how are Black women being oppressed by Black men?
I really think that Black women have a hard time grasping the fact that Black men don't necessarily want liberation. They just want a seat at the white table. And so a seat at the white table is exactly what they have been given. Through having access to white women and also better promotion in media in comparison to the absolute smear campaign that's being run against Black women that Black men themselves have aided in running against Black women.
So you're saying like the hyper negative rhetoric surrounding Black men's opinion of Black women is a form
they single-handedly set out to ruin our image day in and day out. Black men hate Black women. Okay, I don't know if it's going to take them to start chopping your heads off and castrating you in order for you to understand that the Black male collective is not for you. They do not advocate for you. They do not care about your children. I don't know what it's going to take for Black women to see that, but I mean, that's why I said it's all around you. You sit on YouTube all the time, Irene. You see these men, the majority of Black men on YouTube are very oppressive to Black women. I mean, we see it with it's almost like, you want to
definitely want to, when you talk about that, I can see the correlation that you guys are making. And I'm going to say why I've never made this correlation between anti-Black female rhetoric being spewed from Black men being a source of the overarching oppression of Black women. I can definitely see that correlation being made. For me, when I see Black men bashing Black women, to me, it just it diminishes our whole community. It shows their weakness because nobody's going to respect people who don't respect their own, who don't respect their mothers and their sisters, the people that literally gave them life. Everybody's looking at that and thinking a job well done on the Black community because the men, and this goes back to
when our men function in what appears or is perceived as power, it's always a degradation of manhood, that functionality.
No,
and that
actually, what has happened is Black women have become a laughing stock, because of Black men.
You don't think they make themselves a laughing stock through that behavior?
I mean, but we understand what you're saying, but what we are saying, we're talking about us, okay? I don't care about them. What I'm telling you is what they've done to Black women and what they continue to do to Black women, because the majority of Black women, of Black men, do not like Black women. Yes, they'll date you. Yes, they'll fuck you. But do they like you? Do they respect you? Will they take up for you? Will they advocate for you when you're murdered? No, they will not. All they want you to do is sit in front of them like they're bulletproof vests and stick up for them day in and day out. And we see that all the time. They are always complaining about what Black women are doing. Always.
In regards to what Black women said, there's a literal example of that.
Oh yeah, I want you to give an example, but if you both could also answer this question then. When we talk about, and then I want to bring Jarrell and James in because I want to get their opinions and Chaos as well. So I want you to make the point you're going to make, Coriander, or an example, and then I also would appreciate if you and Women's Fair answered this question. When we talk about muling for Black men, one of my assertions very early in this conversation was that Black women don't promote muling for Black men in any case other than when their manhood is diminished. So we'll mule for gay Black men, we'll mule for transgender Black men, we'll mule for feminine Black men, but then we will bash muling for, and I hate the term muling, but like sticking up for heterosexual Black men. So are the only Black men that are
I'm not familiar with that.
You want to know why?
Wait. For sure, one of the biggest, and you guys know I love For Harriet's channel, Kimberly over there, even though I don't disagree on her with many things, but she has a channel that's geared toward Black women. And she just put out a post the other day attacking Black women's femininity and womanhood if they would not cape for transgender and gay Black men.
Are you serious?
This is a real
Who
thing.
Post that shit?
So I want to just say, like, that's a real thing that occurs in the Black community. So I don't want to pretend like that doesn't happen. And that's one of the.
But at the same time, a lot of Black men are very homophobic because they're gay. A lot of them are struggling with their sexuality. So we know that as well. That's why he just made that outburst.
Men and gayness, but
that's why he just made that outburst, because it probably affected his pussy. That's why he just made that outburst.
So hard not to forget,
hands up, we do not support homosexuality here.
It's not about supporting it. It's just about not giving a fuck about what other people do and realizing that adults have their own choices. Just like you have your own choices to lie about your sexuality.
Can I give
just like you have your own choices to lie about yours, Chaos.
But
just like you have your own choice to lie about your
Wait, but I really do want to make this point.
My question isn't about the right or wrong of homosexuality or transgenderism. My question is it contradictory to say that protection of heterosexual Black men is problematic, but protection of homosexual or transgender Black men is okay?
Can I answer? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to lose my train of thought. Okay. So in regards to what Black Women's Spirit said about, I'm already losing it. What was it? Using Black women as shields. There was a literal example of that posted on Paris Milan's channel, where these Black men in the Black Lives Matter protest literally placed the women in the front of the line of the men, right? So that just in case things pop off, the women can get shot first. And the Black men who were marching literally said, no one passed the women. They were literally using Black women as human shields. And that video was so disgusting. And that was the literal example of, what Black Women's Spirit was saying. And in regards to what you were saying, no, Black women definitely mammy for heterosexual Black men. Black Lives Matter is one big mammy support group for Black men. And here's my thing about Black Lives Matter. Why is it that we Black women have started an entire global organization to fight for the plight and interest of a group of men who hop online and argue that we are not deserving of the same protection that we give to them? And why are Black women so adamant about protecting a group of men who do not reciprocate?
Right. No, first of all, I'm not a supporter of Black Lives Matter, and I think they push a homosexual agenda more than they really care about Black men at all. But I do still want you guys to answer my question. Is it not contradictory to say that we should not advocate or cape for heterosexual Black men, but in the same breath be willing to advocate for gay and transgender Black men.
We do advocate for heterosexual Black men. We created an entire global organization to advocate for them.
I'm saying when people make the argument, that's why I was giving Kimberly from Fort Harriet as an example. There are Black women who do, and this is not a small sector, especially with the younger generations, who do not agree with advocating for heterosexual Black men, but are very on board and will even challenge other women who don't want to advocate for homosexual or transgender Black men.
I feel like we're moving
advocation for Black men, advocation for Black men, period, or is it only okay if they're gay and transgender?
Okay, I feel like we're moving the goalposts because we're speaking about a group of women who are literally
I'm not trying to move the goalposts. I'm asking a question because I brought it up earlier in this conversation. So I'm just curious about what you guys think about that.
I'd like to explain why.
Your mic needs to be fixed. We can't hear you. Yeah, fix your mic.
Coriander, I don't know if you have to mute and then unmute. You sound like you're underwater. Say something.
Can you guys hear me now?
No,
it's still acting up.
If you're on a phone, sometimes when I get a phone call, it messes up my audio. You might have to click out and click back in if the mute and unmute didn't work. If you got a call or a text, sometimes that can like mess it up.
Can you guys hear me now?
Say something.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but you don't sound nearly as clear as you did before.
How about now?
You got to jump out of StreamYard and jump back in. Just if you're using Android,
go out and come back in, Coriander, so we can hear you clearly.
Okay.
Please, thank you. But yeah, I want to ask, and again, I'm not saying that any of the Black women on the panel hold that opinion. You may or may not, but that is something that I did bring up early in this stream. As I said, there's only a particular type of Black man, whether you think or agree or disagree that we should advocate for Black men, put that aside. But is it okay to advocate for gays and transgenders, but not?
No, I don't think that women should advocate for men, period. I don't care what their race is. And I don't like to go around disrespecting other adults' lifestyle choice either. So I don't feel like Black women or white women or whatever the race or culture of women is should advocate for men. Men should be out here protecting and advocating for women. Unfortunately, in our community, it's the other way around. This is why I don't even consider Black men to be a part of the community, because all they do is ruin it. They don't bring any substance to the community. They're not doing anything to build it up. All they're doing is sitting online talking about hair weave and women who did not date them in middle school and in high school. And for that, I have no respect for that. So I don't, the advocation as far as like you saying, should we advocate? I feel like that was moving the goalpost, because I don't understand, even if it came at the beginning of your conversation, I'm not understanding what transgender and gays have to do with the conversation.
Men. Right. So I was because the reason I brought it up is because you were talking about like just caping and muling for Black men. And so, so I was saying that I've heard that said, like I've heard the same argument, I'm saying that's the argument you're making, but then at the same time, and this is fresh on my mind because I'm subscribed to Harriet and she made that post, and I've seen some other Black women who are Black feminists specifically making that that point, which is that absolutely under no circumstance do you protect or advocate for heterosexual Black men, but these same Black women will literally attack other Black women on behalf of Black men, as long as they are gay or transgender. So I'm not even speaking about preference about the lifestyle. I'm just saying, isn't it contradictory to not say no advocation for Black men across the board versus no advocation just for heterosexual Black men, but all these other Black men we need to advocate for? So that's why I was bringing it up, because at the end of the day, a Black man is a Black man, are they not? So
okay,
I don't think women should advocate. I don't think women should advocate for men at all.
Yeah, I agree.
No
with
race
that.
of women.
I agree with that.
Can you guys hear me better?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
Okay. I have one question, then I'm going to go back into finishing what I was saying earlier before I lose my train of thought. You guys know. So, are heterosexual Black men and trans women who used to be Black men oppressing Black women in the community, or are they also being oppressed by heterosexual Black men? And then I say we're moving the goalposts because we are literally talking about a minority of Black women, and the majority of Black women do support Black men and do mammy for Black men. Otherwise, we would not have an entire global organization started by Black women to fight for the plight of these men. That suggests that the group of women who do support Black men and who mammy for Black men are in the majority. Okay. And
yeah.
they advocate the strongest for heterosexual.
Say what? Say what? Did somebody say the Black men who support Black women are in the majority?
No. I said the Black women who support Black men are in the majority. Otherwise, we wouldn't have an entire global organization, to fight for their plight and protect them. By the way, a group of men who argue that the group of women who started that global organization to fight for their plight and protect their interests are not deserving of the same.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was about to say Black men definitely don't support Black women. And an example of that, and I'll just say it briefly, is did you guys hear about Goldman Sachs doing that $10 billion donation to Black women?
No, I haven't heard about that.
I haven't heard about that. Where's my money?
So Goldman Sachs said they're putting $10 billion over 10 years into Black women, investing it into Black women. And Black men's response is anything but supportive. It is anything but supportive. Like that's the content. That's the content that I was just doing right now, actually. And so Black men don't support anything that happens. Black men will prefer to see Black women destitute, starving, in a Dust Bowl situation, just like they said. They're not supportive of Black women.
That's why a lot of them voted for Trump, because they saw that Trump was either going to take away benefits for women who are on government assistance, but then it was also going to negatively affect the working Black women as well. And they were all on board with that. Whenever there's positive news about Black women, and this is what I liken the collective relationship between Black women and Black men to be that of a narcissist and his narcissistic victim. Because as you see with narcissism on a person-to-person basis, whenever the narcissistic victim achieves anything, they immediately try to tear you down. And that has been the case with anything positive related to Black women. They immediately try to attack us and tear us down. When that study was released that Black women were the most educated demographic, I saw Black men angry and in their feelings about that, saying, oh yeah, you ladies may be the most educated demographic, but you lead in HIV.
Wait, Coriander, I just want to apologize to Phantom Beat. I didn't mean to time you out. I'm sorry. That was an accident. That was not on purpose. You didn't do anything wrong, so I'm sorry. Go ahead, Coriander.
Yeah, I'm saying, but Cynthia G pointing out that Black men are responding to this negatively, it's typical with them, especially like when Kamala Harris was giving praise to Black women, saying that they basically led the election, for the Black community. Black men were angry about that too, along with jealous non-Black women, right? That is any kind of praise or adoration that comes
when Harriet Tubman was supposed to be put on the money.
Yep. And when Black Girl Magic came out as a hashtag, they were even jealous of the hashtag of Black Girl Magic.
So I will agree. So, I want to go before you move too far forward, Coriander. I want to say this. I want to say that I agree with you. I think it's an important point. And I made this point literally last night having this discussion, because y'all, I'm bringing you guys a discussion that we were having like in my private circle. I agree with you. The majority of Black women are heavily supportive of Black men. I definitely agree with that. But I do think that it's and I want to stress, I wasn't trying to move the goalpost. I just was genuinely asking for your opinion on that, because I was curious, like what other women's opinion, like if there was consistency in that opinion. The Black women who do not are in the minority. And when we talk about the gay and transgender community being the most heavily oppressed, I would argue that gay and transgenders of every demographic are considered to be the most oppressed. And so they receive the most protection, even over women. Right. And so we're actually seeing a world where men are starting to receive the height of protection, even over women, even in women's spaces. And so I was just curious, when I was bringing that, I wasn't trying to move the goalpost. I was just genuinely asking, like,
that's understandable.
So is that, where's the consistency in, if we don't put men above our own protection as women, then why is it if they act in certain ways, then all of a sudden we turn on each other as women for their protection. Is it not the same kind of beast? So I just want to be clear. I wasn't moving the goalpost, but I do think you brought up a good point about the numbers game, those people being in the minority, with the majority of Black women being willing to support Black men. And I think Black men who deny that the majority of women support them, that's just not true. When we see these protests, most of the Black people represented are women. And I think women have that heart toward Black men because literally there's not a Black man in existence that didn't pass through the womb of a Black woman. So it's hard to give birth to something and raise that person and not care about the plight of that person, right? It's hard to have a little Black boy and not be concerned or want to advocate for their protection when they become adults. And I think Black women have the ability to understand that damage that's caused to one is damage that can affect all of us. And so even if we don't necessarily support a particular Black man, a lot of Black women will support the idea of protecting Black men simply on the strength that there are Black men they care about, that they know will fall under that landslide as well if they don't advocate for them.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Okay, so and I just want to let y'all know, like, I have ADHD, so I will lose my train of thought in an instant, really fast. That's why I have to get it out.
That's okay.
So in regards to what you said, right? About it's hard for us not to want to protect Black men or fight for their plight because we basically see our cousins, our brothers, our sons in them. They do not think the same way. And the reason why I believe, like I said, when a lot of Black women are out here marching, they're marching because that could be my son one day. But a lot of Black men a lot of them who have children aren't in the household in the first place. So they're not looking at you like that could be my daughter, because for a lot of them, they aren't even raising their own daughters.
Black men don't even look at Black boys and say, that could be my son. I need to get up and do something because I know those Black boys are going to grow up to be Black men who are going to be subjugated to the same treatment as I am. I need to do something about this. They don't even think about that. They literally, they only care about getting white approval, getting a white woman, hating on Black women, and proving that they're somehow the prize and that they're respected by all groups of women, especially overseas when they're really not.
I kind of disagree just a little bit, Cynthia, because I do think they look at Black boys and they may not say that may be my son one day, but they will look at them and say that could be me, because they do see themselves reflected in those Black boys. But there's a stronger disregard for Black women and Black girls.
Yeah, I just disagree with that, because Black men are leaving Black boys unprotected. They don't protect Black boys. So I don't see how they could value them or see themselves in them, but leave them unprotected and do nothing to stop anything from happening to Black boys. Because really, the same thing happens to Black boys that happened to Black men. And we know that because we know Trayvon Martin. We know Tamir Rice. Those were Black boys. Black men didn't stand up and do anything at all. In fact, when you ask them, well, what are they going to do to protect Black boys, they'll make the same excuses and say, oh, she wanted to be killed. They don't value them at all. They don't value them.
I see Black men kind of riding on the coattails of the Black Lives Matter movement, which was created by Black women.
Wait, one second. No, it's okay. I just want to say, because the three Black men, there are four at this point, Black men that are on this panel have the patience of saints. we have dominated the conversation as we can do, especially when we have a lot of thoughts on this. I'm curious to start with Jarrell, and then O'Shea, and then James and Chaos, just kind of in the order backwards from which they appeared, on your thoughts about this. Jarrell, what are your thoughts about all of this?
I mean, simply put, Black men want to compete with Black women. For some reason in their head, if they become Black women, they will somehow get the same type of adoration that Black women get. But in lieu of that, they have to understand that they have to protect Black women so that they'll be seen as something more important. I actually don't know where I was. Oh, fuck, I fucked up. The point being is that Black men need to understand that they need Black women, period, point blank. Going to another group of women will not help them. And actually going to war, unfortunately, it's just the end all be all, because at the end of the day, white people will do whatever it takes to maintain their power. So violence is always on the table, even if it is the last thing. So it's understandable that you don't want to fight, but also shouldn't you want to fight because aren't you tired of the oppression too?
No, they want a seat at the table. They don't want to be liberated. They want a seat at the table.
Of course. And all they want to do is complain endlessly like they're females. But it's
listen, I want to talk about how boosted you guys have white women to right?
Yes,
just how disrespectful you are.
They want to be like white men. As a matter of fact, I got an example. The people that I work for, their oldest son married a white woman with 2 kids and then had a biracial child. I heard a conversation that the mother had with the daughter. She just mentioned it offhand, talking about how the son thinks he's better than white men. But white men don't see him as better than them. They still see him as stupid. And I'm just like, so he was looking for how do I put this? He was looking for footing with white men when white men don't only give footing to other white men, not pseudo white men.
He inherited that mentality from his black daddy because black men, through their biracial children and their white wives, tried to live vicariously through them because secretly they want to be white men, and they see.
I don't even think it's secretly. I think they openly want to be white men.
Well,
and the father is a conformist himself. Even in his old age now, he's like, no, I'm not really a conformist. Because I remember saying, if you conform, and he just went off on me for about 20 minutes talking about how he's not a conformist, how he doesn't conform. And I'm just looking at him like, you quite clearly are a conformist. But I'm gonna let him have it. So people like that raise children who end up failing in being white men because why would you want to be that anyways to begin with? And
because to the black man, white men represent power.
So I want to say something that's a little controversial just based on this comment that was made as I was talking, which is black women need to stop marching for black men already. It's 2021. No black women should be supporting black men by now. So first of all, I'm not for marching. I'm not for marching. I'm not a fan of marching, so I can agree with that. However, I think that the most detrimental thing that could ever occur in this community is for either black men or black women en masse to turn fully against each other. Because honestly, whether we want to admit it or not, our preservation is dependent upon a level, at the very least, of coexistence and reproduction. So when we start having conversations about completely separating from black men or black women, what we're really having conversations about is self-annihilation.
Black men are doing, that, Irene.
No, listen, Irene, they've already done that. So
yeah, black men want to self-annihilate.
Black women are trying to hold on to the black community by a thread.
Right, black men want to self-annihilate. I've literally have you guys heard black men sitting up having conversations talking about the best way to get out of oppression is to breed their children into whiteness? Like, so they're already they're going for that already. They're not trying to preserve themselves.
I tagged Cynthia, I tagged you in a video where these men were talking about genetically re-engineering the black woman. I was like, you can't genetically
I can't watch those stuff like that.
Suda Africana Miami.
Re-engineering yourself.
Yeah, she did send me that video.
And even two of me in here. Hold on.
Even aside from that, I've heard black men having discussions about that. I've heard them saying that the way they're going to, there was a dude who put a post on social media with a biracial, and it wasn't even a biracial child that looked more black. It was a biracial child that looked more white. And they were saying, this is how you beat oppression. So they want to slum their way out of oppression. They're not, black men don't value blackness enough to preserve it.
Can you tell me something? Is this the right avatar? Oh yeah, I think I have the right avatar.
There's a lot of echoes.
Wait, I have an echo? Oh, wait, I think that's Jarrell. Jarrell, can you mute? Because somehow you have an echo behind you. And then I want to go to O'Shea Lynette. So Suda Africana, is it Suda Africana Mammy?
Mommy, Suda Africana Mommy said, nah, girl, bye. They have already left Black women. Are you serious right now? Well, we're still making Black children, right? So everybody hasn't left. I'm saying I am serious that at the end of the day, if Black women, and I am serious, I just want to repeat this because it's just reality.
And everyone hasn't left because we're making Black children. A man doesn't have to love or expect you to plant his seed in you.
Let me finish my point. And I don't want to underrate creating. I don't want to underrate procreation because it is important, right? If you want to keep existing. But I want to say this, I am serious because if all Black women get together and say, screw Black men, we're done with y'all. And if all Black men get together and say, screw Black women, we're done with y'all. You guys recognize that's the end of Black people.
Well, the majority. Okay, why is that our responsibility though? Because Black men don't care as much as Black women about preserving this community or this race.
No, I didn't say. Black
women are trying to.
I didn't put the onus on Black women. That's why I said if Black men do it and if Black women do it. If Black men say screw all Black women and Black women say screw all Black men, what you're really saying is we're no longer going to exist.
Okay, listen, we're holding on out of fear, and Black women are the only ones trying to.
I'm going to let you get your thought out, Briander, but I just want to finish this. A lot of times when we have conversations where we're saying screw the whole of the opposite sex, the reality is that's not realistic unless you're trying to be one of the last 3 generations of Black people. So we're either going to call each other out on our BS and get it together, or we're going to say screw each other, period. And we're just not going to be here in 3 generations. Like it's not that. And that's just the reality of the situation. So we have to decide which way we're going. Are we going to call people out and make this thing right with people who have right minds? Or are we going to say screw each other in totality with the understanding that a true screw you, like really living that screw you life, means that in 3 generations, there won't be a Black man or a Black woman to have a conversation about screwing over anymore. So I think that's just a reality. That's like an indisputable reality. And we have to face that and decide what's the conversation we're really wanting to have? Is the conversation we're wanting to have about honesty and those of us who are functional will flex with each other, and those who are dysfunctional can go self-annihilate? Or are we having a conversation about complete separation of the sexes of Black people? Because the latter is going to annihilate you. There will be no room for Black female or Black male advocacy if Black men and Black women don't exist. So we have to be clear about that.
Can I use this analogy with you, please? Okay.
Yes, please.
Because your mentality is literally identical to a woman inside of a highly toxic, abusive relationship, and she's the only one fighting for it. Because Black men have already jumped ship. They've already said screw you en masse. And so much so to the point where you have boys in Gen X, because I communicate with a lot of girls, not Gen X, Gen Z. I communicate with a lot of Gen Z girls who outright say, oh, the majority of Black teenage boys in their schools don't even date Black girls. Or they're on TikTok talking about how they don't date Black girls or they don't value Black girls because they learned that from the previous generation of Black men. The 80s.
Coriander, my best friend was actually just telling me that exactly about her daughter. She was just saying that, especially with TikTok, that exact same thing is what she was saying.
And
she's
so
like, I think she's 13.
Are we accepting that in 3 generations there will be no Black people then? Is that just what we're accepting?
I haven't gotten to my point yet. And the thing is, Black men have already jumped ship to the point where they are influencing the next generation to also jump ship. And Black women are the only ones still holding on, trying to preserve the Black American community. And I say the Black American community, right? Because it's not the Black race in entirety that is behaving like this. It's literally Black Americans. Because I want to go ahead and tell you, we're not going anywhere. The global African population is set to skyrocket to 2 billion. Or what was it, 2 billion or 1 billion? Either way, we're the largest majority straight right after Asians. So we're not going anywhere. The only people who are in danger is this particular ethnic group. So this particular ethnic group of Black men have already jumped ship and said screw you, to the point where the next generation, Gen Z, has also done the same thing, and little Gen Z Black girls are suffering with severe low self-esteem trying to, you know, one of the girls, she's a teenager, she told me this. I can like send y'all screenshots. She was like, they are literally suffering from low self-esteem, trying to appease to the black boys or begging the black boys for validation because of how much they devalue black girls. So black men have already jumped ship, and they've encouraged the next generation of black boys to jump ship. You're the only person still fighting for this relationship, and that is conducive with a group of women.
Okay,
and even
so
on
let me
individual
so
scale,
let me
do
let
not
me
love
let me ask,
themselves. You
let me
don't
ask
love
you.
yourself.
Can I
Wait,
just say really one quick thing to
yeah, go ahead.
Coriander's point? Because literally, like before I got home and joined the panel, my best friend was like, you know, I don't know what I'm gonna do because my daughter. I just had to have a conversation with her because her daughter came up to her and said, you know, Mom, she was like, why are black boys so mean to me? Like, why are they so mean and aggressive? They're all over TikTok talking about how they don't like us. So it's I just think it's really interesting that Coriander mentioned that, and my best friend was literally just telling me that about her daughter.
Because
and she was like, she's trying to get her daughter to not see black boys as she basically has to have the conversation with her that it's not all black boys, but this is what her daughter is seeing.
Okay, so
but it's
then,
the majority.
ladies,
And we're sitting
to
here
go
arguing
back
with
to
the lived experiences of these young girls.
Coriander, wait 1 second. So then I want to make sure that I and the chat are very clear on what you're saying. What you're saying is you don't see the entire black race being annihilated, but you do think that it's a very real possibility because one group has already decided that they are not really flexing, right? One sex has already decided they're not really flexing with the other in America. That this particular part of the diaspora will likely be annihilated in the next 3 or 4 generations.
Not 3 to 4 generations, but it is inevitable, and that is 100% black men's fault. 100%. And they're women, and let me tell you something, black women, you should love yourselves enough, right, to be more than just baby factories. Because when I'm here, Irene, you're not saying it directly.
I don't want to. Let's not diminish. Well, wait 1 second. Let's not diminish motherhood. That's like not.
No. We're not diminishing motherhood.
What I will say is, of course, a black woman can choose to have a child with somebody outside outside of America, right? Like we don't want to.
I would like to finish
because in the black community,
we're not diminishing it. But guess what? The overwhelming majority of black women are being told by black men that they're no good except for continuing the race and preserving.
Okay, so this is what I
showing you that by not marrying you,
wait a second. This is what I will say
marriage rates, and they're also showing you this.
Coriander. This is what I'll say. I'll say this. I will say, no matter what a man ever says, and y'all know I went off on a live about this, no matter how much a man ever tries to diminish our wombs, the ability to create new life is something about womanhood that is the essence of our womanhood that can never be diminished. And nobody can ever diminish us to a baby making factory or an incubator. No, you
but it's too late. They've already done that.
Because a woman gave you life. And so we're never going to minimize the importance of women choosing to create children. And at this point in day, it is a choice. And so many black women have had their wombs degraded that our rates of killing our own children are so high. And women really need to retake the pride and really retake the love for our wombs.
Take pride in not just being a baby factory, but being wise. Take pride in being able to receive the same love.
Absolutely.
No, take pride and you guys reciprocating the same love that you give to these men.
Absolutely.
And this is why I say do not know. And they are reducing you to baby factories because they're sitting here telling you that you're not married. Let me tell you something. They're out there telling you ladies that you're not deserving of marriage, but they are the highest to date and married interracially.
I'm saying screw those men though. Obviously you women know I don't even advocate giving your body to a man to even risk him inseminating your womb.
And that's the majority though.
Right, but obviously we can probably agree that something, Coriander, we can agree needs to be corrected in the psyche of black women because your womb and the ability for you to give life is hugely important, and that should not be wasted on somebody that doesn't respect you or value you as a person.
Exactly, and the majority of these men do not respect or value these women. They're showing you all over social media, all over media. They're telling you to your face, and they're even showing you that they don't value you, that you're only good for making babies. And
I think at this point, black women respecting their bodies is tantamount to the community going extinct because if they do, that means they're not going to be procreating with black men. They're not. They're not. If black women have respect, they won't be with black men.
Let me tell you something. Black women.
No, let's be clear. There are black men, and then I want to get O'Shea Lennox in because he's been very patient. There are obviously black men that we can procreate with, and I would never promote a self-annihilative narrative. I don't think that now, mind you, I don't care who anybody chooses to procreate with, who you choose to marry. That is your choice. I'm saying making a conscious choice to be self-annihilatory is problematic. So that's very different from picking the best person for you who loves and treats you the best.
When you right, but black men are not getting married. But black men and the majority are not getting married. So
ladies,
what's problematic is black women. You don't love yourself enough to demand more than just being baby mama.
Ladies.
Black women don't love themselves enough to demand more than just being baby factories. Demand being wives and have children. We don't love ourselves enough to demand more than just being a baby factory.
I agree with that. I agree with that, Coriander. O'Shea, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, just one more thing. You can't demand marriage from a group of men who don't value marriage. That's the thing. So that's the only thing I'm saying, Irene. I know you're not pushing self-genocide, but when black women start loving themselves enough to not let black men have access to their wombs without marriage, the community is going to decline anyway. Most people in the community is born outside of marriage. Black men don't. So let's just say hypothetically right now, given the out of wedlock rate, if black women all said we're not going to have children unless we're married, your birth rate is going to decline by at least 60 to 70% anyway.
Yeah,
that's what's going to happen.
Black American
black men don't value marriage.
Relies heavily upon black women not
I don't know.
not loving themselves enough.
It wouldn't be black women saying they wouldn't have children without marriage. It would be black women not having sex without marriage. That would increase the marriage rates. If we cut off access to our bodies, period, without marriage, then there would be a reason for them to be incentivized to marry.
No, there won't.
But if black men didn't have access, if black men didn't have sexual access to other, hold on, Coriander, for a second. If black men didn't have sexual access to other races of women, then yes, I would believe that.
But I
would say absolutely. They do. They do because they're creating a lot of children out of wedlock with white women. They're creating children out of wedlock with everyone.
We both know that the delusion that they have access to other groups of women like that is just that. It's a delusion. They don't have access
for sex. For sex, I think they do. For sex, they do. For marriage, no. For sex, yeah.
But I do want to hear what
I think they do. I think they do. I think they have sexual access because they sure are creating a lot of single mothers and white women.
Let me tell you something. Irene, what you're doing right now is
Coriander, don't go in. Don't go in, Coriander. I want to give some of the men because they let us talk.
Can I say this? We're not able 30 seconds.
Let a man talk.
Hold up.
Can we hear
hold up. No, you can't say it because it's my time to talk. And when
go ahead.
And I've been very respectful and let y'all say what you have to say. Now, look here. I'm sorry. Look, good evening, Irene, and good evening to the rest of you all on the panel. All right. First of all, let me put this out here. This Black Lives Matter organization is a bunch of, let me not be triggered. Look, it is not in the best interest of black men. It is not even in best interest of black people. Because see, number one, I sit there and I read over the years its statement, what it really believes in. And the first thing it starts with, we affirm, give me a second. We affirm we affirm black, queer, and trans folks, disabled folks, which is just a way for them to get sympathy for the organization, undocumented folks, blacks on with records, women, all black lives among the gender spectrum. Hold up. Y'all know what they didn't say? They didn't say nothing about black men or black straight men. Expect the Black Lives Organization hates the straight black man. And the only
what are you talking about?
Wait a minute.
That's absolutely
no. You will not do me like that. I gave you respect to say what you had to say. I'm not gonna be here long. Now, thank you. Now, the only black man that I've ever seen the Black Lives Organization actually come to the aid of was a dead black straight man laying in the streets by the hand of a white person, mostly a white cop. That's all I've ever seen. Now, look, if y'all want to prove me wrong, go ahead and do it. Look, now.
I will.
Another point I'm going to make. Oh, I'm not going to be here
So
long.
why don't black men start their own organization that's similar to Black Lives Matter?
I'm not going to be here. Hold up. Hold up. I'm not going to be here long.
Because they don't even realize that this organization was started.
I'm not going to be here long. So thank you very much.
Can we please give him a few minutes just uninterrupted to talk? Because we have totally dominated the conversation. So we can go in after he says what he has to say.
All right. Now, with this whole thing about the media making black women look bad, hold up. I'm 45 years old. I grew up with the mindset, and a lot of men my age, black men, have always grown up with, part of my language, y'all, black, look, niggas ain't shit. That which included me as a black man. We grew up with that in the back of our minds. I have not ran across one that haven't said it yet. We just deal with it. Now, number two, look, for the voting, the people, the voting black party, those who voted for the Democratic Party, which was, if I'm not mistaken, of those who voted, 98% of them women voted for the Democratic Party. And I think it was 85% of the black men who voted for the Democratic Party. Look here, we are our own worst enemies at this moment, in this day and time, knowing what the Democratic Party stands for now. It what's his name said it from the beginning when he was even running. They asked him about reparation for black people. Guess what he said? Look, now foreigners, Hispanics are the future. He let us know that before he even got in the office. So why you keep voting for that? Why you keep voting for them? And I'm not saying I even vote Republican because I didn't. Now, look, anybody talking about black men don't care about black children? Look here. There's no better way, part of my language, of saying fuck them children by sitting up there aborting black children. That's
okay. So when black women are left single mothers, you literally should blame on us for saying that we could have gotten
you're not gonna do me like
that. Is literally the rhetoric inside of the man.
You're not gonna do me like
that.
that.
If you don't want to be single mothers, you get an abortion. That is literally what you got to do.
You, and you gonna respect me.
Coriander, let him, and then I'll let you speak after him first, for sure.
All right, so look here. So now, don't get me wrong. I know a lot of men out there actually pray for women to have abortions, but look, the majority of black men is actually left in the hands of the woman. Now, okay, look, as for black men not marrying black women, I tell you what, I have sit down and had conversation with a whole bunch of black women, and guess what? Over the age of 25, every black woman I've ever talked to that said black men ain't trying to marry them have been in a relationship with a black man that they knew loved them and would do good to them, and they would not marry that black man no matter how many times he proposed to them. But yet they stay with him and still have babies by him, but yet they won't marry. And let me tell you what the deal with that is, because a lot of black women think they are too good for the black man that they are actually having sex with. Thank you very much. Now, the last one. Okay. Hold up. Last point, and I'm done. Now, honestly, Irene, people like you and I, we're going to be the outliers because, believe it or not, we really do want some common ground between black man and the black woman. But here it is. I kind of wish all these black men and black women that go to the extreme of this, I personally wish they would all get on an island and do either one or two things. Either fuck it out or fight it out. And let the rest of us who actually want to find common ground go for it. Now, I'm done. Thank you very much. Y'all have a great day.
Okay, that was a bunch of
thank you, O'Shea.
I like how we have respect to allow him to speak, but then the women keep getting cut off to deflect when we make the point.
Coriander, can you go ahead with what you want to say?
I done lost my train of thought.
No, girl, you got to get a notepad, because I know I have a lot of thoughts too, like that come to my mind. And if I'm in like a conversation where a lot of people are involved, I jot it down.
I remember.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, let me tell you something. So literally over there in the manosphere, because black men can't take accountability for anything. If it's not the white man's fault, it's the black woman. And if it's not the black woman, it's literally the devil. Okay, so in regards to the single parent epidemic, which he brought up, I'm going to go ahead and just toss this out there that over 70% of Black children are born out of wedlock into single parent households. And despite the fact that Black men shift blame onto Black women, they date and marry interracially, or they date interracially, and they leave 92% of biracial children also born out of wedlock into single parent households. Now, despite the fact that the single parent epidemic follows Black men like a shadow, they still shift blame onto Black women, saying, well, literally in the manosphere, I was on somebody's panel, and his argument was, well, at the end of the day, whether or not you have children is up to you. So you ladies can literally get abortions if you don't want to be single mothers. He's basically saying if you mess with a Black man, if you know it's a high likelihood of you getting being left a single mother, then why don't you just get an abortion? And then they turn around and argue when Black women take their advice and get the abortion so they don't get left single mothers, so that they're not financially burdened with a child that a Black man doesn't want to financially provide for. They turn around and say, oh my God, you guys are annihilating the Black community. You're not birthing enough Black babies. You're literally telling us, right? When you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. When Black women have these babies out of wedlock, you sit there and you chastise us for being single mothers. And then when Black women take their reproductive rights into their own hands and they decide to get abortions, which you suggested because to avoid or dodge accountability or dodge responsibility of fatherhood, then you are also angry at them for that because they're not birthing Black babies. So you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
Right, because that's why they made that silly financial abortion change.org thing, because they're essentially saying if they impregnate a woman and she doesn't get an abortion, then he should have a legal right to not provide for a child that he created. So that is what they do. They complain that you didn't have an abortion, and then they turn around and complain that you did have an abortion. Meanwhile, they're literally, when you say the woman controls whether a child is birthed into existence, you're suggesting that she should get an abortion because you don't want to provide for a child. That is exactly what you're suggesting.
One of them straight up said get abortion. And he speaks for the
I want to say to Briella has literally, she hates the fact that I always stop you from talking. She said, don't cut her off, please, Irene. Now notice I didn't cut her off in her first stream, but then Cynthia said something and now I want to get in there. So I'm coming in now. Don't come for me, Briella. Okay. So you guys notice I put a variety of different comments on the screen. I love the fact that everybody, like, this could never be accused of being an echo chamber. Somebody said I was only inviting up opposite opinions. If you share similar opinions, you can come up now as well. I did want to give voice to the people who had contradictory opinions, though, because so many times these conversations, everybody agrees with everybody else, and that's not helpful. And I want to give Suda Africana a chance to speak because I'm pretty sure you're a she, right, Suda? Has been very, very patient. So, Suda Africana, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, ladies. Hi, Cynthia. I watch you. I really enjoy your channel. I'm from South Africa and I live in America. And my stance will always be I'm a Black woman first, and I will always side with Black women in America because your plight for us. I see the work, especially you, son. I like the way your channel is formatted and the pathology that you always put out there because it really helps Black women in America and allows them to wake up. However, I do want to address Irene's point she made earlier about self-annihilation. Irene, we have a whole African continent and there's plenty of Black people. The Black race will never be erased. And another thing is also we have a bunch of mammies in our community that fight and die for the plight of Black men that will keep creating babies with dusties. So therefore the Black race wouldn't actually go anywhere. However, my whole point was that successful Black women who know their worth shouldn't tolerate such behavior. In America, the Black community, Black women are not protected, they are not provided for, and they are subjugated and expected to accept less than bare minimum majority of the time. These guys, there is plenty of platforms on YouTube that everybody knows about in this comment section and on this panel where Black men are sitting there and comparing Black women to animals. They want to talk about, oh, the 70% of single mothers, this la-di-da, this, there, and the third. But nobody's talking about the absentee fathers. There wouldn't be a single mother if the father walks out of the child's life. There's nothing like that. The black dudes are, another thing is also, they choose not to wear protection. That is their business. Majority of the time, black men are the first ones to not use condoms. They don't. They refuse to use condoms. And when the black girl demands it, they want to tell her about who you screwing or what are you doing, this, that, and the third. But they don't think about the pregnancy. And yes, when the black girl do get an abortion, they are the first ones to dog her out and tell her that she's trash and she's hot rubbish because she decided to abort the child. Therefore, I am for self-annihilation, if you have to put it that way, because black women in America, they don't deserve this rubbish. Honestly, these men are literally creating platforms to bash black women on a consistent basis. A lot of them are married to women outside of the community, and they still feel the need to say something bad about black women. Where do this? You can't make this shit up. You can't make it make sense. Please tell me where I'm wrong. Because as a foreign woman, I see the struggle of black women in America, and to me, honestly, it is fucking ridiculous. And for them to even blame the whole community on black women. First of all, a community is built by black men, not by black women. Women are made to nurture. And if there's nothing provided for them to nurture, how the fuck are they supposed to nurture anything? And yes, I am for people leaving the community and going where you are celebrated and appreciated, not in a fucking community where you are tolerated and treated like bare fucking minimum, because these dudes are complete hot shit. I wouldn't fucking deal with it. And I'm a foreign girl, and these guys are always trying to talk to me. But as soon as they start saying certain things that the manosphere keep preaching, oh, that's the first red flag I look for. Compared to other communities, black women are getting married, they're having long-lasting families. And another thing, we want to talk about the marriage rate. They love to bring up the fact that 4 out of 5 black American women, they don't get married. Whose problem is that? The black man again. Men control marriage. They are supposed to propose. But meanwhile, we have platforms over platforms after platforms that are actually telling black dudes, don't propose to the black girl. But I swear to God, let Sarah, Maria, and Ming Ling walk in. They will propose under fucking 2 years or maybe 3 months because they want that is their trophy. But the black girl is supposed to be okay with taking fucking nothing. And the guy will literally tell her, we're just friends. Let's see where it goes. A year into it, she'll have 2 kids with him. And he'll still tell her, let's see where it goes. And he'll still tell her he's not ready for marriage. But I swear to God, another race of another group will walk in and the black dude will propose and be with that person. And yes, he will abandon his family. His family he created. So I'm really tired of black women in our community that keep caping for black dudes, because I'm not even gonna lie, I don't even mess with women like that anymore. If somebody tells me that I need to protect black men, fuck out of here. I don't protect. That's not my job. That's a man's job. A man's job is supposed to protect and provide for his woman. It's only in our community. I'm still waiting to see the manosphere in the white community and let them talk shit about Sarah. Let them talk shit. Sarah's father will be on every fucking white guy's doorstep and blow everybody's brains out. And we all know how the system works. Sarah's father will be committed into a mental health facility and all these motherfuckers would be dead. Simple as that. And how dare some women actually fucking protect these dudes? I am just through with it. And some women need to wake up. I get it, Irene, that you married to a black man and you have black children. But call out the shit. Call it for what it is. Don't tell certain women no, they shouldn't. I'm not for annihilation. I completely get it because you are a mother and you are a wife. I definitely understand your plight there. However, when it's a single woman without children, advise her, do the best for yourself. And if a black guy is talking crazy, as you can see, majority of them do, don't stay. Leave. The Blackistan is dead. It's fucking dead. It's not a black woman's fault, and it's not a black woman's job to fix it because I am not fixing it.
Okay, so first
The
of all,
fact that a foreign black
wait,
woman
wait,
can
wait.
see this.
Oh,
that is so amazing. The fact that a foreign black woman can see exactly what it is that black
okay,
women themselves are in denial about, that black women delude themselves about.
Wait a second. So first of all, can I just say, Suda, I had to let you get it off. Your accent is flipping incredible. I don't know what part of Africa you're from. What part of Africa are you from?
South Africa. Thank you.
Yeah, your accent is everything. So I love listening to you. This is what I'll say.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I love her accent.
I like, whether I agree or not, I feel compelled to agree because this accent is making it, and the passion is making it work for me. I'll say this. I agree.
Thank you so much.
No, but I'm
Thank
glad
you.
you came up. Because you had strong opinions in the chat, and I really appreciate you coming up, and that's why I wanted to really let you just speak. So I want to say this. I agree with many of your points. There are some points of contention I make. Number one, I do agree that the African continent is filled with Black people, and so it will not be an immediate thing that we have to worry about annihilation. But I do think that we do need to be very clear that we have seen whole populations of Black people annihilated through genocide and breeding globally. We see in Oceania almost no populations there are as they were when they were colonized. We see in places like, Australia, where there are literally like 30,000 actual Black people left. We see in places like South America, where the native population has been completely wiped out. I think they're literally sitting at like 9% native, and everybody else is highly admixed or mestizo or are wholly white. And we see in America that Black people on average have an admixture between about 10 to 25% white. So I think we have to be very careful with like the impenetrability of Blackness. Africa would definitely be the last stronghold because it's the second largest continent on the planet. And so obviously it's filled with Black people, but we also don't want to see like, sectors of Black people just randomly disappearing from every single country on the planet, continent on the planet. And then the last stronghold is Africa. So I think we want to be clear that we've watched our people get annihilated in every single continent, in Asia, right? In South America, in the Americas, and in Australia, we've seen mass annihilation. And so we don't want to ignore the fact that it would be a detriment to the diaspora for the only Black people left to be on the continent, right? Especially when, oh, hold on. You guys, can you mute just because I think there's something going on like with I hear an echo. Oh, thank you. So I think we want to be careful about the impenetrability of Blackness, and also having so that all Black people are only located in one location. So I do want to say that. The other thing that again, because I agree with a lot of what you said, but another point of contention I had was kind of like the same thing with the Black man who was like, we want Black women to just close their legs, just in the same way that a Black woman's vagina is not this giant magnet that just sucks you in, some kind of black hole where you could barely like restrain yourself from getting in the vagina the minute her legs are open. In that same way, when you made the comment about Black men putting on condoms, it's also for a woman to protect her own self, right? And not and check for a condom too, right? If you're engaging in consensual sex in the same way he needs to cover it, you need to cover it too. Now, with that said, I agree with this idea of Black men trying to wiggle their way out. And it's not just Black men, it's men in general, trying to wiggle their way out of child support by saying they don't really want the child. I don't think abortion, it should be a method used for people who want to have promiscuous sex, but not children. I just don't approve of that. And abortion's heavily traumatic to the woman's body. We know that women who have multiple abortions often have to have their cervixes sewn shut just to be able to carry a child naturally. So that should not, we have to, as women, and what I think you, Coriander, Sin, probably all of us will agree, is as women, we have to recognize that the burden of sex and the result of that is on us. And even with abortion as an option, abortion is heavily traumatic to your body. It's heavily traumatic to many women's mental state, because it's not an easy place to get to annihilate your own child. And so, yes, we do have to be far more selective about who we give access to our bodies. But I think everything has to be tempered, right? Everything definitely has to be tempered. And the last thing I want to add, and then I'll let
yeah, because I just want to make a comment after you're done, Irene.
So the last thing I want to add is that when we talk about what we experience on social media, I actually have a whole video on this where I go over an interview that one of the men that wrote the algorithm for these social media platforms talked about. Is on social media, the algorithm panders to what gets the most response. So on social media specifically, when you see a lot of negativity, it's because negativity gets the most social interaction. So we want to be very careful about authoring our lives based on the rhetoric on social media. This means that these Black people are out there and they are problematic, but you see them with such high pervasiveness in social media spaces because the algorithm is designed to expose you to negative content. And moreover, when this white man who wrote the algorithm was talking himself, and go back in my archives and watch this video, he was talking about how they intentionally use social media platforms and they use what they put in your stream and what they expose and suggest to you to actually manipulate people's ideologies and beliefs. And at the end of the day, when we talk about social media, we're talking about a white controlled system, and they do have an investment. They have an investment in us engaging in self-annihilative behavior. So we have to be very careful when we're engaging in media. And I know that I'm on a media platform, but this is why many of you know I don't engage in media as a whole. I don't consume media. It's because it is programming. It is designed to program your mind. It is designed to adjust with micro adjustments. Really go back and watch this video that I did. It's designed with micro adjustments to change the way that you think. It's highly effective. They've tried and proven it. And if you think that engaging in these spaces and the things that you see are not designed to shift your thought process, you are very, very wrong. So we want to be careful in that. And with that said, go ahead, Sin.
You know what?
So I think that given the current situation, to say that Black women bear most of the responsibility literally facilitates Black men responsibility. The reality of it is that a woman won't become pregnant unless a man impregnates her. And if Black men don't want children, then they need to be responsible. We already have a culture where Black men believe that they should not be sexually responsible. And I believe part of that reason is because we as women, we do say, well, the woman, you need to be responsible because you're going to bear most of the burden. So at this point, I really believe for Black women, you shouldn't even have sex with a Black man who think it's your responsibility to make him wear a condom, or who doesn't want a child, but he's relying on a woman to protect him from fatherhood. I don't even think you should have a child with that type of Black man, because Black men do need to take their accountability. They really do. And I'll further say it is putting the whole narrative puts way too much responsibility. It just does. It's the narrative that we keep hearing from generation after generation after generation. Oh, women, you need to be more responsible because you're bearing a burden. It shouldn't be a burden. And it wouldn't be a burden if Black men were responsible, because they would either prevent becoming fathers, or in the event that they do become a father, they would provide for their children and raise them. So I just don't like that narrative at all. I think Black women, you should love yourself by choosing to not deal with those type of Black men. And I'm saying that because here's the thing. The Black community is going to decline by default. When the population is increasing because of Black women, that is why it's increasing. It's increasing because of Black male sexual irresponsibility, and because of Black women being dedicated to Black men. Meanwhile, nobody's telling Black men that they play nearly 100% of the role and the decision in whether a woman gets pregnant or not. Women don't just get pregnant. Men impregnate them. So that responsibility needs to shift to the men. And see, our community is already one set up in such that Black men don't want to take accountability for anything at all. They want you to make them wear a condom. They want you to make them pull out. They want you to prevent them from becoming fathers. They want you to protest for them. They want you to march for them. They want you to be their mothers. They want you to go 50-50 with them. They want you to submit to them. It's them already acting like Black women should be doing everything for them, and they shouldn't. Bottom line of it is that we have a very irresponsible set of men. We have a very irresponsible set of men. And a lot of Black women seek to facilitate that irresponsibility and to pass it down from generation to generation. And until Black men become more responsible, we're going to continue to have this problem, because like Coriander said, they take their irresponsibility to every group of communities. They have single mothers among white women, single mothers among Asian women, single mothers among Hispanic women. Every group of women that Black men procreate with have a high rate of single motherhood. So we shouldn't even be having a discussion about Black women bearing the burden and needing to make a man wear a condom. No, he needs to do that for himself. There isn't any other group of men running around here saying what Black men are saying. No other group of men are doing that. Black men need to do this. They need to do it amongst themselves. And y'all know what I think. Just stop dealing with them. I really do. I think that American Black men, to the majority, are a lost cause. And I think the best way that Black women can show value for themselves is to just completely not deal with Black American men. Just don't deal with them. I think at this point, that is the best solution, is for large amounts of Black women to stop dealing with Black American men. Because then if they want a Black woman, they will be forced to do what's necessary to get one. Stop dealing with them. If you keep dealing with them, you can only guarantee that every single generation from now on is going to follow. They're going to follow the same trend, because Black men don't want to do better. They don't. And there's too many women who's willing to facilitate them not being better. So the bottom line is, if he thinks that a woman should make him wear a condom when he knows that he doesn't want to be a father, right there, he's already telling you he's not worthy of you having sex with him. Right there, he's telling you that. He's too immature. He's too dumb to be having sex at that point. Because they could simply just go get a vasectomy. If all of these Black men don't want any children, why aren't they getting vasectomies? And then I feel like it's atrocious that they're sitting here, because that O'Shea dude, he sat up here talking about, oh, Black Lives Matter doesn't represent Black men. Black Lives Matter was started by women. It's not women's responsibility to start an organization for Black men. Black men do that.
Black Lives Matter was started by gay women, and their agenda is a homosexual agenda.
But it's their agenda nonetheless. Like, because I don't affiliate with it either, but it's their agenda nonetheless. Black men need to make their own organizations. If they don't like their position in society, they need to do something about it. Black women need to stand back and let Black men be men. Because if they can put a raggedychange.org petition together so that they cannot have to provide for children that they create, then they can put a change.org together to get some legislation passed so they can be less oppressed. But they're not doing it. And that's because they don't want to. And they're coddled too much. We've already coddled them into this position. How much longer are we going to keep coddling them? Like, how much longer?
Hold up.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Something I wanted to say, and I lost my train of thought.
Coriander, are you gonna? So, O'Shea, do you mind? I wanted to do male, female, male, female, male. But Coriander, do you think you're gonna lose your thought if O'Shea goes before you? Do you think you can hold the thought?
Definitely, because he's going to do a lot of nonsensical rambling. That's definitely going to be
and I don't want to hear it. That's exactly what he's going to do. And let me save you time. No, let me save you some time. Let me save you some time. I don't want to hear it. Let me save you some time, because I don't want to hear it. Yeah, I don't want to hear it. No, just don't say it. Don't address it to me. Then address it to somebody else. No, you need to address it to somebody else. No, you need to address it to somebody else. I don't want to hear what you're saying. No, you need to address it to somebody else. I don't want to hear it. I don't care. You're complaining. Okay, it's not their job to stand up for you. It's not their job to stand up for you. Why can't you stand up for yourself?
Thank you very much.
Why aren't you guys standing up for yourself? Where is black men's organization that they've created to defend themselves?
I was just asking a question for Coriander.
But where is black men's organization that they've created to defend themselves? Like, where is your organization that you've created so that you can defend yourself? Stop complaining that women aren't defending you. Stop.
Oh my God. I just wanted Coriander.
Women don't have to defend you. Like, what are you talking about?
Because it's up to men to defend themselves, not women. It's just that simple.
I remember. Wait. We're accusing. Wait a second. In fairness, we're accusing O'Shea of something I'm not sure that he would actually say. O'Shea, are you saying that women should defend men? Because I really don't think he would say that.
No, I am not saying that by any means at all whatsoever.
He doesn't know what he's saying.
Look, I'm saying, excuse me.
My train of thought listening to
the whole point of it is people need to quit saying Black Lives Matter organization is out there supporting straight black men, because it's not. It's a lie.
But they are. It was literally founded to protect black men.
Nobody said that.
Right? No, listen. Let me address O'Shea.
Okay, wait. Coriander, wait. Let him say it first. Let's give him at least, half of the courtesy we gave to the sister with the beautiful voice. Granted, she had the advantage of all that passion and
the advantage of being able to speak.
But let's give him at least like half that space to at least say before we disagree. Let's hear what he has to say before disagreement. Go ahead, O'Shea.
Oh, like I just said, look, my only issue is I wish people quit saying Black Lives Matter organization is supporting a straight black man, because it's not.
Okay, so he already said that. And
none of the black men who became hashtags that Black Lives Matter was out there marching for, were those not straight black men?
Yeah,
literally every single black man that Black Lives Matter has advocated for is a straight black man.
He did not even get to speak for 60 seconds.
He literally, or he repeated what he already said. That was his point.
Wait a second, please wait. In fairness, he started over, right? And no, this is not clickbait. I started this discussion saying black men are literally the most oppressed. So no, it's not clickbait. That's actually the title. But we're in a discussion now, and there are different opinions represented on the panel. But I want to say, in fairness, he repeated where he started, and then he continued to expound on his point. So let's give him at least 3 minutes to say what he has to say, so that, we can react to everything he has to say and not just like his introduction.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Irene, for that. And look here, and to finish that particular point off, the only straight black men the Black Lives Matter organization cares about are those straight black men that were shot in the street by the hands of a white cop. Outside of that, they don't care. And number two, I'm going to say, and another point is, look, the reason black women can say what they're saying with such disdain for the black man is because the fact that the black man is subjugated by the white man, therefore giving the black woman an excellent position over the black man. That's why you're able to say what you're saying. Because if black men were really in the position that we should be in, y'all weren't saying this.
Yes, the position you feel entitled to, but you don't have the
I don't feel
mentality conducive with going. And you just said we should be.
Coriander, 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
But on that point, they can have the rest of this because I've heard everything they said before.
Okay, go ahead.
He literally just repeated what he had to say. See, he just made me lose my train of thought. So it's not very helpful that both I have ADHD and I'm drinking wine. Okay, so I need to be able to.
Oh wait, y'all! I'm having a sparkling wine too. Are you having sparkling or flat?
No, I'm actually drinking a weird wine I found that's literally a combination of wine, chocolate, and cream. So it's kind of like a dessert. It tastes like it tastes like an alcoholic. It kind of tastes like an alcoholic milkshake.
You know what you need? You need some blackberries.
I think that would probably go really well with that.
Okay,
And you
so
know what I
I
need? I need
was gonna say in
I
regard.
need some cheese. I'm gonna get some slices of cheese now that I know that we're sipping and chilling and talking.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm having wine. That
Point are we
is
gonna start
dessert.
talking
But
about
there were
solutions?
quite a few
Because
things that I wanted to
I think
say, and
all of these
I'm
talking points
surprised
we
that I
done
was
heard
able
a
to
thousand
hold on
times
to them.
over.
So
When we
in
gonna start
regards
talking
to
about
him
some
and what he's
solutions?
saying about Black lives, somebody is that somebody's television that's going on back there when I'm talking?
No, that was Jarrell. I think he just has a really deep voice.
Okay. Because I was not able to finish, to be
Oh no,
honest,
it wasn't Jarrell. I
to
apologize. It was
to
James.
finish a thought without, interception. So
Yeah, please go
um,
ahead.
there's 2 points I want to make. First of all, remind me that the second point is about Black women protecting their wombs. But in regards to what he said about, Black Lives Matter not protecting straight Black men, that is completely delusional. And it's this level of delusion is why that hashtag, which there's a movement of Black women saying, hang up your capes, because these men not only don't protect you, but in addition to not protecting you, they're ungrateful. And this man, whatever his name was, is a perfect example of how ungrateful they are, because they don't even realize. First of all, there's Black men, a certain sector of Black men who say that Black women don't do anything for them and don't protect them at all, and that's a damn lie because of Black Lives Matter. And then you have men like him who are saying, well, it's not to protect straight Black men. So even when you ladies are going out here starting these global organizations for them, they're still out here telling themselves and telling other Black men somehow that this organization that was created for them by their women to fight for their plight and their interests, these women are doing nothing for them. So first of all, hang up your capes. That's why that movement was started. And second of all, in regards to what Irene said a while back about protecting Black women's wombs, the majority of Black women, right, actually had the standards and self-esteem high enough to actually protect their wombs and say, no, we're going to close off our wombs to men who don't want to marry us. And you said, well, if they do that, then they'll have no choice. No, they will definitely have a choice, because Black men believe they don't even need Black women to have Black babies. In response to Black women doing such a movement, which is why I said this is wishful thinking on your part, Irene, in response to Black women doing that movement, I'm not going to give you my womb unless there's marriage first. They will literally hop over to the next community and say, well, we don't need you anyway because the Black man is the seed. The Black man determines the race of the baby, and we can have Black children with these non-Black women.
But
So
didn't the sister say that there are viable Black men in Africa and other places, though? So even if an American Black man can be
let's be
attitude,
realistic here. The overwhelming majority of Black women, and like I said, we're going to stick to reality and not wishful thinking, or inside of a hypothetical scenario. In reality, the majority of Black women are not traveling
Coriander, just so you know,
that's just unrealistic.
Coriander, just so you know, your mic is doing that weird thing again.
Hold on. How about now?
Say something else.
Okay, how about now?
No, it's still doing it, but at least you're not low this time. But maybe after you finish speaking, you might want to leave and come back, because it sounds a little weird.
Like I said, that's like I said, we're not speaking about hypothetical scenarios. We're being completely realistic, because I feel like a lot of Black women, what we suffer from is called fairy tale syndrome. We tend to live too much inside of fantasy or too much inside of hypothetical scenarios, what if scenarios, instead of grounding ourselves in reality. And this is why so many Black women so easily suffer from this cognitive dissonance in regards to their own group of men, because you don't want to face reality. Now, in reality, the majority of Black women are not going out there to go and cross the Atlantic for a foreign Black man. That's not going to happen. So like I said, theoretically speaking, if we were to go by your suggestion of Black women just closing off their wombs, unless they have marriage, Black men literally are already online. They're literally already online saying this, that they don't need Black women. Literally, Black men are online saying, well, if we can have Black children with these non-Black women, then what do we need you for? They're literally already saying that. And this is what I meant when I said, and it's not to diminish motherhood, but I'm saying that Black women should love themselves enough to where you demand more than just simply being a baby factory for Black men when they're not offering you anything else, especially not even valuing you enough to marry you, because they aren't marrying their own women in high rates, but in contrast, they are every single group of men inside of this country. Dr. Umar said this: Black men have the highest interracial marriage rates. So they don't have a problem with marriage. They have a problem with marrying you. They don't value you women. And to be quite frankly, Black women, you don't even value yourselves, because you sit here and you allow these men to devalue you, and then you suffer from this dissonance in regards to just how much they loathe and devalue you. And then you place them on a pedestal and you value them more than they care to reciprocate. Okay, so that's all I'm going to say for now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, I do agree. I think I was just going to say I do agree. I do think that Black women are unwilling to acknowledge reality, and it's a reality that Black men are showing. And granted, it's not every single Black man, and I don't know why we have to keep making that disclaimer, but it's a significant, very large majority of them who don't value, and whether they marry you or not, they don't value you. Because even if Black women marry a Black man, she's going to be marrying a man who doesn't value fatherhood. So she'll be literally in the home, like many Black women who are married are in the home with a man who's there in presence, but he's not there in terms of raising his child. She's not going to have a provider. She's going to have a man who wants her to go 50-50, which is actually really 90-10. And she's going to go be with a man who, at any given chance, because he doesn't value loyalty, he believes that he can go out and create alternate families with other women, even outside of his marriage. And that is what a lot of Black women are dealing with inside of their marriages. So even if you marry him, that's not going to erase the problem, because you're still marrying a man who has a counterproductive 3 trash bag carrying struggle dusty pathology. It just is what it is. And I do agree, Black women are not willing to face the reality of that.
Okay, so I do want to say this, just on the Black Lives Matter front. It's just not about Black men. It's not. I think Black Lives Matter, and I'm not disagreeing with anything else you ladies are saying per se, but I think it needs to be unequivocally stated that Black Lives Matter does not give 2 craps about Black men. They don't give 2 craps about Black people. That's not what the organization's about. They're getting a lot of donations off of the deaths of Black men that have been shot, but their agenda is a pro-homosexual agenda. It has nothing to do with Black people at all. Black people are just a front work for that. And the fact that, lesbian Black women started the organization, I'm completely unmoved by. The fact that they have vaginas and are Black does not mean that they did that on behalf of Black men. And I think I would respect more us having a conversation about like the work Tamika Mallory is doing. People like Tamika Mallory or things like that are doing. I think those would be much better examples than Black Lives Matter, because that's not their agenda. And I think Black people have to understand that. I think it's essential that we understand that that's not the work Black Lives Matter is doing.
I honestly feel like it's irrelevant. I really feel like Black Lives Matter, who started it and what they stand for, is irrelevant, because the only person whose responsibility it is to defend Black men are Black men. And Black men are not doing anything. They're not starting their own organizations to defend themselves. So I don't think they have any right to criticize an organization, whether it was made by 2 lesbian women, 2 trans women, 2 dogs, or 2 cats. It's your job to defend yourself. It's nobody's job but their own to defend themselves. So I really think Black Lives Matter is really irrelevant in this situation.
I will agree with you that it's Black men's job to defend themselves. I absolutely agree. It is Black men's job to defend themselves. I agree with that.
Only way a man should be asking for protection is when he had the right to buy a gun or a knife or a bat or something. The hell you want somebody to protect you for?
So the whole Black Lives Matter being created, I don't know. I'm going to go ahead and call that a conspiracy theory, because they outright said that it was created by 3 Black women in response to the death of Trayvon Martin and other little Black boys and Black men who died. So it literally, definitely, if it were not for the death of Trayvon Martin and these other Black men and Black boys who were gunned down by police, Black Lives Matter would not exist. It's very disingenuous to say, well, it's LGBT. No, it got started. It doesn't matter what it evolved into. When it got started in response to the deaths either by police or, neighborhood watch committee people who think they want to be police, like George Zimmerman, in response to the injustice of Black boys and Black men specifically. And I also want to throw out there that when we saw how quickly things got done when George Floyd died and people decided to burn down Minneapolis in response to George Floyd, and comparison to how long it took Breonna Taylor to get justice for her case, which she still didn't. I mean, the state kind of really just paid off her family, but the police officers, nothing really happened to them, right? And then we see the response by Black men online who literally hopped online and who were angry at Candace Owens for pointing out that, you know, that man, I'm sorry, the wine is kicking in. George Floyd was a criminal. But when it came to Breonna Taylor, who didn't have a criminal record at all, this is how much they care about your image. When it came to Breonna Taylor, who didn't have a criminal record at all, these Black men were literally trying to drag her image through the mud and say, well, she dated a thug, so that's what she deserves, or that's what she gets. And I've seen this time and time again when in regards to Black Lives Matter, when we're fighting for the plight of a Black man.
Right, because George Floyd was literally a thug. George Floyd was literally a thug.
Yeah, that's true.
Please go online. If you're on a computer, because I'm on the phone, go on YouTube and type in Breonna Taylor, Mrs. Thug. They tried to drag her image through the mud. And I see this time and time again when it comes to women. When it comes to women, people trying to advocate for women, Black women in the Black Lives Matter movement. You have these men who are popping out of the woodwork to literally try to justify why they deserve what happened to them, when they don't have the same criminal records as the group of men, or as the man, George Floyd, that you got angry for somebody pointing that out, that he did have a criminal record. There was something else I'm trying to say, and I'm losing my train of thought, because like I said, the wine is kicking in. But also with Oluwatoyin, who was the African girl, I think she was 19 years old, who was out,
who went to a rally, right? And then
she was raped,
abused,
raped and murdered. But let me tell you Black men's response to that, and this is something that just disgusts me. And I'm telling you, Black Lives Matter not only is created for Black men, but they also are making it so that it's increasingly difficult to advocate for Black women. And a matter of fact, these group of men that we're advocating for are out here justifying why a woman, Oluwatoyin, deserved to be raped and killed simply because she was nice to the man who eventually raped and killed her. You want to know what they were saying to justify her death? Because it absolutely sickened me. They were talking about, well, maybe you shouldn't, she chose his company. You know, the same thing they say when you get pregnant, or when Black women are left single mothers. Well, you chose him. You chose your baby daddy. They literally justified her death and her rape by saying that Oluwatoyin chose his company. And just because she was nice
They did that to the woman in Harlem too. Did you, Coriander, did you hear about what they were saying about the woman in Harlem?
The woman who got bit in the face?
Yes, the woman who got bit in the face. They were literally, and it's somebody we know, Irene, and I'm not going to mention the name. But yep, he was saying
you're sounding like crazy again.
He literally dismissed all of these attacks by Black men on Black women and said Black men are not out here attacking Black women. It's only the thugs that they choose. Now, here's the thing though. That woman wasn't related to, she didn't choose either of those men. In fact, she declined them. She didn't want to deal with them. And that's why they bit her in the eye and attacked her.
But with Oluwatoyin, they were literally saying it was because she was nice to them. Now, I want to contrast Oluwatoyin to another Black woman, because remember, they said it was because, well, maybe you should be smiling in everyone's face. When it came to that Black woman who had her throat slit on the subway, I can hear my echo. Somebody unmute your mic. When it came to that Black woman whose throat was slit on the subway, there was this Black guy, and he deleted his tweet. I went on Twitter looking for it. There was this Black guy who's like, ha ha ha. Remember the Black girl who got her throat slit by that white guy on the subway? They was like, ha ha ha, well, you know, Black women, y'all acting like she's all innocent. Y'all know Black women, she was probably popping off at the mouth, and that's why she got slit in the throat. So you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Oluwatoyin deserved to die and be raped because maybe she should choose her company better, and not smile in everyone's face. And the Black woman who was on the subway deserved to get her throat slit open because, well, maybe she was popping off at the mouth.
Well, I mean, people have, I definitely know that happens. I mean, that.
No. I'm talking about the general response from Black men who literally go out of their way to either to justify brutalization against Black women.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. That does go on for a fact. And I think, and honestly, I want to say this because we know that the crowd here is very diverse, right? And I know when I say things that Black men or Black women who are more in a neutral standpoint say that, you know, there's agreement there. But I think on both sides, we can't act like if somebody has a complete adverse opinion to you, that they don't have a point. And at the end of the day, if there are Black men who don't feel this way, then it's for them to do the correcting amongst Black men. Because no matter how manipulative, and social media is manipulative, the fact of the matter is that there are living, breathing Black men who carry these opinions,
Irene,
who are comfortable,
Irene, I don't think you realize what you just
one
did.
second, and who are comfortable coming online and spewing this rhetoric. And so if there is not an aggressive and visible Black male pushback against rhetorics like the ones that she described, then Black women who start to say, like, this is clearly an overarching view of Black men, because I'm not seeing tons of Black men being outraged the way we're outraged. We can't really say that those women don't have a point if the level of pushback by Black men against this sort of behavior is not as great as the behavior itself. So there has to be a more visible outrage and pushback against this sort of behavior. We can't just disregard where people are coming from. Go ahead, son.
Irene, I wanted to point out something, and I wonder
no, that was Coriander. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wonder if you noticed this about your programming, right? Because there's a lot of things that we say and we do that's subconscious and we don't realize it, right? But Black women have a tendency to provide Black men with scapegoats to alleviate themselves of accountability. And the scapegoat that you provided for them, because like I said, remember, if it's not the white man's fault, it's the Black woman's fault. But now in this case, when it comes to Black men misbehaving on social media and showing us on social media how they're behaving on literally every platform, this is the majority, your scapegoat that you have provided for them, which is your knee-jerk response, which this right here is not just you with the social media thing, but it's Black women in general whose knee-jerk response is to provide Black men with a scapegoat to alleviate themselves of accountability.
So where did I alleviate them of accountability? Wait. Where did I alleviate them of accountability?
I'm going to tell you how you minimize their behavior by saying, well, it's not all Black men, but it's the algorithm that was created.
I never said that.
The algorithm. You're shifting blame onto the algorithm for how Black men are presenting themselves online.
No, the words, it's not all Black men, never left my lips. And at the end of the day, I want to be very clear that the algorithm panders to negative viewpoints. That is a fact. Just period. It is a fact of life. I don't think any Black woman, and if there are some, there are very few Black women that can say that when they go to the grocery store and they see a Black man, or when they hear conversations in their personal lives among Black men, they're talking about, well, that bitch deserved to be stabbed in the neck. Most Black women did not go into the real world and hear a bunch of Black men talking like that.
So, Irene, can I ask you something?
Wait, let me finish. Sweetheart, let me just finish. And then I want you to make your point. So what I am saying is that, not to give them an out, I'm saying that the negative portrayals, and I'm not even talking to Black women, I'm saying to Black men, that these negative portrayals are going to be pushed. And if you don't want Black women coming with the energy that this is the overarching viewpoint of Black men, then you need to show by your numbers and your pushback against these other Black men that this is not where you stand. Otherwise, people cannot criticize you for holding that viewpoint. That's not an out. That's not
right. My thing is that the algorithm can't push negative content that Black men are not making and
but
posting.
I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is that if Black men have a problem with Black women holding their viewpoints on the majority of Black men by that content, then what they need to do is have a show of force that they are against that ideology. If you're not out there being
but look, Irene, even Dusty, but here's the thing, even Dusty, Smokey the Bear, Bussy Poppin' David Johnson is an example of why the problem, like saying no other race of men on the planet in large numbers are willing to deal with these toxic bag attitudes from Black women. Black men have the most horrible attitudes on the face of the planet. They're literally like the least pleasant men on the face of the planet. They're always angry. They're always nasty. Their attitude is always negative, and they don't treat any group of women good. Yet he has the nerve to sit up here and talk about Black women's attitude as if black men's behavior does not warrant the bad attitude. You're assuming that black women are going to have that same attitude that they have towards you and your 3 trash bags of dust to another group of men who don't have those 3 trash bags of dust. Your attitude and the way that you act is why you get the bad attitude.
Can I say something in regards to the algorithm?
I think, yeah, you can, but I want to say, before you go to the algorithm, Ayana's Rainbow Bridge said, I've seen too much in real life. I've never heard a black man say this in real life. In fact, the closest I've come to hearing a black man say this in real life is an associate of Mister's, who is a college professor, and he does a lot of this deflection, and Tommy Curry, who we also know personally, he does a lot of deflection as well. But as far as literally advocating for abuse of black women and saying that's okay, I've never heard a black man in the real world say that. Now, I'm not saying
they won't say it. Irene, they're not going to say it to your face. They're not going to say it to your face, but they will attack you and try to bite your eye out, and they will hit you in the face with a skateboard because you turned them down. So they may not be saying the same things, but in real life they're doing it.
Okay, wait. I want to say something, Drew. Wait one second, Coriander. Drew, if you find me annoying, then leave my channel. It's like literally my channel. So if you don't like my point of view,
seriously,
if you don't like my point of view, you can literally go. You don't have to be here. You're welcome.
And somebody should have already blocked them out of the comment section, because why are you in here, Dusty, telling people about your opinion? Nobody cares. Just get off of our channel.
Okay, just ignore the trolls. Okay, block them. You have mods,
or we can roast them and block them. We can roast them and then block them. We can do that too.
Okay, but Irene, I have the perfect counter to that, right? So and here's the thing, because I'm a debater. Okay, and when I'm in the mood for debating, which right now I am. Okay, so you said you don't see that in real life. So let me ask you this. It's because it's not socially acceptable. Let me tell you something, because it's not socially acceptable. Online, behind the protection of anonymity, behind the protection of being anonymous, people are free to spew their non-political correct thoughts that they cannot spew in reality, person to person. And this also accounts for white people, just because the average white person, listen, just because I don't encounter the average white person being mean and nasty and tell me they want to hang me, but then I see online that protected by anonymity, or if I'm saying that right, protected by being anonymous, that they get to spew their actual views. So social media is actually a more accurate depiction of how people feel, because they're not encouraged on social media to censor themselves the way that they are in public. Okay, so you're not going to see black men talking like this to your face in public, but when they feel safe behind their keyboards, this right here, when they will actually tell you how they feel. Okay, and there was another thing I wanted to talk on in regards to
first of all, I want to say that I agree with you that the anonymity of YouTube does allow people to say things that are in their minds that they wouldn't say in the real world. I agree.
Irene, I would like to speak. I'm not trying to be rude, okay?
No, I'm just saying I agree with that one point, but go ahead to your next point.
Okay, so I only have 2 points to make, okay? So in regards to the algorithm, yes, the algorithm does push out what is popular, and people do like drama, right? But do you want to know if what's popular, right, conflicted with the majority moral beliefs of, the people who are interacting with whatever is being pushed in the algorithm, right, then you will see outcry. But the fact of the matter is, when you're seeing these black guys, right, because the algorithm controls what you see, but it doesn't control people's response to it, okay? And if it's not acceptable by the mass, then the responses that you see will be overwhelmingly negative.
So then, Coriander, you're actually agreeing with me. Coriander, you're actually agreeing with what I said.
I just told you that. I just said I agree with the first half, and then so let me finish, Irene, because I done told you that ADHD and I was drinking wine all day. Okay.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me lose my train of thought. So yes, you can't control what's being pushed out by the algorithm, but when in response to like what you see, I'm starting to lose my train of thought. When black men respond to what's being pushed in the algorithm, what you're seeing is that the overwhelming majority of the comments are in agreement with what is the negativity that is being spewed. Okay, and if the majority of black men did not agree with that, then when you scroll down to the comment section of whatever's being pushed in the algorithm, you would see pushback, but you don't. Okay, so you can't control what's in the algorithm, but people's response to it is also important. And Black men's overall response to this negativity that's being pushed in the algorithm is in agreement with the vitriol that's being spewed towards Black women. Okay, so now I'm done.
Okay, no, that's fine. So I want to give a couple of people that just came up to the channel, to the panel, a chance to speak. Well, first of all, can I let James speak? James, do you have anything to say before we move on to the people that just came on the panel? Because you've been like the most patient human being on the face of the earth.
Been sitting there listening. I've been sitting there listening, so I'm just cool. But it just seemed like we just keep going in circles with talking point after talking point, and somebody else throw a talking point out and explain it. But nobody wants to seem to come with solutions, and like I just don't get like. Ain't that exhausting after a while? Your brain is overloaded with talking points, but no solutions. Like in real life, like if you around somebody,
well, but didn't I provide a solution,
if you
James?
around a
what was my
person
solution?
that
James, I
all
provided
I mean, I
a
hear
solution.
you giving a solution. I hear you giving solutions.
But when I provided my solution, what did you say about my solution? In fairness.
In fairness, I think the coriander girl that talks so much. I don't think I really remember what you said.
So when I provided my solution, that to me, I said I could have titled this live, "All Roads Lead to Revolution," and you said the reality is like that fighting is not about to happen.
I mean, revolution could be in the mind. It don't.
No, but I mean,
we don't have to
we know
just have it as a physical. I mean, that's
what I was talking about, right?
So you saying like physical?
I'm saying that at the end of the day,
I mean, there's no person. What's oppressing us is not a physical person. It's exactly
it's not.
like
There are physical people who are responsible for this.
There are people behind the scenes oppressing us that we don't even understand it as oppression. So like we sit there talking about social media and how many people on there will say this about you. That's not everybody in the world. That's a very, 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 very small percentage of the people in the country that's on social media saying this. So to say that as if that's what overwhelming numbers of men and women think is I mean, that's crazy. You have to live in just online. You couldn't live in a world outside of online. Because just like you said, I can see I've never heard personally heard any man say I've never heard any man personally say they need to be protected by another group of men or another group, period. But I can come online and somebody say, well, Black Lives Matter don't protect men or women don't protect men. I don't hear men in real life mad that women ain't protecting them. That don't even make sense. That's like crazy. So like what we need to do is understand that both of us oppress each other, that we don't even understand that it is oppression. And we need to get to understand that if we continually do that, then we'll create another generation of arguing going back and forth.
Am I invisible?
That's all I'm saying.
James, can you qualify that statement? How do Black women oppress Black men? Because I need to hear this.
Yeah, that's not what I would like to know.
Yeah, can you explain that?
I'm trying to speak in
explain how you're oppressed by Black women.
I'm trying to speak in you guys' terms because no Black woman has ever oppressed me, and I don't know no Black men.
Well, then why are you saying that Black women are oppressing Black men, but you can't qualify it? That's a problem. Because then you're just saying it just to say it.
You can't just toss things out there and then not.
Now, in fairness, when the ladies,
you have to be able to balance your claim.
In the fairness, when the ladies,
when I say that, I'm not saying
second, and then I want James just 1 second. In fairness, when the ladies claim that Black men were oppressing them, even though the chat got mad at me and my panel wasn't happy to me, I made them qualify that statement. So you can't say Black women are oppressing Black men without also coming under the same scrutiny that I made the women come under, which is you need to qualify that. How are Black women oppressing Black men?
Okay, well, let me phrase what I said better then. That's better. What I'm saying is, if that's what people are seeing, is it as oppression and not as a system that's oppressing us? If I see what the problem in the Black community is Black women oppressing men, or if I see in the black community that men are oppressing women, then I got blinders on my eyes. Does that make sense? I don't see it as that. I see it as a system that is making us
Of
all
course,
believe
here, can I just say something?
that we need
Because
to
this is
fight with
getting
each other.
irritating.
And
The
we
fact of
need,
the matter
and if
is,
we
black men just
continually
like to
do
say
that,
stuff
then
and
we
then
will
they don't
raise
have to qualify it. You keep talking about when you
kids
see
that
black
do the
women
same
oppressing
thing.
black men,
So
but when it comes time for you to qualify it, you can't do it. Why do you keep
because I don't
mentioning
agree with
black
it.
women
You know what I
oppressing
Because
black
found?
I don't
men when
agree
you
with it.
cannot qualify it? Where is the
I don't.
oppression that black women are dishing out to black men? Can you just say it? Can you
I
just
don't
say
see
what
it.
the oppression is, or admit
I
that there
don't.
is
I
no
don't.
black
Who is
female
that? Is
I
that
oppression
don't.
to
Robbie?
black
I don't.
men?
I think
I
he's
don't.
talking about
Robbie?
siding with the gender divide.
Robbie
I'm.
Blue, is that you
Let
talking?
me. Okay, can I ask a question about the gender divide? How can there be a gender divide if black men are not willing to get into a
Hey,
gender war with their women? How can that happen?
Exactly.
If
okay, so
black
this is
Because
men
this.
don't want to go to war with their
That's what
women,
he's
how
talking
can
about.
there be a
Divide and
gender
conquer.
divide?
That's exactly what he's talking about. Divide
both
and
parts
conquer.
have to be
Okay,
both
so
parts
okay, so
have
then
to be
okay, so then
willing to
explain why
believe
is it that
that.
black men so why
I
is
don't
it
mind
that black
explaining.
men
I don't
are
mind
willing
explaining if somebody
so why
listens.
is it that black men are willing to get into a war with their women?
That right there. That right there. That
Why are
right
black
there
men
explains
willing to
something.
do
You don't
that?
say nothing.
Okay,
You
wait,
talking
wait,
So
about
why
wait,
are black men
ladies,
willing to
why
do
am I
ladies,
wasting
something?
my breath if you're
ladies,
not listening?
ladies,
You know
ladies,
what I'm saying?
ladies. So Sin is asking two questions. Number one, how are black men oppressing black women? And if the conversation's really about the gender divide, then what was your direct question, Sin? If it's about
Why are black men engaging in a gender divide with their women? Why are you
okay,
so willing to
okay,
go to
yeah.
war with your women, but you won't go to war with the oppressors, though?
Black men are
They've
not in a
been
gender
tricked
I can
divide.
to
answer that.
believe
We as
Okay,
that
wait,
people.
that
wait,
is the
wait, wait,
enemy.
wait, wait, wait. I would
They
like,
have
I would
been
like,
tricked.
I would wait.
So
One
now
second.
so now there is no gender divide.
Everybody, one second,
I'll
one
wait till
second,
I can speak.
1 second. I would like for Robbie to answer those questions. And I would also like after him for James to answer those questions because what I don't think is fair is when Black Women's Sphere was up here and she said that Black men were oppressing Black women, and I felt like she was not answering my question directly. I pressured her to answer my question, and she was open to answering the question. She was like, "Don't you live in reality? Can't you see?" And I was like, "Well, can you give me specific examples?" And she gave those examples, and Coriander gave those examples. So I did not let the women slide on saying that Black men were oppressing Black women. I did not let them get away with that. And so it would be very unfair of me to allow the Black men on this panel to get away with that. So I would like to hear Cynthia's question answered by Robbie Blue and then James. And I would like, if there is in fact oppression by Black women toward Black men, for just like Black women had to prove that they had a point in saying that and just weren't saying anything that they wanted to say, that Black men also proved that point. I cannot give preferential treatment to either party. The Black women got brought to task when they said Black men were oppressing them, and they had to qualify those statements not just with history, but with modern day examples. And so the Black man must do the same thing, or you guys are no longer not able to make that statement any more than I would allow the Black women to make the statement about you. So, Robbie, with consideration of
So,
Sin's
so
question,
Irene, real fast. If I see what we do to each other as a problem for each other and not seen as a man pressing a woman or a woman oppressing a man, or I'm just saying that you need to stay home and raise your kids, fucks our whole community up. That's I mean, if that's oppression, then yeah, we
can you
black
say
men
it again?
are
Can you say that
oppression.
again, please?
Yeah, can you
If I
ask the
look
Hello.
at
question again, man?
Hello.
if I
I'll
Simply,
look
have
at
Sin ask her questions again, but Robbie, can you repeat what you just said?
Yeah, all I wanted to
I know I
basically
wasn't.
say, first off, we're all adults, right? So let's try not to talk over each other. I think this is very pertinent information. I want to also say greetings to everyone, peace and love to everybody. I'm just a dude with an opinion. I'm not saying I'm right. I think a lot of times as human beings, especially African Americans, we hear each other, but we don't listen. And we don't listen because a lot of times we don't have emotional intelligence and emotional maturity to deal with past traumas that we dealt with. And I'm speaking for myself, me analyzing myself as a 43-year-old, looking at my successes and my failures.
and my love and my concern for my people. And when we see platforms like this, where everybody's talking over each other, but we're still dealing with systematic race, white supremacy. We're still dealing with, economic issues that we're facing. And I think the square root of it all, out of the complex calculus, is it boils down to survival. Now, as living in this system, you're either going to have stability and comfort, you know what I'm saying? Or you're just going to work towards stability. A lot of us don't have that financially. So going from that point moving forward, when it comes to concept of family, outside of getting over some of this trauma, when we're angry with each other, that's why I say I feel like the gender thing is something that's propagated by the media to just further more division.
Like,
no, it's not.
So that
No,
we're
it's
fighting
not.
each
Stop.
other. I'm
Stop
not saying,
finding a
hold on,
scapegoat.
disrespect my opinion. Disrespect my opinion. I'm not
okay,
saying,
so how is the media
hold up,
causing black men
hold up.
to engage in a gender
Listen,
war with black women, and why are they so willing to comply?
Because that's my point. It doesn't represent all black men. All black men are not on this channel. All black men don't even get on social media. Most
No, we're
people are
talking about the collective of black men. It's quite obvious that there's. It's quite obvious.
Can you
Can
hear
I
me
just
out?
have wait
Can you hear
really
me out?
quick?
Because
Like,
like angering
see,
me.
I can't. This is why I don't have conversations with black men. Like, I can't.
Can I answer
Okay.
But wait,
something,
wait,
man?
no.
Because I have an opinion that makes me
Damn, bro.
I want Robbie to finish. But before I let Robbie finish, can I just say, David Johnson, how do you manage to be the most insufferable human being ever that I have on my panel, but so endearing at the same time? Like, I want to be mad at you, but honestly, I just cannot. Like, I can't. He is so bad. Like, honestly, he's so bad. You need a spanking. Like, that's really what needs to go on. But go ahead, Robbie. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to go ahead and let Cynthia say what she needed to say. And then that way, when I speak, again, I'm preferencing it that I'm giving my opinion. So that way, we're not chopping each other's heads off and cutting each other off. This is just a powwow. There's no reason for anger. I'm willing to
Okay,
listen.
that's
Yeah.
fair. So, Sin, can you, if you have anything to say, at least, please say,
Irene,
and then we'll let
can I suggest something, Irene? What if you put people on timers?
Oh, you know what? That's a great idea. So,
well, can I say something first?
How about
what if everybody gets 2 minutes? What if everybody gets 2 minutes?
No, Coriander, literally, I was thinking 2 minutes. So I think that's great. Sin,
Yep.
do you have, because Robbie said he wanted to hear your thoughts.
We need a mediator. We need somebody with the timer who's going to mediate.
I've got a timer. But Sin, Robbie said he wanted to hear your thoughts. Do you have any additional thoughts to add, or should he just continue on with his point?
So here's the thing. Let me just say this. Black men make it very frustrating talking to them, because what they'll do is they filibuster too much and they avoid answering questions directly. If you're saying, number one, that black women oppress black men, then why aren't you giving examples? Why is it that you can't give any examples, but you're saying it? That's number one. Then they mentioned the gender war, but then when I initially said, why are black men engaging in it? They said, oh, well, there is no gender war. Now we're back to there being a gender war. So the question is, even if the media is propagating it and instigating it, I'm asking, why are black men engaging in it? Why? Why are they willing to engage in a gender war with their women, but they're not willing to engage in a war with the men who are oppressing them? That's just all I want to know. Can y'all directly answer a question?
Cynthia, I have the answer to that. It's called displacement, Cynthia.
Hold up. The reason, yo.
It's called displacement.
Can you hear me?
Let me tell her that.
Whoa.
Cynthia.
We agreed 2 minutes, and Cynthia was going to speak uninterrupted. And then Robbie was going to respond. So let's stick to that, please. Sin, were you even done speaking?
I was. I just really wish that they would answer questions directly. Why are black men so willing to engage, especially if you know the purpose of the gender divide? Why are you engaging in it? Why are you so willing to engage in it?
That's what I wanted to say.
So can Robbie please address that? And then James, and then Rozzy. So Robbie, can you please?
Yeah. Let me give some clarification. First off, I never said that black women oppress black men. That wasn't my perspective. That was a comment that somebody else said. All I was saying was I think we're all intelligent people. And if we say that we understand some of the greater issues that we're dealing with, we should just be mature people on both ends and try not to fall into this whole gender war because we both need each other and we're losing families. That's what I'm saying. As far as me being
Right. So
somebody
when you
who
mention the
practices,
gender
hold on,
war, that
can
means
I
you
finish?
acknowledge that
Can
there
I
is
finish?
one.
See what I mean? See, now that right
See,
there,
I can't. I
that
like.
right there.
I can't deal with it because you're
Okay,
still not answering
okay,
the question. You're still not
because
answering
my
it. Can
point
you
is,
just answer it?
there is
Okay,
no
I could
gender
do
issue
that.
for me. There is no gender issue for me. You know what I mean? Like, that's my point that I'm trying to make.
So there is no gender issue, but he keeps
Okay,
mentioning it.
can I
You
make
understand what
another
I'm saying?
Like
suggestion?
Look,
honestly, I'm gonna talk to everybody
Irene,
up here but black men. I'm not gonna talk to black men.
okay, that's great. I'm
It's
just here
just
to
too
give my
much. Yeah,
opinion.
that's just
I'm
just
just
okay,
No,
too
here
I
to
can
give
dumb.
my
answer
It
that
really
opinion.
is.
directly
You
though.
can't answer
I'm
any
just here to
Irene,
give my
questions.
opinion.
I have my can I make another suggestion in addition to the timers? Okay. So what if in addition to the timers, right, because you are the admin of this panel, what if you mute people until it's their time to speak?
Okay,
No,
so
we're
here's
mature
the thing.
adults.
Here's
That's
the
right
thing
there is
about
plenty.
wait one second. Here's the thing about muting people. Occasionally I do mute people and they
Yeah,
tend to get very upset when I do. But I would like everybody, like I don't want to micromanage everybody. I would like if everybody, if we can just agree that a person, whether we disagree or agree with them, that they have 2 minutes to speak. And I don't want to have to like force
You're
people.
really muffled, Irene.
yeah,
Oh,
you sound like you're underwater.
okay, well let Robbie talk and I'll go out and come back in.
Yeah, basically, all I was saying was I wasn't disagreeing and saying that there aren't gender issues. All I'm saying is I get tired of whether it's Republicans and Democrats, whether it's all these different boxes we put people in. There's all this constant division, and we're missing sight of kind of what the brother was saying in terms of the bigger problem that we're dealing with, and the indoctrination and the brainwashing, and the reason why as a group. And then you see some brothers that may engage in interracial dating or whatever, because I'm talking about now I'm giving you barbershop talk game that I've dealt with for the last 20 years when I've dealt with people and talked to people. When it comes down to survival, for people who don't get on these panels and chime in, a lot of people are afraid long before everything got publicized with these police shootings. Black men have dealt with passive racism and malicious racism on a constant basis, whether it's in the workforce, whether it's in school, whether it's the whole nine. Now, there are brothers who aren't sticking up to the plate. And a lot of times, unfortunately, we glorify the ghetto. Like how you were saying with George Floyd, we tell one narrative, and then there's a whole another side that's never heard. And then there's brothers that can be frustrated. Like, and say with me and Cynthia, when we're talking, if somebody's so angry and they're cutting you off and they're making their points and they're not understanding that I'm agreeing with you. I'm not even against you. I'm just saying, don't label me for what a few bad apples do. And I want to believe that 80% of the brothers that I know that I come across want to do the right thing.
Oh my
Trying to do the
God, we
right
don't
thing.
care
No,
about
yeah,
the people that you know.
I want to say you have.
Like this is unbearable. It
Wait,
really is. Like
wait.
y'all
Well, you know what? If
psychology
it's
is
So
unbearable,
unbearable.
I
It
want,
is.
if
It
it's
is
I want to
unbearable,
say
that's
this.
because
why we're
nobody's
losing. And
talking
that's why we
about
have brothers
you.
engaging
It's
in
not just a few
interracial
bad
dating
apples.
to try
Okay, so if
to
it's just
try
a
to
few
have
bad
somebody
apples in the black
else to
community, then
argue
it's
with.
Hey,
only a
yo, I
few
would
bad
love to
apples in
answer
the
the
white
question,
community.
man.
It's only a few bad apples in the white community. Y'all are
You
not
guys,
dealing with
so
systemic
I want to
oppression.
say,
It's just a few bad apples. Why
I
are
want
y'all
to say,
complaining about a few bad apples in the white community doing stuff towards you? You're not in
Because
a
that's the
system. It's
thing. There's
only a
not a
few
few
bad
bad
apples.
apples.
No, it
There's not
is.
a
It's
few
only
bad
if no,
apples.
yes, it
Because
is.
the
It's only
system
a
wouldn't
few
be
bad apples. No,
no.
it's not a
It's
system. It's
way
only
more
a
than
few
that.
bad
That's what I'm
apples.
saying.
No, it's only a few bad apples, and y'all aren't performing just because you're inferior. Apparently, it's only a few bad apples doing something to black men. Nobody's oppressing you.
I want to say this. When Cynthia
You're
gives
right
her
about that. I'm
analyzation,
retired.
wait,
Personally, I'm
one
retired.
second, please. Wait, one
Nobody's
second.
oppressing me.
One
Exactly.
second,
So
please.
you're just an underachiever naturally,
Am I
apparently.
still, do I still sound
I'm an
underwater?
underachiever and
Listen,
I'm retired.
wait, please. 1 second.
You're
I want to say
retired from a
this.
job that a white man gave you, though. So stop it. You're an underachiever. Where's your
That a white
company
man
and
gave
your
me. I'm a
ability?
human being,
Where's your
sister.
company
What are
and
you
your
talking about?
ability to employ other black men? Where's your company?
Okay,
Since
you know what?
nobody's oppressing
You
you, then that
wait.
means you should be uplifting your community. So where's your
Wait,
company and how
so
many
you
black men are you
all want to
employing?
start
I
implementing
muted
that
her.
new
I
Excuse me.
I
stuff
muted
would
in
her.
love to
Can I
Irene?
answer the
please
question,
Because that
interject?
yo.
sounds
Can
like a
Yeah,
good
anybody,
she
idea,
muted her.
Irene. I mean, I gave some
can
pretty solid
anybody act
suggestions with
like
the
I
mute
am
button.
speaking just for 1 second? I want to say this. You could have made your point I don't want to hear about what went on previous in this conversation. You could have made your point without presuming or assuming that you understood why Cynthia takes the stance that she is taking. Cynthia has used actual real life examples and a trend of behavior to support her points. So for you to then presume or assume that you know the deeper meanings behind her rhetoric is very problematic. What you would have done that would have been better was just to stick on your track instead of presuming why
What I don't get is how it turned into a me versus her thing, because I was just addressing the panel.
Because you made it about you. No, you didn't. You made it about yourself because you start talking about what you and the people that you know are doing. Yes, you did. Like, what are you talking
answer her
about?
fucking question.
I want to read what
Cynthia, do you have wine in your house?
I have some right now, but it's just I just don't care to talk to black men. Like, I really don't. I just don't care to talk to them. And this is why I say they're a lost cause and they're delusional. It just is what it is. They can't do anything but prove my point. They can't do anything but prove my point.
Well, all I can say is thank God you're not God.
Oh my Lord.
Wait.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah, because I would have eradicated y'all. Yeah, it's good that I'm not, because I would have eradicated y'all a long time ago. I would have strapped y'all and started over. I really would have.
It is so lucky I'm not God, because I am a terrible God on STEM. Okay, I literally burned my son's house down.
No more. Wait, no. We are digressing. Let me just say this. KT said child support, domestic violence allegations, and visitation issues are turning our children against us and turning us over to the masters from the start. Oppressed. So this is what I'll say. First of all, the fact that you refer to somebody as a master is problematic. Right. That's very problematic because that goes to like mindset, right? And also, child support, domestic violence allegations, and visitation issues aren't the problem. The problem is a system that would allow somebody to send the cops to your house and have you arrested. A system that would allow domestic violence allegations, right, to affect you by you being arrested. What you're complaining about is the power that a group of men who run a system have over you, and you're complaining that the people under the who utilize those systems are utilizing them. For me, the best thing, if you don't like how a system works, so if I have ADT, I had a whole event with them. Anybody who's had ADT don't get it, because if you move but within your contract, they start the contract all over, or you have to pay out the contract. And so if I have an issue with ADT and I don't want to pay out my contract, I feel like if I move and I want a new security company, then you're not going to be my security company anymore. Then my issue is not to take it up with the guy that comes to install the security. My issue is with the owners of ADT. And my beef is with them. And I find that so many times we want to yell at the waitress and not go into the kitchen or go into the managerial office and deal with the people who have control over what is being served at our table. We want to be mad at the waitress. We don't want to go to the manager. We don't want to go to the owner. We want to scream and holler and fight with the waitress. And some of these arguments to me are the equivalent of fighting with the waitress. Is the waitress the problem, or is the management and ownership the problem?
Well, here's the thing. It's extremely rare when Black women make a false domestic violence allegation against Black men. The problem is Black men want to be able to abuse their women and not go to jail. You don't get to complain about child support for a child that you created. She shouldn't have to put you on child support. What's oppressive is the fact that you're not just willingly taking care of your child and that you're making her have to put you on child support. You should just be stepping up to the plate and taking care of your child. So I don't care. Those number one, those aren't systems that Black women built. It's literally systems that everybody utilizes. Y'all never complain about white women putting you on child support, though. You'll run over there and make them single mothers. White women are more likely to put you on child support, but you never want to complain about white women putting you on child support. When I was in Washington, it wasn't Black women that was in a child support system and a child support office putting Black men on child support. It was white women. That's what it was. But nobody should have to put you on child support. You're oppressing Black women by trying to leave her with a child that you impregnated her with. And then she has to go get on a system and get them to make you provide for your child. This is why I say they're a lost cause.
So
this is why I say they're a complete lost cause. I don't think Black women should deal with them at all.
I want to go to David Johnson. He said, has anybody ever heard the pen is stronger than the sword? But Black women think everything should be a frontal assault, physical fight in war. But Black women know how wars work. The fuck out of here. He says wars require armies, spies, discipline, strategy, training, laws, policy, weapons, money, connections to other countries. But Black women know how wars work. Okay, let me be clear. Okay, first of all, when we talk about espionage, such as spies and things like that,
that's the white women.
When we talk about espionage is a maintenance strategy. Espionage is a maintenance strategy, and if you don't have a counterintelligence after 500 years in this country, then you're never going to get it. That's what I will say to that. Second of all, armies, strategy, training, and all of that, weapons, money. Well, if you don't have that, then that's not anything to do. And I'm not saying you're saying it has something to do with Black women. I'm saying it has nothing to do with us. The strategy, the training, the weapons, the money, laws and policies are for people who already have won. If you haven't won, you're not going to have laws and policies, right? If you already have not won, you're likely not going to have spies. But even if you had spies, you've had several hundred years to get the information you need to develop the army, the discipline, the strategy, and the training and the weaponry to infiltrate these systems. Look, this isn't like time is not on your side when it comes to how long we've had to analyze these systems. We have had a long time to analyze this. So no more time is needed. And what I really don't like is ultimately, I said, if you have a problem with revolution, all roads lead to revolution. All roads lead to revolution. And I dare somebody to prove a road that does not lead to a physical fight. And if the reality is nobody wants to fight, then say I don't want to fight and stop complaining. Otherwise, fight. I think it's really it's like that simple in my eyes. And it's hard for me to comprehend how anybody does not understand that. Like that part is difficult for me to fully comprehend. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. And
I don't either. If you're not gonna fight, you need to not complain about the system. You need to not complain about Black women's attitude. You need to not complain about child support. You need to not complain about submission. You need to not complain about you being locked out of the workforce. Just sit comfortably and nest in the circumstance that you're in if you're not going to fight it. We're tired of you complaining about something that you're not going to do something about. You sound stupid and weak. That's how you sound. Either you're going to do something about it or you're going to submit to it.
Can I say something? Why Black men?
Can we have Rozzy? We can hear Rozzy.
Want to know why?
Rozzy, we can hear you. Silky Curls. Silky Curls. I want to give Silky Curls a chance to speak, and then Rozzy, and then Coriander, if you want to speak. So let's go to Silky. Wait, Rozzy, sorry. Let's go to Silky Curls, and then Rozzy, and then Coriander, and then Sudra. I'm dying to know your thoughts on this. So Silky Curls, can you speak? Then Rozzy, then Coriander, then Sudra.
Okay, well, I'm an outsider.
Okay, what do you mean by outsider?
She left. And by outsider, I'm thinking maybe she's from London because she has a London accent. But oh well, she's gone. All right,
I
so it's
think
my
she
turn,
fell
right?
off. So then that goes to Rozzy, and then you, Coriander.
All right, man. Listen, man. I've been hearing everybody's point. I want to answer Cynthia's question, man. Why is there a gender divide? Why are black men letting it be a gender divide? Because black men are cowards, and they want to turn on somebody who's physically weaker. That's why there's a gender divide.
Yes.
And another thing, I said a lot of shit. Black women are not oppressing black men. So for the person who said it, he don't know what he talking about. Okay. I would just love to say this, man. As a black man, I want us to win as a people, man. This situation that we going through is a very fucked up situation. It's really heartbreaking for me, man. Sometimes it gets a little bit I get a little bit emotional listening to this. It's real crazy. And black men are going to have to fight. You can't get around that. It has to be a physical fight, or we just going to keep staying in the same position that we're in. There's no getting around it. There's no getting around it. This white man is a beast. Okay, he's diabolical. We gotta fight this man. Okay, and we can't pussyfoot around it. Okay, you can't get around that. Okay, so there's a gender divide because black men allow it. Black women are not oppressing black men, and we gotta fight this white man. Point blank, period. And the men need to understand this. Stop complaining. Stop pussyfooting around the situation. Okay, if we just get together, network, do what we need to do, because I don't believe that we're a lost cause. Yeah, just because shit is fucked up now and things are bad. See, we got to stop having this mindset that things are always going to be, and always going to be bad. Things can get better. I believe things will get better. Okay, you might think things will stay the way it is, but I believe things will get better. Okay. So the black man need to take accountability, do what he need to do for his community, protect this woman, and kick this white man ass. That's all I got to say.
Well, the thing is, black men don't have to fight. They really don't. They can either submit to the oppression or they can fight against it. It's that simple. You're either going to submit or you're going to give some pushback. And clearly, black men are choosing to submit. It's that simple.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that's my biggest problem is like the disingenuousness. Like if you and I'm sorry, I wanted to go back to a statement that Simone made. And Simone, I don't know if you were being tongue in cheek, just because Simone and I talk privately, and so I don't know if you're being tongue in cheek with that statement. But whether you're being tongue in cheek or not, I actually agree with that statement. You either fight or you stop complaining. Period. I think it's just that simple. You fight or you don't complain. There's no middle ground. Go ahead. Who's trying to speak? Is it Silky Curls?
It's Coriander's turn.
I'm so sorry, Coriander. Go ahead.
So I'm speaking from the perspective of an outsider looking in, right? And I like to deal in realism. Okay. No, I don't suffer from fairy tale syndrome. Realism. I'm going to tell you where things are going to go realistically for the Black American community, and you're not going to like what I have to say. And so, I'm 90s baby, right? Judging based off of, okay, because the majority of Black men who have the Black men who have the loudest voice inside of the Black community are those who are vehemently against Black women. Like I said, and like Cynthia said, there are girls in the next generation, Gen Z, who are noticing this, and who are talking about the vitriol towards them, even from young Black boys, and how young Black boys devalue them. There was this girl, she's in high school. She said, "Yeah, the Black boys don't really date Black girls. They don't really want to deal with that, right?" And what this is doing, I'm telling you guys how your future is looking, because I understand we have some who are older who are kind of living in a state of delusion in regards to where this is leading, but I'm going to tell you where it's leading, okay? What this is doing, Black men's vitriol, their smear campaign against Black women for 10 years has literally rolled over into the next generation, Gen Z Black boys, who are disrespecting, bashing, demeaning the Black girls, utilizing social media to devalue Black girls. And young Black girls are saying straight from their mouths, yeah, Black boys don't really want to deal with this. And what I'm seeing from Gen Z is an increase of young Black girls before they're even old enough to date. And I talk to them, okay? Before they're even old enough to date, these Black girls have already, because they're sick of the bull crap and they're not deluded the way that the older Black women are. They have already sworn off dating Black boys and Black men before they're even old enough to date. And these girls are operating from a divested mindset at a very young age before they're even old enough to date. Okay? So the next generation, which is Gen Z, Black girls, you're going to see a significant increase in the amount of Black girls who are not only open-minded to interracial dating, but you're going to see a significant spike in the amount of Black girls interracially marrying as well. This is a direct result of the generation that a lot of Black men are on. The Black men who are on this panel, this is a direct result of your generation influencing the generation of Black boys who are now influencing the generation of Black girls to respond by not being interested. Okay? And then Irene's worst nightmare, which is genetic annihilation of the Black American community, just might be realized because Gen Z Black girls are not putting up with it. Okay, that's all I have to say. And that's the reality of the situation. So Black men, you need to start calling out these Black men who are influencing these Black boys, because you may say, oh, well, maybe they're the minority. Well, guess what? They have the loudest voice. And they're influencing the next generation of Black boys to disrespect, bash, and demean girls. And then that's influencing the next generation of Black girls not to even want to put up with you. So to prevent Irene's worst nightmare, Black men, you need to get together and start calling out those Black males in the manosphere who are out here influencing Gen Z, who are by extension influencing young Black girls to not even want to deal with you before they're even old enough to date.
Yeah, let's be really clear. My worst fear, and it is a fear of mine, and I think it's a valid fear, is not just about American Black annihilation. My worst fear is that in this pursuit, because when we think that self-hatred is limited just to America, it's not. And my worst fear is that Black people are very good, and I said this at the beginning, if you guys go way, way back hours into the stream, when I first started this off, when it was just me by myself up here talking, I said, point out in the past 500 years, right, a large movement by Black people to fight anybody other than other Black people. Point out any situation where we've gone to war with anybody other than Black people. And then notice that everybody around us knows how to fight outside of their own but us. And I gave some examples. I said I could do a micro example, like with my ancestors, during the Gullah Geechee Seminole Wars. But when I talk about mass movements, there are none. The only time Black people engage in extreme violence is against their own. And so, yes, one of my biggest fears, and I have no fear. I have no qualms with calling it a fear. And Brother Q, I put the link in the chat, but I'll put it again so you can come up. One of my biggest fears is that Black people, can you guys mute because I hear an echo? One of my biggest fears is that Black people think they're so indestructible that one day we will look up and there will be none. Sin and I did a series that was based on something I presented here on the channel, and I was so grateful for Sin to put it to a bigger platform about the mixed race rabbit hole. Do you know that our people have had genocide, violent genocide committed against them, have been bred out on every single country, on every single continent on this planet, every single continent,
on this planet but Africa. Africa is already the last stronghold. This level of infighting is problematic because it will be our annihilation. It will be our annihilation. Africa cannot stand by itself. It might be the center of our being and the cradle of human life, but it cannot be standing by itself. If you really think about this strategically, with the type of technology that people have now, that these Black hating countries have now, that these countries that oppress Black skinned people that they have now, if we minimize ourselves to Africa, they will only have to destroy us in one location on the planet. And that will be the most dangerous thing that any of us ever lets happen. So it is my greatest fear. And not because I don't want you to interracially date. Hell, I have mixed kids. You make the babies you want to make. But when our rhetoric spreads out, when our rhetoric spreads to simply hating within our own part of the diaspora, and you think that it's going to be isolated, it's not. When I'm over on Crystal Karazin's channel listening to the people talking, I'll never forget when she said, we think this is just in America, but this is global, because she has women, Black women from all over the world who say their men behave the same way. So when you think that this movement is just in the United States or just in the Western world, you are mistaken. And if you think that white people are not cheering us on in our self-hate, you are insane. And I'm not saying this to Coriander, I'm saying this to everybody. This is problematic. And the success of annihilating Black people has been prominent and pervasive throughout the earth. We are the last strongholds. We are. I say kill the ones, in theory, that can't get their minds right. And the rest of us function as if we have sense. So
well, you would be in theory killing the overwhelming majority of men.
What'd you say?
I said, in theory, you would be killing the overwhelming majority of these Black men if we're killing the ones who don't have their minds right. Because these men are.
I will be killing some Black women too. Let's not even play games. I will be killing people. In theory, I'm going to be annihilating a whole lot of people because Black women are not totally together in the head either. Now, Black men to me are the bigger problem because our liberation is through their hands. So they are the bigger issue. They are my bigger focus, not because I relate to them more, but because I recognize when the shit hits the fan, it's going to be Black men who got to do the hard lifting and do the heavy lifting. That's not because I focus on them more, because I am not delusional. I know if I don't help them, if I don't do something, if I don't support them getting their minds right, then we will all be lost. So it's not that I prioritize
getting their minds right for generations, Irene. And where has that gotten us?
Well, I'm going to say this. I can't disagree with you. If I would be lying if I said that Black women have not been trying to help Black men get their minds right for generations. But what is the alternative? But my question is, what
more for them than they want for themselves?
I agree with that too, Coriander. I agree. We want it more than they do. But then what is the alternative? What is the and this is a genuine question. And I won't
force a man to do what he doesn't want to do, and they don't want to help themselves.
I don't disagree with you. I don't. But then I go back to what is the alternative? I want Brother Q to speak. Simone said, I'm still trying to figure out what is taking Black women so long to replace a class of dominated, gay, cowardly men. I've been hearing this all my life. Do you really want that question answered? David Johnson said, how is being strategic submission? We shouldn't have a plan. We should just go in ignorantly and blind. You know what, brother? If you haven't had a plan after the past 500 years, you're never going to get one. But Brother Q, what are your thoughts on this?
First and foremost, Black Power. Shout out to the family.
Black Power.
I'm listening. I think, I know it's we have a strong blended family, and the experiences aren't as linear as everybody, once believes they are. And I don't really know. I don't have the experiences that y'all have. So for me, it's more about trying to empathize with what y'all say. I know people, our community needs to do better. That's just a fact. I can sit here and point out what I saw with black men and black women. However, my understanding of our, circumstances forces me to look at the root of the situation. And I can't sit here and say black men need more work than black women need more work than black men. We need work as a whole. And when I hear people highlight, specific, aspects of either gender, for me, typically it's like that might be something that's, more shared within them than what's actually going on. I have 20 to 30 black men involved in my organization. There's multiple organizations in New York City that are ran by black men. I know black men all over the country doing for black people. I know black women all over the country doing for black people. That is a fact. As a Pan-African, we're taught, and as a 5%er, we're taught to look at the system as the tool to destroy our minds. We're taught 85% of our people are deaf, blind, and dumb. We see, just as much as we want to say, what's causing some of the destructive mentalities that we see permeating our community, we have to look at some of the people who invested into those things. And so when we look at Clear Channel, when we look at Seagrams, when we look at Universal Records, when we look at Disney, these people put millions into promoting the mindsets that we also see nowadays. And so when I hear people, skip over those parts, when you go look on television, all of the degradation of the black families that you see on television, the music that was promoted that degraded black women, that highlights the destruction of black men, that was funded. When we look at the organization of our communities, that was funded. And it was also ushered in by people who did not have our interests at hand. And unfortunately, the people who were in position to defend us didn't have enough intellectual capacity to defend us. Now we can sit here and point fingers at everybody all day long, but it creates an energy where people are just negative. I live my life all day long doing for my people. I don't think I would be able to do for my people if I spent my whole day just thinking about how, the perceptions of how negative our people are. I think my people are beautiful. We have a lot of stuff to develop and get over, but we have been through a lot. We have been through hell of more than anybody else, and we're still here having this conversation. There's probably just as much men watching as women watching who care about empowering our community. And I think from a marketing standpoint and an organizational standpoint, we should concentrate on those who do care. Coriander, I'm sorry you feel like that. I invite you to my sector, the world, and you'll see a bunch of black men who volunteer, who take care of their families, who pay the bills, who do what they're supposed to do. I'm sorry that the world that you're in, maybe the TV shows that you watch also depict that. I don't really watch TV because that's what they show on TV, a bunch of nigga shit. Black men looking like a bunch of bozos. That's not where I'm at. The black men I'm around will wash somebody in a heartbeat. So I can't, and I know some people say that's anecdotal, but you can't let somebody's hypothetical analogies or analysis depict or deter your real life. And if your real life is shaped around where the men you're around are only like this, I implore you to change your settings, because that's not the world.
These are facts.
Okay, but that was
I want to throw this out there, Coriander, before you go in. I want to throw this out there because out of everybody who's on this panel, Brother Q is unequivocally doing the most real work in the community. And so I agree with him that we should focus, and I said this in a previous live, go to my unlisted playlist because I went in on this. If you are saying I don't see the work being done, it's because you're in the wrong spaces. When I look out at the people surrounding me, they're all doing work. When I look at the black men around me, they're on point. But that's because I put myself in positions to be aligned next. When I see a black man doing work, I'm like, what can I do? What can I do to assist you? What can I do to be in your space? And then all I'm ever surrounded by are people who have their minds right. And so I think it's very important that we, as Black men and Black women, Black men and Black women, get our minds together to know where we need to get in a fit in. So let's be very careful. What I will not, and not that anybody has done it, I'm not saying anybody has done it, but what will not happen here is we will not in any way, shape, or form speak against anything Brother Q is saying, since his whole life is dedicated to our community in a very literal sense. And he is surrounded by women who are on that job and on that work. So when we talk about people not doing the work, then when we see people doing the work, we take step behind them. And like I said, we chop the heads of the people who are not. Like, we have to decide where we're gonna put our focus, because what is the alternative? The alternative is self-annihilation. So I can acknowledge everything that when I hear sisters and brothers saying are true about Black men and women, but my focus is not the broken, dysfunctional people. My focus is the people that have their minds right, because I have my mind right, and I can't play around in the filth and in the mire and in the dirt and in the pit forever. At some point, I have to say, let me go with people who have their minds right too, so that we can do this.
Can I say something to Q?
Yeah,
okay.
please.
Do you want to hear a solution? So Q, you've heard of the Black Manosphere, right? You've heard of him?
Yep.
That community? Okay. So, but you don't need to go and indulge yourself in that community. So here's a solution. Okay, just so you guys can get an idea of the complete nonsense that's going on over there. There is a Black male. He's in college right now, right? And he has a YouTube channel called Expose the Manosphere, and he basically just makes fun, and he derails a lot of the nonsensical talking points of Black men inside of the manosphere, talking about how it doesn't make sense, talking about how a lot of them are for eugenics but against their own people, and blah blah blah. Right? So you go over there, you watch his channel, right? And here's what you guys can do, because the Black men in the manosphere, right? They are the ones who are influencing the next generation. Okay? There may be men like you, but I'm telling you that men like them, their voices are louder and their influence is more powerful. Okay? So you go over there, you subscribe to his channel. It's a young Black dude who's in college, and he literally just debunks crap that comes out of their mouth and derails them. It's called Expose the Manosphere. And what you guys need to do, since these men, I already told you, because I'm not really invested in the Black community too much, right? That's why I can't even really call myself a divester. Divesting implies being invested in the first place, and I was never invested. So what you can do is go over there, you and other Black men who aren't like them, go over there, and you need to do what they did. And you need to start a counter propaganda agenda to counter the bullcrap that's coming out of their mouths that is influencing the next generation of Black boys, which is by extension influencing Gen Z Black girls not to even want to produce with their own men, because that is what's happening. I'm telling you exactly what's happening, okay? Because I'm on the inside. I'm telling you exactly what's going on, okay? You guys, you Black men who aren't like those dudes who are spreading this rhetoric and who are negatively affecting the community with their agenda, because they have an agenda, who are negatively affecting the community with their agenda, you need to start your own agenda, counter propaganda agenda against them to counter the rhetoric that's coming out their mouth, to show your women, no, not all of us think like that. As a matter of fact, we're going to take those guys down. Otherwise, what Black women are going to continue to see are those dudes over there in the manosphere spreading vitriol against them, and young Black boys and Gen Z are going to follow from their example, not your example, because you're not barking louder than those who are negative. You're going to follow the example of those negative voices.
Can I ask you something, Coriander? When you say he's not barking louder, we have barks and we have bites. He bites. He bites. I spend 5 days a week at his institute that has 2 buildings, and children wait, and children from Africa to the west and east coast of America. So what a person is speaking through a microphone on YouTube is no comparison to what this brother is doing in actual life. So who do we care? Wait, Coriander. Who who do we care more about? Somebody that is running their mouth or somebody that is in the trenches with an arm all the way in Africa and an arm that extends from one coast to the other in America?
On the next generation.
Can I respond to that?
So who has the most influence on the next generation? Unfortunately, those guys study with vitriol. Contrary to the dissonance that we are speaking on this panel, ladies, contrary to dissonance, those men have the most influence over the next generation, and it's already negatively affecting the next generation.
But they have influence because you're giving.
Can I respond? Can I respond?
Go ahead, brother. Respond to it.
All right. So there's multiple levels to it, sis. One. So what you want? I was in that cipher. So first and foremost, right? Let me break this down. I don't mess with the black manosphere because in real life, that shit is weird. So, secondly, I'm Hey sis, I'm official in real life. What I met in the manosphere and much of black YouTube is men who only exist inside of their computer. I can't sit here and I have, like right now, there's 30 people in my music studio right now below me, all black men, 4 black men working inside of the place. You see what I mean? So like, if I'm sitting online arguing with people who in real life would get washed for talking to me a certain way, it's making me deal with imaginary. So I need you to understand that in real life, it does not exist. And so for me, I have to keep my sanity. I have 3 my own sons, 3 stepdaughters, 6 children in total, a family, almost 200 students, 8 people to 10 people who are staff in my businesses. I cannot sit there and debate with people who aren't real in real life. So for example,
guess what? Those people who aren't real, they have the most influence.
I didn't interrupt you, sister. Like I'm going down each point that you made. So you said I should go over there. I did go over there. Now, as I was over there, what occurred was a lot of backing, and nonsense talking. So if you want men to be official, we cannot be partaking in wasteful conversation. So someone like me can't be in the mix of someone who's sitting there talking about women. And I say these are my videos. Most of the dudes over there seem like they were cheated on. And I don't really care about talking about men, about they females. Like that's corny to me. And the dudes in my circle feel largely the same way. Now, in the real life, there are circles. The manosphere is one circle. There are other circles who are completely opposite in mentality, who are affecting the next generation. So, for example, in New York City, my city, all of the CBOs are ran by damn near the black organizations, damn near are black men. So you have who? Man Up, organized by a black man. They're in almost 20 different schools and locations. You have Kenny Carter, Fathers Alive in the Hood. You have the Big Blood dude running for city council right now. You have Marcus Klein in Chicago. None of these men who I'm naming, you have Irene's husband. None of these men I'm naming will take the time to spend delving into that audience because they see it as wasteful. So what I'm imploring you to do is just turn off that channel. Now,
somebody got a lot of feedback. They should mute up while Q-Better is talking.
Can everybody,
what I'm talking about. This is a part of the problem.
So that we can hear. Can everybody mute up so we can hear him talk? Go ahead, Q-Better.
So then that was the first part. So I went to this cipher and I'm explaining to you why gentlemen like me or people like me generally don't go into that cipher. I back up Taz. Taz is the warrior in our cipher who does go into that circle, but we even tell Taz, leave them alone. Now, if you're a parent and you have a child and they're on YouTube listening to adult conversations, the parent is the problem. My children aren't allowed to listen damn near to any of us on YouTube. Why? You should be studying, watching a documentary, or doing something that is progressive for the development of your intellect. So a parent who has a child, a young man, listening to YouTube is the problem. So I want to just nip it in the butt right there. So if we want to fix the next generation, it's not the YouTubers, it's the parents who are the issue. And more than likely, it's whichever one you want to choose. I'm not going to say it's more than likely a woman, more than likely a man. More than likely, it's the parents who's the issue. Because if the father's not there, that's the issue. If the mother's not there, whoever's not there, it's the parents' issue. Why do you have your child listening to Obsidian? You have a 13-year-old boy listening to O'Shea. You probably, and more than likely, you're the same parent who has your child watching regular Disney movies. You have your child watching all types of gay movies. You have your child watching all types of media that are impregnating their minds with all types of nigga shit. So that's the issue there. So
okay,
that's the parent.
How?
So I wanted before you dig into it,
Irene, I want to know the ages of the people on this panel because I see that there's a serious disconnect with the younger generation of Black people. And this is why we're not very grounded in reality.
Before you go in, I wanted to read Antonia Adams' comment. She said she's right. Saying there, I think she's talking about you. She said she's right. Saying there are good Black men doing the work isn't enough. Whose mouth is bigger? People don't care about bite. It's bark. This world is shallow. So here's the thing. Well, then that's a no-win situation. If you're going to tell me that a person on YouTube who doesn't do anything, who doesn't do shit, but sit in front of a microphone and collect super chats is more impactful than a person who is out in the real world doing the work, well, then that's a no-win. That's a no-win situation. This is what I want to see. This is what I want to see. What I want to see is for y'all to have as much energy, for you to have as much energy for people who are actually doing the work as you do for these degenerate ass, ignorant ass people on YouTube. And let me also say this. What you don't know is those people behind the scenes who are about this life, who want to see us actually progress and show force, are working all the time. And Brother Q and Sinji already know, we are already even collaborating, which Brother Q expanded the reach of that with his ideas. We are already collaborating to unify Black YouTube to show that we're not as fragmented as some of you people think we are. We're not as fragmented as much as some of you think we are. But what the problem is that you're so hyper focused on these people who aren't about anything. They are about nothing. They are cancers on our community. And we would rather sit and have a 30-hour live stream about a person that is nothing than we would have about a person that is something. And that is a huge part of the problem. And
so, like I said, I would like to know the age ranges of the people here.
Antonia, with all due respect,
a serious disconnect.
Wait 1 second, Coriander. Antonia, with all due respect, you make a good point. People pay attention to bark more than bite, but the bite is what makes the impact. And
okay, well, how about redirect your biting into counter-propaganda measures?
The dysfunction is not in the people who are doing the work. You don't get to say in one hand, nobody's doing anything. And then on the other hand, when people do something, you say, well, we want to pay attention to the people who aren't doing anything. Like, do you want us to do something and you're going to give that your light and your energy and your support? Or do you want to pay attention to the people who are doing nothing? Like, I'm going to need you guys to choose a side right now.
Okay.
Choose a side. Where do you stand? Do you stand with us who are doing the work, or do you stand against us and with the people who are running their big, ignorant mouths on YouTube?
Guess what? The world is not that black and white. It's not. You have to.
But we're not talking about the world. We're talking about black and white.
Yes, we're talking about the world.
Hold on,
it's not engagement linear thinking.
So I want to ask you
now. Let me tell y'all something.
Black man, I just put out.
Because I let y'all speak. When I speak, I keep getting cut off. Okay, so let me tell y'all. Let me tell y'all. And then I let you speak, Q, without cutting you off. So I'm going to
Go
speak
ahead,
now.
Coriander, because we
This
agreed
is
to
my
2 minutes.
floor.
So
I'm going
please,
to speak.
Go ahead.
And
I'm
then
sorry.
we have
Go ahead.
more than 2 minutes for other people on here. Okay. First of all, I would like to know the age ranges of the people here. You don't have to say your exact age. Just say 20s, 30s, 40s. Okay. Irene, I'm going to ask you first. 20s, 30s, 40s. What's your age range?
We know I'm old as dirt. I'm the oldest person on this panel.
Okay, but I don't know that age range. 20s, 30s,
Yeah,
40s.
I guarantee you I'm older than everybody on this panel.
Okay, Q, 20s, 30s, 40s. I'm getting ready to make a point here.
I'm leaving the 30s, man. I'm leaving the 30s.
Okay, so 40s. 40s, Irene, you said you're the oldest. You're either 40s or 50s because he said that he's in his 30s or 40s, right?
Yeah, I'm definitely older than him. Yeah.
Okay, so let me tell you something about the let me tell you something about the disconnect that you guys have with the younger generation, and I'm telling you how it is. And you cannot disregard the lived experience of the young. I'm 20s, okay? You cannot disregard the lived experience of the younger generation. You guys are disconnect from them. You do not realize you're going to sit there and say, well, those guys online, those guys aren't real. Let me tell you something. Social media is just as real as a reality to the younger generation because they spend so much time on it as reality is itself. And you can sit there and argue and say that it shouldn't be, but that is the way the world works today. And you cannot have a disconnect with them, and you cannot sit there and minimize the effects that those on social media have on the younger generation. These kids live on social media, okay? It's Gen Z.
No, but we're not minimizing it, sweetheart, because we teach them.
I got us, sis.
Please don't cut me off. I let y'all speak. Don't cut me off, okay? So you're saying that you're not, but what's going on is that you are, okay? Now I'm telling you the way it is. And I also told you what you can expect in the future because I already gave you a very accurate prediction of what's going to happen in the future because it's already happening. Gen Z girls are saying that they're cutting off Black boys, and that's a growing number of them. You're going to see a significant increase in interracial marriage and mixing by Gen Z Black girls as a direct result of Gen Z Black boys picking up a lot of this negative vitriol from specifically the Black manosphere. You, Q, can say, well, those guys don't mean anything. Well, guess what? They mean something to the Gen Z generation. They mean something to the younger generation who spends the majority of their time online, of whom in their reality, the younger generation's reality, social media is just as real of a reality as when they step outside. As a reflection, as a matter of fact, to them in their minds of reality. So you have to take that into consideration. And what you also need to take into consideration is, yes, because social media is a part of the younger generation's reality, that these men who are spreading this vitriol, they have a serious negative effect on the psyches of the next generation. And they are negatively affecting the psyches of young Black boys, which is by extension causing a reaction by young Black girls. Now, I said this, and I'm closer in age range to Gen Z than a lot of people on this panel. And Cynthia G, who's nowhere near close to Gen Z, has even said, yeah, you know, my who's so-and-so, whoever, friend, cousin, whoever, said, yeah, her daughter inside of high school was like, yeah, how come Black boys don't like us? How come Black boys don't date us? How come Black boys do? Because they're picking this up from the manosphere. So you can sit there and try to minimize their influence, but I'm telling you that they have a large influence. And if you want to counter that influence, it doesn't, because what was the saying? Something is compliance. Not saying something is compliance. I don't remember the saying in entirety, right? But you're sitting there saying, well, we're going to remain silent. We're just going to ignore them and keep doing our work in silence. Well, guess what? That's compliance because you're not challenging them. And you don't have to go into their spaces and challenge them. But the same way that white men and Asian men and Hispanic men have positive, what does Cynthia call it? Promotion? Yeah. Corrective promotion for their own women to uplift and praise their women. I don't see these so-called good Black men having this positive promotion for their women. Instead, what I'm seeing is you are allowing these bad Black men to run rampant with their negative promotion and vitriol towards Black women, which is negatively affecting.
Coriander, no, your sound went weird again. Coriander, do you hear me? Your sound went weird again. But I want to say, yeah, but your sound is like, it sounds like you're underwater again, but it's like you're lower this time versus the last time where it was weird, but you were still like loud.
But that girl was in my best friend's daughter is in middle school. She's not even in high school yet. She's in middle school.
But yeah, here's the thing. I want to be clear. I want to be clear. We don't want to say that because, for example, being probably, I'm pretty sure I'm the oldest person on this panel, that we don't have any we don't have any debate. Wait, can you guys mute up? Wait, Coriander, before you mute up, how old are you exactly? If you don't mind telling me. Are you like late?
I'm in my 20s.
Are you
I'm
late
in
or
my mid 20s? Mid
20s. Okay. So I have a child that's in their mid 20s. Okay. And my child doesn't share your viewpoint. So when we negate the impact that elder people have on
we still fall, those of us, we still
no,
fall
wait,
into the
let me
millennial
wait,
category. So we're the
let me
youngest of
finish.
the millennials, and then there's Gen Z. I'm telling you from the perspective of Gen Z, what they're
I'm telling
talking
you,
about.
wait,
So we
I'm
cannot
telling you,
disregard
Coriander, you have to learn to yield to the person whose channel it is. Like, you can't just over talk her. It's her channel.
I want to say, as a person who's raising people from the age 26 or 27, y'all, I got so many kids, I can't remember. But I have children that are from the age of 26 or 27 to the age of 6. Okay, that's a 20-year age gap. As a person who's responsible for cultivating the minds of people that span a 20-year, age difference, children in every, decade of, or every half decade of that, right? As a person who's raising those children, I will say that it's very, and I don't want to say this exactly to you, Coriander, but to young people in general, it's ignorant of you to think that we don't have an impact on how you think. And it's ignorant of older people to think that we don't have an impact on how these children behave. The children I raise in my household have the mindsets that they have because I raised them with those mindsets. I took responsibility and accountability, like Brother Q was saying earlier, to really speak to and control what they engaged, and I made sure to include a healthy narrative to everything that they experienced. And so I can look at my children who range from halfway or more, on the better part of halfway to 30 years old, all the way down to my 6-year-old. And I can say that they don't share these mindsets because I was responsible as a parent to raise a child who has their mind right. So we don't want to negate the power that elder people have over cultivating their younger. Nobody is more impactful than a parent. And that is very important. And so that's why institutes like what Brother Q have are so important, that you place your children with elder people who can teach them in a way that makes sense, instead of allowing society, white-driven society, to dictate their mindsets. That is problematic. It's not about an age gap. It's about the elder people dropping the ball with the guidance and the training of the younger people, and we don't want to forget that. But Brother Q said you had this. So what are your thoughts on?
Could I say something at the sidebar? Because I agree with both you and Coriander, because I do see, with the Gen Zers, in my sister's kids and in my best friend's kids, and there is a huge problem with the meanness, the aggressiveness, and the devaluation that young Black boys have for Black girls. And I'll also say that I get that you're saying, that there should be examples, but I'll tell you this. So when I was younger, there was one example of like a nice Black man when I was in middle school. There was one, and I remember him to this day. However, every other Black male that I came into contact with was negative. And so since the majority of the occurrences is going to be negative, those are going to outweigh even the one experience that they may have. So obviously what Q Butter is doing is great, but we need more people, because the average Black girl, when she grows up, most of her experiences with Black males is going to be negative. And Q Butter is not going to be able to carry the weight on his own in order to make more of an impact than the majority of Black male interactions is going to be negative. And because for me, it didn't work for me. I do remember, the niceness from this one Black man, but I also remember the fact that the majority of them was negative. And so there does need to be more. We can't use, what Q Butter is doing, or what maybe 5 different Black men are doing, and act like it's going to overshadow the majority of Black men and Black boys who are mean, aggressive, and who violently express their disdain for Black women.
Are others allowed to comment? I don't know.
Yes, yes, you can. Give me 1 second. If you don't mind going, wait. Yeah, AM, if you're listening to us on a playback somewhere, can you turn that playback down or mute it? Yes, let's let Q Butter go, and then AM, if you don't mind, if you can go. I want to say this. I agree with you, Sin, but before Q Butter speaks, and I'm sorry, Brother Q, um, can we agree, at least, Cynthia, that we won't see an expansion of these kind of programs and this kind of building in the Black community if everybody dismisses it because they feel it's not plenteous enough?
No,
Like, don't we
no
need
one's
backing?
dismissing it. No one's
No, well,
dismissing it. What we're saying is that in
well, no,
addition to
not
this,
not
there
not
needs to be
wait.
a
Yeah,
counter propaganda measure in
what,
place.
like, make no mistake, what Q Butter is doing is great, and that's why I see a lot of other Black men hating on him. Even from Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson hates on Q-Mar heavily, on Q Butter heavily. So what he's doing is great. I'm just saying more Black men should be doing it. Like, when the majority of your experiences are negative, that's going to have more impact than what one nice person is doing. Like, because when some people ask me, have I had any good interactions? I do. I think of the one Black teacher who had literally, his environment was like a safe haven for me when I was in middle school. But that was in middle school. I'm now 36. So most of the experiences that I've had with Black men were so negative that was more impactful than the one thing that he did, although I remember it and I do appreciate it. I'm just saying that the majority of what you experience is going to be way more impactful than what one person is doing. We just need more Black men to be doing what Q Butter is doing and making a positive impact.
Okay. In addition to what Q is doing, do you want to know what else needs to happen? Because I'm saying in addition to. Nobody is minimizing what he's doing. This is good. In addition to what he's doing.
Wait, Coriander, because AM wants to talk. So let's
Okay,
do.
I'm going to say a couple of more sentences.
Coriander. Let's let Q Butter talk and then AM talk. And then Silky Curls, if Silky Curls has anything to say, and then we'll come back to you, just like in fairness, because you, me, and Sin have dominated this conversation.
It's only 2 sentences, okay? So in addition to what he's doing, there also needs to be counter propaganda measures in place to counter what is going on in the manosphere that is negatively affecting the next generation. Because I'm seeing it with my own eyes. You guys aren't seeing it.
That's facts. No, that's valid. Can you repeat that? Because that's very valid.
Okay. In addition to what he's doing, there also needs to be, from good Black men, counter propaganda measures in place to counter what's going on in the manosphere, because it is negatively affecting the next generation. You guys don't see it. I see it. Okay. I see it, and hundreds of Black girls see it. You cannot disregard their lived experiences.
These
right.
Are
Black women are doing more to counter what Black men are doing than Black men are. Even on this panel, there's more Black women defending the actions of, and there has been literally the other Black men who came on here, they literally proved why you shouldn't deal with Black men than anything. And so even in these social spaces, Black women are doing more of the work to clear up Black men's reputations and to decorate them than Black men are doing.
These are facts. I agree. There needs to be counter propaganda. This is essential. And there is an oversaturated prevalence of these negative things on the internet, and positive Black men do need to not just do the work in the real world, but recognize that that's part of that is in social media as well, because the younger generation is more attached to social media than the elder generation. Q Butter, do you want to speak?
I'm going to go.
Okay, thank you. First of all, Coriander, thank you so much for coming up, because you added so much to the conversation.
Well, Coriander, before you go though, sis, so yes, I am doing more. So if you go on my channel, I put out nothing but pro-Black music. I also own one of the most lit music studios in New York City. So I don't know if you may not know who I am, but there's a studio called Zyx. We recorded one of the biggest songs. We recorded one of the biggest songs in New York City. Right now, I literally have about 30 to 40, 18 to 25-year-old men in my studio right now. I have one engineer who's 17, one that's 24, so I'm beyond connected to the streets and to the youth. And so when I tell you that they do not know who the manosphere is, I can take this computer downstairs right now and do an immediate survey, and I guarantee you, let me finish. The only reason if any of them saw Kevin Samuels is because of World Star, and they probably do not even know his name. And so that is also a reality that I can do right now. When you said disconnected, I can go right now, like in 30 seconds, and show you a bunch of black men who will tell you, I don't know who these people are. And so now,
they may not know yet, but Kitty Samuel is becoming mainstream. So if they don't know yet, they're going to know soon. Yeah. Like let's not sleep. Black female degradation is very popular and profitable.
Let me finish the points, right? Sisters, a 5%er, a 5%er is someone who understands that 85% of our people are deaf, blind, and dumb. 10% take advantage of the 85%. And
y'all go listen to my interview with Q Butter for his expansion on that. But I'm sorry, I just had to throw that out there.
And I know a lot of us wasn't taught that, but that's how I was raised to understand our people. So the system's designed to make sure no matter what, we are regurgitating ignorance. And so that's the cycle that is profitable for the system. So we have to attack it system-wide. So I'm with you on media. Literally, if I share my other screen, I have a video right now called Message to Teenagers. I wear my gold teeth and my hat to my back and my glasses because I want to appeal to the youth. So I get this, like everything I'm doing, if you're interested in trying to partner up and doing some more media or giving me ideas on what to film or how to promote it, I definitely am doing, because I feel you, we need to do all things, but I need you to understand it's a lot of work. Like my queen's birthday was last night. I was filming a video for STEM, filming this video for Message to Teenagers at 6 in. So it's a lot. So like Ms. Irene is saying, we need to support. You know, it's not just me, but we're doing it. So I agree. We gotta fight.
It's so I appreciate your guys' efforts, and it's so cute to me, but at the same time, it kind of reminds me of, back when I was Christian, before I became pagan. It kind of reminds me of pastors in the church trying to appeal to the youth. They're not really quite there, but
sis,
they're trying, and their heart is good.
You have no clue. Like if you go online, sis, and type in the song Big Trip, that's one of the biggest songs in New York. Like I'm
not denying what you're saying.
I'm just asking, do you know the song?
What I'm saying is,
do you know the song Big Drip?
No, I don't.
Do you know?
I'm pretty sure it's not the genre that I listen to.
Do you know who Quavo is?
No.
So you're disconnected from the Black community. So before you can even give ideas to something,
no, Black community and ghetto is not the same thing. It's not synonymous.
You see what you just did? I never said ghetto. You're
who is Quavo? Is Quavo like a rapper or something? Because those people portray a certain culture.
You just called what we have ghetto, and you don't even know what it is. That says you have to clean your mind. That has nothing to do with Black men, has nothing to do with Black women. You have in your mind a little white woman who doesn't like Black people. No matter what Black people do.
Look at where we're going.
In your mind.
The Black community is not a monolith, and not all Black people listen to rap and hip hop. And rap and hip hop do promote a certain culture. Listen, they do promote a certain culture.
No, let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. Q and I have had this discussion. Q and I have had this discussion, and I've had this discussion with Mr. And those of you who are a part of my Patreon and members page know that we've had this discussion. I am personally also not a fond of rap music and hip hop. Because I think that it promotes a degenerate culture. However, I will say that I have seen Brother Q and rare Black men put out music that is counter to that. But I can't lie. Overall, I despise it, even though the music's very catchy and stuff. I feel like it's been used for destruction so much.
I don't even think it's catchy. I think it's
However,
trashy.
hold on, let's
Yeah,
understand
the black
something.
community is not a monolith. And not listening to rap and hip hop doesn't mean you want to be white.
No, if you're
It
gonna
just
talk
means
about,
the black community is not a monolith.
disconnect. Let's talk about disconnect. Right now in America,
because I don't know who Quavo is.
Excuse
Let
me.
me Google Quavo, and I guarantee you he's probably a rapper because that sounds like a rapper's name.
You just said the youth. You just said the youth. Popular culture in America is largely being pushed.
Yeah, he looks ghetto. He's an American rapper. So Quavo is an American rapper.
You didn't even know who he was. You didn't even know who he was. You didn't know who he was.
And that's because I'm not
honestly.
But we have to be able to, number one, you have to be willing to listen as much as you want to be heard. And also we have to,
and guess what? The black community is not a monolith. So Quavo, Migos, that is ghetto music. And I'm not a ghetto person. And the black community is not ghetto. Can I say this on behalf of the black community? Because I think it's very insulting to black people.
No, what you're saying is very insulting.
But listen, no, for you to sit there and portray black people as a monolith. Okay, well, let me say what I have to say, and then I'll leave.
And go hang
let
around
me
your
say what I have to say, and then I'll leave. Hey, listen,
Coriander, I don't want you.
What I have to say, and then I'll leave because I was supposed to leave in the first place.
Please, wait.
Okay, let me say what I have to say, and I'll leave because let me say what I have to say, and I'll leave. I will leave. Okay, let me say what I have to say, and I will leave. The black community is not a monolith. Listen to me, and then I will leave. Let me say what I have to say, and I'll leave. Didn't I tell you guys I was leaving earlier?
Yeah,
I told
you did say you were leaving earlier.
So let me say what I have to say, and then let me leave. Okay. And don't drag it longer than it has to, Mr. Q. Let me say what I have to say. Let me say.
Can we, Brother Q? Can we hear her out? I honestly feel, Coriander, 1 second, and I do want you to say what you have to say because you did say that you needed to leave. Before you say it, I want to say that I want to hear her out because number one, she did say she had to leave, and number two, if she didn't care about the black community, she would not be here. So go ahead and
now let me tell you something, and this is something that we got literally growing up, being called Oreos. You don't care. The black community, let me make this very loud and clear, is not a monolith, and rap and hip hop music is not all the black community. The black community is responsible for jazz music. The black community is responsible for dubstep music. Rap and hip hop is not the bulk of the black community, and rap and hip hop by and large does promote a degenerate ghetto culture, and I'm not ghetto. Okay, now I just looked up who Quavo is, and he's an American rapper, and I just looked at how he looks, and he does look ghetto. So and the Migos, and I know who the Migos is because Cardi B is married to one of them, right? They're ghetto. And that is not the bulk of the black community. And it's insulting for you to say somebody doesn't care about the black community when they don't like ghetto people, when ghetto people are by and large degenerate and they do not represent the best that the black community has to offer. The black community is not a monolith. And
okay,
what
I want to say, Brother Q, before you respond, what I want to say.
Can I respond to that real quick, Ms. Irene?
Yeah,
go ahead. The reason why you want me to focus on the manosphere is because you feel like they influence the youth. The reality is that hip hop and popular culture is what's largely influencing the youth. So what I was showing you was that I have been targeting hip hop artists as a means to positively influence the youth, showing you that I'm taking.
That's lovely. That's amazing.
You
talk.
Am
I able? I'm not saying, but you don't get no.
I have something to say that's important.
That's absolutely lovely. Guess what?
Okay,
it's
yeah. So can we first of all wait? Can we respect that? Can we respect that? AM. Wait, mute your mic, AM. You gotta turn us down on whatever you're listening to us on. Whatever you're listening to us on, turn that off because we can hear ourselves in your mic. But I want to say that number one. Coriander, I understand that you overstayed your abilities because you said that you did have to go. I want to say that I agree with Coriander. The black community is not a monolith. This has definitely been a frustration for me, especially when we talk about classism within the black community and different tastes that black people have. I really want us to get away from the idea that we are a monolith. However, with that said, if we can agree the black community is not a monolith,
then that means that the subsects of the Black community are also not monolithic. So if we look at things like hip hop, which is not my favorite genre, and like I said, those of you who have listened to the Black Conservative Mixtape know that I really don't care for hip hop, right? But at the same time, I did promote Brother Q's music here on this channel. So in the same way that the Black community is not monolithic, the subsections of the Black community, such as the hip hop rap community, are also not monolithic. So we need to be consistent in our intellectual integrity when we speak about the non-monolithic nature of our people, and not just limit that to the things that are advantageous to us. Because I often do, especially being upper middle class, being multi-generational upper middle class Black person, I get frustrated at these monolithic conversations as well. But if I am going to be frustrated on my own behalf, I need to also have that same level of grace for those individuals who are involved in subsections of our community, such as the rap and hip hop community, such as this idea of ghetto culture, and not demonize those things, as we know that those things are perpetuated in positive ways as well, and that they're not always negative, even if, in my opinion, and I'm sure Coriander would agree, they're overarchingly negative. I want AM to speak just because she has been so patient. And I know like 30 minutes ago, AM, I said that you would get to speak. What are your thoughts?
Are you still getting that same feedback? Because I don't want to take up people's time if they can't hear me properly.
No, I feel like if we're all muted, then we won't hear you. Won't hear anything. Like right now, I can hear myself, but if I mute, I don't think I can.
Okay. Initially, when I called, I had wanted to address the fact that I think that oppression of women and oppression of men looks differently. So when individuals were asking how are women oppressed by Black men in the community, I think the ultimate oppression of Black women is when they are made to be responsible for the protection of the community, because that takes a woman far outside of her natural orientation. We are the nurturers, men are the protectors. But if we have to assume that position, then that is ultimately oppressing that womanness in us. And then I also wanted to say that Coriander, she was saying about the Black Lives Matter movement. And if you go to the website, they actually have a mission statement where they explicitly state that they want to reinvent the nuclear family as to not include the Black male. So when she says that the Black Lives Matter movement advocates for Black men, there's a difference between advocating and capitalizing on a moment. I did a lot of organizing in college, and I actually had to remove myself from the organizing action because there were a lot of white liberal people who had their own agenda, and they were going off of my energy and my passion for woes within the Black community, but then they were trying to like revamp it and get it to like also like get with like the LGBT and trans and stuff like that. I think Irene kept trying to say that, and then ultimately she gave up in trying to say it. But yeah, they very explicitly stated on their website that they are not pro-Black men or pro-traditional Black nuclear family, which is inclusive of the Black man as the head, and then the woman, and then the children to follow suit. So that's not something that can be debated. And then as far as the music is concerned, I love what Q Butter is doing. Music, we are spiritual beings, melanated people are spiritual beings, so we respond to frequencies. Our being resonates on frequencies. What they did was they took what is hip hop and rap and what is organic to the frequency that melanated people organically operate on, and they just made it cater to the lower frequency vibrations. So if somebody was able to revamp or restyle that, then I think that that would be essentially what Coriander was trying to say when she was saying that there needs to be a counter propaganda. I'm in my late 20s and entering into my 30s, so I talk to younger children too. I mentor younger children, and I actually mentor a lot of young Black, and they do experience what she's stating, and it's weighing heavy on their self-esteem. And And anyone can cut me off. I don't know if I'm just rambling or not. Like,
I just wanted you to be able to finish your thoughts. So, because you've been waiting for such a long time.
Yeah. So, like, it's definitely affecting the psychology of our young Black girls. And because they don't have anything positive to counter white as supreme, they're really like left to defend what has already been devalued. For instance, this thing with like Black women and weave, and we don't want to date Black women because they don't wear their natural hair. Like, to me, that there has to be like effective arguments in place to counter all of that, so that when somebody tries to put that argument out there, it just gets shut down immediately. Because to me, it's stupid. Like, hair grows. If one thing that I can bet on is that hair is gonna grow. So like literally, our hair grows. It's just that we've been conditioned to systematically hate what naturally grows from our heads. No other group of women has experienced that. So like, there has to be arguments set in place to counter that. We just can't keep saying, oh, I don't wear weave, because it's like, I have long hair and I wear weave. Like, but we can't allow ourselves to continue to be devalued because of that fact. We just have to come with like the education behind it, and have, because I see a lot of Black girls that they're getting teased, but they don't have like a comeback. And like, when you're younger, you just need to have a quick comeback to shut everything down, and the Black girls don't have it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Hello?
I think I do. Yeah, I do. I think I do know what you mean.
Cause like, and I'll explain further. So like, Black hair is high frequency. We have coils in our hair because it's high frequency, it's shorter wavelengths. So in reality, us being the original humans, our hair is actually, it's like heavenly. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have to like know these things. Like, it just has to be something in us. We have to know that like, we have to like reject the notions of things that are white as being supreme. We know that melanated skin tone, that's high frequency. Melanin is condensed sunlight. Like, kids have to know this, and they have to know it readily. It has to be readily available to shut stuff down. Because when Cynthia was saying like, she matriculated through life, she came across some Black boys that were cruel. Well, I've always been the type of person that I can shut stuff down just with an intellectual counter. Like, you can't argue what I just said, so you need to chill. Like, that kind of thing. We need to have a melanin education for our children so that they understand that your being resonates on a whole different frequency, and you are the standard, and just operate in that, because then nobody's going to be able to tell them anything. It has to be something that's like built up inside of them already. And I'm done with everything that I just said.
Thank you so much, AM. That was well worth the wait. So I appreciate you being so patient. And I agree with you, but I do need you to mute yourself because it creates
okay.
echo. So I definitely agree with. There's not a word that came out of her mouth I think that I don't agree with. But I do want to address a comment that Savannah St. Laurent said, and let me just say something, okay? I think it is very sexually questionable and homosexual in nature for men to sit around obsessing over women's makeup and hair. However, I think it is very heterosexual for men to have a preference as far as how women present themselves and to find certain things attractive. And in the spirit of the fact, because all the women were kind of on board when I did that video about, when we get, augmented by surgery or wear weaves or wear this extreme makeup where it's like, the under stuff, the foundation, that like 30 layers of makeup, that it allows men to emulate women better because we're so far removed from our natural state that they can buy the same body. Remember that video I did where I showed Kylie Jenner's makeup artist and he had the same face and body as women, quote unquote, because so much had been purchased that he was able to simply purchase and make up himself to look like a woman. So I think that there's validity to that. And so if women who came overwhelmingly in the comment section and agreed with that stance, if you agree with that stance, then the next level of that is obviously, right, is obviously going to be that when we talk about men saying, I reject all this artificialness, I don't really see the issue in their rejection of the artificialness if we recognize that that artificiality is the tool that's used to allow people who are not women to emulate women. That as close as we are to our natural state, it allows us as women to not be emulated. And so this is
See, I
again.
don't agree with that. I
Yeah, go
absolutely
ahead.
don't.
Go ahead.
Gay men and trans women are not out getting their bodies done because women are wearing makeup. They're not doing that because it's just like they're doing it because they want to. And see, this is what I don't like. I don't like when women have to bear the burden and responsibility for what men choose to do with themselves. If a man wants to go get a boob job so that he can have titties like a woman, he's going to do it because he wants to. If women stopped wearing makeup and getting surgery now, it wouldn't change anything. They would, to me, that's literally the same logic as saying white people want to say the N word because black people are saying it in music. No, this is something that they were doing before. It's something that they want to do, and they're going to do it anyway. And I don't think black women should stop getting stuff and be in a more natural state because of black men, because black men don't care about natural states. Black men will take fakeness on a white woman all day, every day. And if they weren't, they wouldn't be celebrating Cardi B and Kim Kardashian and all of these white women who go get these surgeries and weaves and Botox and all of this. I don't think black men deserve it. I really don't. They don't deserve anyone natural.
Can I ask you this, Cynthia? Do you think that it's more, and that's why I used what's her name, whatever the Kardashian sister's name, Kylie Jenner's makeup artist as an example. Do you think it's more easy to emulate a woman when you can purchase, right, exactly what she looks like? So for example, I have natural
that anyway.
But no, they can't, because remember, like for example, I have
they can't breasts. Because I know, but they know women have breasts. Well, that's why women have breasts, though.
No. But I want to give an example. So, there are some things that are not easily emulated, right? So, for example, I have natural breasts, right, and they're on the larger side. There's a way that naturally a woman with a chest my size, right, that those breasts are going to sit because they are natural, right? Whereas if a woman goes out and buys herself a pair of F-cup breasts, they're going to appear very different from mine. If the standard becomes that her breasts are more acceptable, right, then a man can go out and just inject himself with an F-cup worth of silicone, and then somebody will look at somebody like me and go, well, why aren't her breasts sitting at her collarbone? And it's like, because they're real, right? So then it's more easily emulated. If I say that I want a black woman with a gigantuous butt, right, just huge gigantic butt, but like a 12-inch waist, we know that that's not a real proportion that a woman would naturally come in. A woman can be well endowed in the back area, but she's also probably going to have, a waist that is within 4 to 6 inches of her butt circumference. That's a natural proportion. So when a person can go out and literally purchase your physical appearance, because your physical appearance is also purchased, don't you think that allows them to emulate us more? Now, just taking what they deserve.
I don't.
Okay, but why?
No, I don't, because number one, men don't have boobs anyway. So if men want boobs, they're gonna go have to buy them. They have to go buy them anyway. So regardless, if they want to turn themselves into a woman, they're going to go do that. Men generally have a smaller waistline than women. So if they want to have a bigger booty and they go get butt injections or butt implants or whatever, their wasted line is going to be disproportionate anyway because they're men. So I don't think that that has anything to do with it. You would have men trying to mimic the female body of a female, and they don't have it. They can't naturally have it. Now, in terms of the fake bodies becoming mainstream, yeah, I do think the more that women get surgery to make their bodies unrealistic, it'll become mainstream. But I don't think it has anything to do with men choosing to go get breast implants. If they I just don't think the two are related, because either way he doesn't naturally develop boobs. That's not natural to him. So if a man wants boob, he has to go pay for it, regardless to whether women are natural, whether women are fake. It doesn't matter. He has to get fake boobs because he does not develop them. That's just it. I just don't think they're related at all. I think they're unrelated completely.
Okay, so I do completely agree with everything you're saying, but I also think that for us to act like when women start wearing like full on drag queen makeup, think about how the drag queens do their makeup, this extreme crazy makeup, right? It would be much harder for a man to pass without that 13 layers of makeup. Right? So makeup is not a problem because I wear makeup. But when we do our makeup like men who are trying to emulate women, right? When that becomes the culture, it allows them to then transform themselves into the likeness of women. Whereas if women don't do that, then it's going to look unnatural. Can we at least agree on that? Like, they can't emulate womanhood. They can emulate exaggerated womanhood, though. That's the only thing that they can do. They can never actually emulate a woman.
Yeah, but it's actually the reverse. Women start doing their dramatic makeup after drag start doing it. So actually, we're copying what the drag queens were doing. They didn't start doing big dramatic makeup because of us. We started doing it because of them. All of the nose contouring, the big eyelashes, the exaggerated lips, they were doing that first. We started copying them. Yeah, women started copying drag queens on that, actually.
Can I add to that? I would say most, and this goes back to black people being impregnated by whites. Most of the shit black people follow in America is white gay culture. That is just across the board, men and women.
It is, especially the exaggerated makeup styles that women are doing, and those long, ridiculous eyelashes that literally look like you have an umbrella on your eyelids. They're following gay men who are doing that, and drag queens.
And they're following, and the men are following white men who like those type of men-looking women.
Valid.
So when you
that's why I say it's unrelated. That's why I say it's unrelated. Like, I get that faker bodies are going mainstream, but it's because women are copying drag queens. That's why. Drag queens are not copying us. We're copying them.
Yeah, and everybody's trying to be retarded. We can all agree there's a large population of people that just trying to be retarded.
Yeah, I think you both bring up valid points. I can't dispute that. Afri, am I saying your name right? It's Afri?
Yeah, you can say it like that. It's cool.
Wait, no, I don't want to say it if it's wrong. Tell me how to.
It's Afri. It's Afri.
Okay.
But you know, some people say it either way, so it's all good.
What's the other way?
They say it either Afri or Afri, which I guess it depends on the accent. And you know, I don't want to correct somebody's accent. I feel like that would be rude. So doesn't matter.
All right, but, so I see you brought your beautiful self up here for a second time. You brought me to task last time. What is your purpose this time?
No, actually, I love being on these panels because I feel like it's just like a different point of view. I actually like Cynthia's point of view because I don't think, here's the thing, like women, I think a lot of our makeup and our decor and the things that we use to make ourselves up, I think for the most part, it's not for men. And I know there's going to be men who are going to be in disagreements, but I think for a lot of us, we just do it because we like it. like as far as like, makeup and eyelashes and stuff. That's why it can get ridiculous. Because if it was for men, I don't think it would be as ridiculous as it is now. Because, men have said several times that, they don't like weaves or they don't like this and that. And if that was the case, if women really cared as much as they, if they really cared about a man's opinion like that, they would stop, in my opinion. But I think this whole debate is kind of moot, because women are going to do what they want to do anyway. Just like how men are going to want to play Xbox and they're going to want to bulk up. Like I personally don't find like an extremely that kind of WWE wrestler kind of body type that attractive, because it's like a more of like a extreme example of a masculine man. But that's not going to stop him from looking or wanting to look that way. It's mostly just what he wants to do, and that's his own aesthetic. So yeah, that's my opinion on that.
Great points.
The reality is that men are out here being fake liars. They will say that they like natural body parts and natural hair. No, they don't, because all they do is promote fake women. And they'll say that they don't like hoes. No, they don't. They love hoes. That's why they're always marrying them. That's why they're into porn. That's why they like strippers. So men just like to lie.
All right, let's clear that up, Cynth. All right. You know what? All right. I think because I'm the only guy up here. Look, fellas and sisters, it's just how the weaves come across. And fellas, we got to understand, like the sister said, that's just what females do. And just like some dudes do too much, buying too many pairs of Jordans, you keep buying jewelry, you keep buying guns, you keep buying shit. Females just keep getting their nails done, keep buying heels. My queen, I don't know how many pairs of shoes she has. I don't even know. That's what females do. We got to accept some of those things. Now, Cynth, I'm sorry, Sid. Yes, some of us brothers, look, let's be honest out here, right? The holes and shit and the bodies they be showing off, it be intriguing guys. And we be falling for the shit. And then some of the females be having their hair looking really good. So, don't beat us all up for that. That's just being honest with the Sid. And the same way some females fall for the trap. It's the internet. It be the thirst trap shit.
Well, that was a bit of truth. I don't know. I just don't. I guess
they'll say that they like one thing, but they'll promote and gravitate towards the exact opposite. That's what they'll do. It's like they'll say that they don't like weave, but not only will they promote weave wearing Black women, but they'll promote white women too. So it's like, how are you saying that you don't like the Eurocentric beauty standard, but that's what you gravitate towards? That's what you promote. Why are you saying that you don't like hoes, but that's what you're gravitating towards? You sing about it in your songs, talking about how you want to be with hood rats and you got to go get you some hoes, and you're literally wifing up hoes. There should never be a song from a Black man saying he's in love with a stripper. How are you in love with a stripper?
That's music for the eight, sis. That's the 85%. Like, that's what it comes. Like, there's a large portion of it, but the regular ones are not going to want to do that. Like, I love natural hair. Like, when my wife, when she switches it up, I appreciate the switch up, but I like natural. I want to wake up and know that the person I slept with is the person I slept with. Not you got to go in the bathroom. Give me 17 minutes. I got to go put on everything I bought when you met me.
Well, I understand that, but why would you be? But if you're a man who doesn't like weave or makeup on a woman, why are you even talking to a woman who wears weave and makeup? That's what I'm talking about.
Well,
you
like,
put there and expect her.
Like, the hell with that. I'm gonna wear some kind of makeup. I'm still a female out here.
Right, but if I know, and I am too. But if that's not what the man wants, then he should not be talking to any woman. So then you don't have to be surprised if she wants to go into the bathroom and put on makeup. You met her wearing weave and makeup. So then you should expect her to consistently wear weave and makeup. And if you don't want a woman who wears weave and makeup, then you shouldn't be talking to one. Like, for example, I don't like fat men. So therefore, do you think a fat man is going to get my attention? I'm not gonna get a fat man and then complain that he's
what we're
fat.
not going to do. No, what we're not going to do is we're not going to disparage fluffy Negroes on this channel. Because y'all know I really love a cuddly little teddy bear, a cuddly big teddy bear. Like, give me somebody that's 5'10" to 6'4" and cuddly, and I'm all over that. We are not going to disparage the fluffy, cuddly teddy bears.
But I'm saying if I
No,
don't like
because
that,
we're gonna beef. So everybody's been waiting for this beef. We're gonna catch this work today. Okay.
but I'm gonna start talking to one and then complain that he's fat. He was fat when I met him. So if I didn't like a fat man, why did I allow one to be in my life? Why am I dating? Why did I agree to date a fat man if I don't like fat men? And now I'm complaining that he's fat. And it's like, well, I was fat when you met me. And so that's what I don't get about Black men. You shouldn't even be complaining about women who wear weave, because you shouldn't be dealing with women who wear weave. If you don't like it, don't talk to those women then. Just only talk to women that you see wearing their natural hair and a clean face with no makeup on it. It kind of sounds like a simple solution, but then they complain. They love a hood rat when she's sucking his dick on the first night, but then they're complaining that she's a hood rat. It's like, but she was a hood rat when you met her. So
I feel like on one hand,
Can I say AM, if you're in the back, but it says that your devices aren't connected. That's why I haven't added you. So you might need to go out and come back in and make sure your audio and everything are connected, because it says you're not connected. I don't want you to think I'm just leaving you back there. Sorry, you guys. Go ahead.
On one hand, we have
so basically don't marry Black women. Y'all ain't marrying them anyway. You're not getting married, and it's not because of weave. So stop it. I don't think Black women should marry you because it's not beneficial for Black women to marry Black men.
Goodness. Well, this is it depends on the Black.
When speaking about the
like I
Negro,
said, y'all won't give me to give up Mister, okay? It'll be a whole freaking war, okay? I'm ready to cut a bitch.
I just don't know
Well,
if
no, because he's doing something. He's a different Black man, but the vast majority of them are not marriageable men. It just is what it is.
Okay, but let me ask you this. Are the vast majority of Black women marriageable women?
I don't know because I don't know because I don't date Black women, nor do I assess whether they're marriage material because I'm not trying to marry a Black woman.
Okay.
So,
I can't. I would
you
never. I
better
would
can
never
maybe answer that question.
Look,
I would say,
it's gonna be a question one day I'm gonna pose that you're not gonna be able to show me that I can't pose, but one day.
I would say
what's the
Black
criteria?
women are more marriageable than Black men. I would say on average, Black women are more marriageable than Black men are on average.
I'll say the opposite. I would say neither party is. Majority of Black folks aren't married.
This is me. I agree.
Men and women.
That's the question I was going to ask.
I
like, what is
agree.
the
I think
criteria?
Black men and Black women are overarchingly non-marriageable. I'm not going to say Black women are overarchingly marriageable and Black men are not. I think most people you meet are not worth your time. And that's just me keeping it real.
And sis, and that's why when I get on those, when they go on the platforms and the manosphere be like, get with a woman who doesn't have kids, get with a woman who has this, I'm like, look, bro, y'all are bozos who don't have a woman. You listen to somebody who's on his 4th divorce. You've never seen him with a woman interacting sexually. You don't even know if he's straight. And y'all listening to these dudes. My queen was married before me. She had 3 children. I love her, and I'm trying to get another baby. I'm trying to get her pregnant right now. Not right now, but you know what I'm saying? She on that clock. I'm shooting the club up. Every time I get around, I'm shooting the club up. We need more Black babies. So, you know, gotta shoot the club up.
I just feel like, I mean, it all depends. Like, marriage isn't for everybody, and I kind of just come to. I think Black people still believe in marrying other Black people for love, and I'm all for love, but now that I'm an adult, my views have changed as far as like what the value of marriage is, is about. So I think that we would have to invest more in our community and in economics to even consider marriage.
Hell yeah, single mothers are worthy. Don't listen to these gay ass dudes tell you what kind of person is worthy. You don't even know if these dudes are straight. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm just saying, only in the Black community we view fertility. Now, what I will say is, if you do not have children, I can totally understand people, and I did a whole live on this, so I don't need to reiterate it. But if you don't have children, I can totally understand not being with somebody with children. I think that that's fair. But I think that, like, to uplift a barren womb is the essence of retardation. Like, you have to be heavily retarded to uplift a barren womb. Like, a womb that can bear fruit is the most valuable womb. So why would you prefer something other than that? Unless, like I said, you don't have children, and it's perfectly fine to want your child and your spouse's child to be the first child. I want to bring Suda back in here. Suda, am I saying your name right?
But Irene, even that's a lie and a contradiction, because Black men will say that they don't like single mothers, but yet you will see them with a whole lot of non-Black single mothers who have, mostly white single mothers who have white men's kids. They will play stepdaddy to those women's kids who are made by a white man, but they'll sit up and talk about how they don't like single mothers and say no to Black single mothers. And there's several of them. There was literally, who O'Shea put on blast, a Black man who was literally in the group say no to single mothers, but he was dating a white single mother and her white child.
You know it's deep, and shout out to O'Shea. You know it's deep when O'Shea is willing to put somebody on blast, and I completely agree. It's funny how our standards change when it comes to whiteness. Now, all of a sudden, all these caveats don't matter because they're white. Whiteness accounts for all sins, or in the words of Mister, everybody thinks white ice is cooler. Suda, what are your thoughts? Let's just bring your beautiful voice into this conversation.
Well, while she's getting ready, I'll say this. Literally, when I was in Seattle, all I would see is Black men walking around with overweight white women with their white children in tow. And I would be like, okay, I just looked at like a say no to single mothers post on Facebook, and all I see is a bunch of Black men running around with white single mothers. So the thing of it is Black men, the same ones who will ostracize fakeness and single mothers and sluttiness in a Black woman, will embrace it in 2 seconds and worship it when it has white skin. That is what I do know.
Where are my mods at? Can we put something about the ZIX Institute in the chat, like an enroll link, of flipping donation, anything? Can we put that in the chat? Mods, anybody, one of you, somebody? Suda, are you with us or are you not with us? Like, I saw you unmute and then I saw you mute, but I can't hear you. Suda, I can't hear you. So I saw that you unmuted and muted. Okay, she's going to go out and come back in. Okay, fine. Robbie, what are your thoughts on all this? Oh, wait. Before we get to you, Robbie, Silky Curls. I feel like you haven't been able to air your voice.
Hi, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, now I can't hear you.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm going to say, I'm trying not to come off as racist, because sometimes...
Okay, wait. So can I ask you, what race are you?
Racially, I'll say African.
Oh, no, that's not race. That's a
That
continent.
is race.
No, that's a continent.
That is race.
No, okay, so let me ask a more clear question. Are you Black or are you not Black?
I'm a mix.
So you have like a Black parent and a white parent mix?
That's the thing.
I'm not saying you won't get a chance to speak, but do you have a Black parent and a non-Black parent?
What you would call the Black parent does not identify as a...
Oh, you're very low.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. So do you have a Black parent and a non-Black parent?
So what you would describe as the Black parent does not identify as a Black parent.
What do you mean by that?
as in she's from the Horn of Africa, and they don't identify as being black.
Okay, but you know what I mean. She has black skin.
No.
She does not have dark brown skin or brown skin.
No.
Okay, so then do either of your parents have black skin?
Okay. My mother, I guess, well, in America, I'm guessing you say anything with African is black, I'm guessing.
Well,
so I guess my mom would
let
be
me
considered
clarify
as black
that. So
then.
when I say black, all I mean is not from America, right? Because I know there's a cultural difference there. I just mean, does she have, so do you see my picture?
Well, she's lighter than you, I'd say.
She's
But
lighter than...
Indigenous, but she's lighter than you.
Okay, so she's indigenous to the Horn of Africa. She's not like immigrant. Her ancestors not immigrants. They're indigenous.
No.
Okay, so I would consider that black, but go ahead.
Well, that's the thing. You would consider it as black, but they wouldn't consider it as black.
You mean like
And
Morocco? Around like
that's the thing. I think with Americans or black Americans, you need to realize that in some parts of Africa, you might speak about the whole of
Wait,
Africa.
Silky Curls, before you go deeper into it, your other parent, the male parent, the father, your father, would he consider himself as indigenous to Africa as well?
My father is not African at all.
He's not. So is he
he's
European or Asian or?
He's Arab.
No, we would not consider.
Is he a white Arab or a black?
He's a white Arab. He's Saudi, Saudi Arabia.
Okay, that's fine.
He's white.
Let me make that clear though. You would not be considered black. So you just so you know, you would not be considered black.
No, he would be considered white.
Yeah, so you're not black. I think we can all agree on that. But I am interested to hear on what you have to say because you did start earlier, like an hour ago when you first came on. So kudos to you for being very patient. I appreciate that. You did say that speaking as an outsider. So I think, in fairness, you're not claiming black either. But I'm interested to hear what you have to say. Hello?
I identify with Africans who are dark.
Okay, go ahead.
So what I'm trying to say is I think with you guys, you look at Africa as a black continent, and really it's not a black continent at all.
Explain that.
It is not. Yeah. What I'm trying... Okay, let me explain that then.
Right. How is Africa, which is even geographically and climate-wise, it's a black country? I mean, you can, but you don't have to be rude because you're telling black people that we're mistaking that Africa is about Africans. I don't care how many colonizers go over there, even the ones who created you. It is a black continent, and you don't get to claim a continent.
No.
You don't get to claim a continent that you are not indigenous to.
Now, go to any African person now who's actually in Africa and ask them what race they are. They will not say black.
Because of course they're not going to say black. They're going to say they're African or Nigerian or Ghanaian. No, they're going to identify with their culture. That's what they're going to do. They're going to identify with their culture. So stop.
Africans who are black are West Africans and Central Africans because they've got a genetic connection to enslaved black people.
Wait. Do you mean that South Africans don't have black skin? And that East Africans don't have black skin.
Let me. I'm gonna get.
No,
to
so I want to.
I'm about to get. Let me explain it. Let me explain it.
White people being in Africa doesn't make them African.
I want to hear you out, Silky Curls. But I want to be sure that you understand that most people here will understand what you're saying. I understand that black is a very cultural term that's associated with Western black people. When I say black, I'm not talking about a culture or a continent that people are derived from. I'm talking about a skin color. So, for example, when the black-skinned people in India are discriminated against, they are called black. Now, those black-skinned Indians, no, they are. They're all.
Because I'm from the one of Africa. I've got a very dark cousin who's got straight hair like an Indian. She's African. She does not say she's black.
Silky Curls. In India, when they talk about the curse of black skin, they're not referring to American blacks. They're referring to the dark-skinned people in their own countries. Their religion
Their dominant religion believes that the dark, or what they call black skin, is a curse. When we go to Australia and they have Nigger Head Rock, where they chased a bunch of black Aboriginals off of a cliff, those Aboriginals may not, well, they do consider themselves black, but white people who ran them off that cliff and called the head Nigger Head Rock, they are identifying them by their black skin. So what I'm saying is we can agree that many people in Africa would not consider themselves black culturally. But when I say black, what I mean is that your skin tone is of a darker shade of brown. Like you're identifiably brown skinned. Your skin is brown. I don't mean mixed brown. I mean that you have a skin color that would make a white person call you a nigger.
I have got actual cousins who from the Horn of Africa who have got very, very dark skin color, darker than yours, and they say
they don't consider themselves black.
They do not. And I've got dark Indian friends as
Dominicans
well.
do
Like
the
you
same dumb
said,
shit. What's your point?
I agree. No, I just want to say that we will all agree with you here. But for the sake of understanding for everybody, when we say black, although we all agree with you, there are people with skin that are far darker than mine, right? In the Sudan,
and who don't identify as being black either.
Who don't identify. Well, I am black, yeah, but I'm just saying when people, I agree with you that people who have darker skin than me, there are people throughout the world who would not call themselves black. Let's agree on that. But Ken, for the sake of this conversation and just general understanding, can we say that when we say black, we mean people who a white person would call them nigger and chop their arms and legs off or oppress them because of their skin color?
No. Because
we can't. Okay, well then carry on. Okay, we don't have to agree. Carry on.
Because the thing is, why is it because a white person says this, then it has to be this? If my
the effective term is you melanated.
You're just interrupting.
Are they you melanated?
You're not allowing me to speak. If I can just get my point across.
I'm not saying because a white person says it.
That's what you've literally said that.
Okay,
you've literally just said that.
I know, but listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying for understanding of people, when we talk about what is considered as the diaspora of Black people who are discriminated against based on their skin color. For the sake of this conversation, can we talk about? Okay, so that's why I said that we can agree to disagree on that.
No, we're not literally not even allowed me to say anything because all of you have just jumped in.
Okay, you know what? Why don't you continue? That's fair. Go ahead and continue with your points.
What I was trying to say was most, except for West and Central Africa, most of Africa is not black. South Africans, they might start saying they're black, but technically they're not. They've actually got different genetics to you actual black people. They've got an admixture of the Bushman, who's called the Khoisan, which most black people do not have. So there's no way South Africans are black, and most of them are light skinned anyway. And then you go to the Horn of Africa, look at how we look.
So ridiculous.
You can obviously tell we're not black. Go to North
I would like
Africa.
to bring Can we bring some education?
Wait. Let Silky Curls speak, and in honesty, we have a person from South Africa on the panel. So go ahead and finish your point, Silky Curls, and then I want Suda to speak to what you're saying.
Okay, so when Black Americans talk about Africa, I think you guys should just say West and Central Africa. That's the only part where you'll be accepted, number one, and where people actually try to.
Well, I mean, I don't know, because many Ethiopians.
Let me get my point.
No, wait.
I just don't like an obvious white woman on the panel thinking she's gonna bogart. You're not gonna bogart a conversation. You need to calm down. Like, you really need to calm down. You're not gonna come out here and colonize the conversation. You're not. No, you need to calm down. You're not gonna colonize the conversation. You're not gonna colonize the conversation. You're not going to colonize the conversation. You need to stop.
Okay, wait a second. Q Butter, stop me. See, that's why I don't like more than two Leos on the panel at once. Q Butter and Sin, and Q Butter is like laughing
You're bad Leo.
Let me finish my point.
Yes,
because she thinks she's gonna come in and be a colonizer of the conversation. No, you're not. You need to calm down. No, no, no,
Cynthia, let me finish my point. You're so bitter.
no,
Oh my goodness. Cynthia, let me finish my point. You're losing
You're
your
not
show,
going to
Irene. I was
colonize
gonna
the
tell you what every
conversation.
African thinks, but look,
You're not going to colonize the conversation. It just is what it is.
I am. You're trying to
You're
colonize
not.
my continent
You're
by
not.
saying that my
You're
continent is black.
not. You're
You
not.
are trying to colonize my continent by saying it's a black continent when
Well,
it's not.
first of all, continent.
Yo,
Like you
My
sound
continent, you're trying to say it's not black.
like you
Your
sound
continent.
silly. It's not your continent.
is
You
not
need to
black.
stop. It's
My
not your continent.
you're not even
Canada is
welcoming
your
most of my
continent.
continent.
Your
You're
continent is
not allowed in
silly.
most
You
of my
need to stop
continent.
it.
You're not allowed
Oh,
in most of
white
my
lady, get
continent.
up out of here, man.
You're not allowed in most of my
You
continent.
white
stop her
You're not,
off because
and
I
you
don't like
mentioned
white women
Ethiopians.
trying to
Why do
colonize the
Ethiopians
conversation.
refer
Like
to you guys as
seriously,
slaves?
you sound like a silly,
Would you like
recessive,
to hear what
struggle
we call
gene
you
white
guys?
person trying to colonize
We
the
call you Baraya.
conversation,
That means
talking about
slave.
you have a continent that you don't have. It's not your continent. You need to go
You're
crawl
not
back
part
in
of the
the
continent
cave
at all.
that your
You're not even
ancestors
welcome.
came out
You're
of.
not
Go
welcome,
crawl
Sin.
into the cave
You're not
that your
welcome,
ancestors
Cynthia.
came out of.
Cynthia, you're
You
not even
don't have a
welcome.
continent.
Cynthia,
You
you're
don't
not
have
even
a continent.
welcome.
No,
Cynthia,
I'm
you're
not
not
going
even
to listen to you.
welcome.
Nope, it's
Cynthia,
not
you're
your
not even
continent.
welcome.
It's not your
Cynthia, you're not even
continent. You don't
welcome.
have a continent,
You're
and
not
you're
even
lucky
welcome.
that you're being blessed
Cynthia,
by the
you're
passivity
not
of
even
the Africans
welcome.
on the continent because they need
Cynthia,
to kick you
you're
off
not
of it.
even
No,
welcome.
no, no, no,
Cynthia, you're
no,
not even welcome.
no,
Where can
no,
you actually go
no,
now in
no,
Africa where
no,
you'll be
no,
respected?
no, no,
Nowhere.
no.
You're not
You
even
don't
This
have a
welcome.
has to be
continent. You don't
done.
have a
This
continent.
has
You're
to be
just a
done.
Cynthia, you're not even
colonizing cave
welcome.
dweller. No, you're
Cynthia.
just a
Okay,
colonizing
wait.
cave dweller who's
Can I
lucky
just
to be in the
interject?
presence of black people. Crawl back to your cave, girl.
Okay, wait. Can I just want to interject here, and I know Q Butter has no tolerance, right? And I know this is why I said no more. When I said earlier, and David Johnson, I know he thought it was about him. When I was like, when we exceed 2 Leos on a panel, it's not a thing that's gonna happen. So this is what I'm gonna say too. Silky curls. Wait 1 second, please, Silky curls. This is what I'm gonna say. What I'm going to say is this. You're wrong. Almost every person I meet from East Africa thinks I'm East African. So this idea that we're not going to be
You
accepted
look it. I can actually say you look it. The rest of your people don't.
And
The rest of your people
do
don't.
you see how she literally wants
You
to
actually
colonize
look
the
it, Irene,
conversation?
but the
Stop.
rest of your people don't. Cynthia doesn't
Wait,
look
wait. I'm
Ethiopian.
just trying to say something. This idea, right? That we're not going to be accepted by people from East Africa. I'm just telling you, my personal experience is that most East Africans are very embracing for half the reason is they think I'm East African. And I'm sure Cynthia
Yes.
will wait, and
No,
I'm
for
sure
you,
Cynthia,
yes. For Cynthia, no. Because let me tell you something. We
and
are
wait,
very
wait, let me
racist in the Horn of
please
Africa. You
let
have
me
got the features
finish.
we like, so
Let
we'll get
me
This
used to
is
you.
why she needs to
let me
go.
finish.
She
I was
seriously needs
gonna
to
say,
go. She's a disrespectful, recessive
Mwah,
cave
Cynthia.
dweller,
I'm
and
not
I'm
talking to you,
over her.
Cynthia. I'm talking
Like,
to
I'm
Irene.
over you. It doesn't matter. You don't
Cynthia,
have to be talking to me. You're
Cynthia, you're
disrespectful
not
and
allowed in my
dumb.
continent.
Stop saying my name. This is not
Cynthia, you're not
Destiny's
allowed in my
Child. Stop saying
continent.
my name. You sound
Cynthia,
retarded.
you're not allowed
You
in my
sound dumb.
continent. You're not
Cynthia,
allowed.
I
You're
don't
not
want
allowed,
you.
Cynthia.
Stop talking to
You're
me.
not allowed.
You're an idiot. Stop talking to me. I don't
And
want
you're
to
not allowed
hear
in my
you. You're trying to
continent. But
colonize
you're
the
not part of my
conversation. You need to
continent.
go
Why does she
somewhere.
keep
Nobody
saying
You're
my
not
cares.
part of my
continent? That's so
continent.
This is what
offensive.
black unity
Yeah,
looks
that's what
like.
he's saying.
You're
This
not
is
part of my
white female
continent.
mentality. She's
You're
It
a
not.
white
I don't
is.
woman.
care.
This is a white
The
woman, and that's why
melanated
she has
human
a
is
white
the
female
original
mentality.
human.
Race.
Talking
I
about
relate to
a
Like,
continent. You don't
Cynthia,
have
you're
a
sounding very
continent.
ghetto right
this is
now.
crazy.
I want to just ask a few questions. Number one, and Cynthia also has a similar phenotype to a lot of
Oh
West
my gosh, this
African.
is crazy.
I'm sorry, a lot of East African
No,
people. So no, stop. She literally does. So what
no.
I'm saying is my experience, because I know a lot of Africans that I'm very close with that have been friends of my family for years that I've known since childhood. And I run into all kinds of African people. I've
had the opportunity to date African men, I don't find that they're very unaccepting. In fact, I've only had one negative experience with a person from the continent. And most Black people throughout the diaspora
do understand that they are Black, even if they make the cultural distinction between a Black Western person, specifically a Black American, and themselves. So as a mixed race person, and I'm not hating on that, you're right, as a mixed race person, so a person who is non-Black, I want to give you a couple of minutes to just say what you have to say. And then, well, yeah, Suda. Well, Suda, you have the link. Did Suda fall off? Yeah, I need Suda to come up here because Suda is from South Africa. So I think we have more than one African person on the panel. But I will say, when I see you saying things like silky curls, when your name is Silky Curls, to me that creates like a hierarchy that seems to be established even by the name that you choose for yourself. But I do want you to just speak to your thoughts, because I don't want to negate your thoughts because I haven't heard them. So would you mind sharing, like, outside of, you're saying that South Africans and East Africans would not necessarily consider themselves, and probably if you would have said North Africans, I would have understood it more.
I did say North Africa. I said North Africans.
Okay,
and I said,
yeah.
But
So
then Cynthia then jumped in and started
so you're
yelling.
basically saying everybody outside of East Africa would not consider themselves Black. And then what were you saying after that?
I said the only people who can, or if they choose to, the only people can choose to identify as Black are the West Africans and Central Africans. Why? Because they are linked to you guys. They're linked to this. They've got the same genes as you guys. That you descend from them. You don't descend from my people. You definitely don't descend from North. And also, speaking of North Africans, right? You guys are hella delusional. You people that
Do
say
you
you're the
remember?
Moors.
Do you guys remember earlier
Hey,
when I
let
was
her
You guys,
talking about
Cynthia, let me
when I was
finish.
talking about the degeneracy that Black men cause?
Cynthia,
She's
let
an
me
example of
finish.
it, because she
Let me
wouldn't be
finish.
sitting her colonizing ass on a
Let me
panel,
finish,
coming
Cynthia.
literally
Goodness.
descending straight
My
from the
goodness.
caves, calling something
Cynthia.
her continent.
Cynthia.
You don't have a continent.
Cynthia.
I don't want
Yes,
you
I do.
talking to
My
me.
mum is from the Horn
Stop
of
talking
Africa.
to me.
That's the
You
beginning of
don't have any
humanity.
people. You
That's
don't
the
have any
beginning of
continent.
humanity.
You are a
Lucy
descendant of
was
caves.
Ethiopian.
That's what you are.
Was
You descend from the caves.
Lucy was
You descend
Ethiopian.
from the
Lucy
caves.
was
That is where you
Ethiopian.
come
I
from.
descend from the
And
Horn
you
of
need to
Africa.
stop
I'm not
acting
from the
like
same
you
part
come
as
from
you.
some
I'm not from
indigenous
the same
people.
part as you.
You're
I'm not from
indigenous
the
to
same
a
part as you.
cave.
I don't care.
Period.
I
That's
don't
just
care.
the
I
reality.
don't care.
You
I
are
don't care.
indigenous to a
I don't care.
cave.
Excuse
That
me,
is what you are
Irene.
indigenous
Irene,
to.
Cynthia.
So
can I
stop.
please
You're
Cynthia.
say
not
something to
African.
speak to
And you
both of
know
this?
that
I
because
have
you
Cynthia.
some
don't come from
information
anywhere,
that is very
you're
Cynthia.
trying to
vital
Cynthia,
to
say
let
both
me
of their
our
finish.
points,
My
origins,
please.
goodness.
and they're not
Okay,
your
who
origins.
has
Your
information
origins
that
are
is
in a
vital?
cave with the rest of your
AM.
recessive ancestors who didn't
You
wash
I
want
their
me
have
to get
faces with
information
emotional?
that is
bacteria
vital to
blood
both of their
dripping
points,
down their
Cynthia,
legs.
you
please.
Stop.
Okay,
triggered.
No,
can I
I'm not gonna speak.
Cynthia,
She's
you're
done.
can I
very,
can
very
I
triggered.
Basically, the colonizers brainwashed us.
And then
Irene.
people
I
talking
really
about
feel
we're
like I can
delusional. You're
nip what
delusional
she's.
because
I
you
Cynthia,
think you
you're
like.
actually
triggered.
have a continent when you don't. You
Cynthia,
have a
you're
cave.
triggered.
I
okay,
have information that's vital to
so
Can
both
can
of
you
their
just go
points.
You're
somewhere
triggered.
okay,
and free
so
bleed like your
Cynthia, you're
can
ancestors?
triggered.
Can you go somewhere and free
Cynthia,
bleed
you're
okay,
with your
triggered.
so
ancestors?
Cynthia,
You go free
Cynthia,
bleed
Cynthia, wait,
somewhere
you're
else
15% white.
like we don't want to hear you.
Divide and conquer.
You're a
okay,
free bleeder. That's what you are.
Cynthia, you're
wait,
15% European. You're
Silky
from the
Curls,
caves.
Silky Curls. Can we stop for a second? Afri, what is your background?
So, so I'm Liberian,
Okay, so
Nigerian,
let's
and
Liberian,
Ghanaian.
and then Suda is from South Africa. I want to hear by the two other African women on this panel.
Well, that sucks because this was my time to talk. And let me just finish off
No,
and I'll go.
Silky
That's it.
Curls.
Nobody want to hear your white
Silky
ass.
Curls.
Nobody want to hear your
Oh,
white
you're
ass.
triggered. You're triggered.
Silky Curls, in fairness, you are right. It was your opportunity to speak. But because we have three people from the continent, three people who have literal African blood in them, direct African blood, not like generations later, I want them to also speak, especially since they aren't mixed. They are full-blooded Africans. Suda, you're full-blooded, right?
Yes.
Okay, so can we hear from Afri and then Suda? Can you chime in on what Silky Curls is saying? And then Silky Curls, I'll let you continue. I apologize.
Do you want me to go first or should Afri go first?
Yes, if Afri could go first and then you, Suda.
Only.
Thank you.
Okay, so silky curls. I actually understand what you are referencing. I think you are referencing a certain type of study that was derived many, many years ago, and that was conducted years ago. And I just want to tell you that that's pretty dated. I don't know. When I'm listening to you, I hear certain references to certain studies, and the way you describe or define what black is not what we are defining black. Yes, black people have different can have different genetic varieties, just like white people can. Just because you have a different genetic variety doesn't make you not black. Are you familiar with what's his name, Sheikh Anta Diop, or are you familiar with like the up to date anthropology or anything like that? Do you study any of that?
I do know that Diop guy. I forgot what his first name is, but he did do a lot of studies about ancient Egypt, and I do agree with him on some parts of it, but most of
So,
it.
are you familiar with Shamarka Kieta?
Never heard of
Have
that.
you read some? So you should you should go and study his some of his studies. Like he pretty much, I think what it is that when we use certain terminologies, it gets lost in translation, and like it almost like people think that they understand, but they really don't understand. Shamarka is a anthropologist, and he's also studied biodiversity in Africa for many years. He's African American. He's actually very credible. He's not one of like the Afrocentric type anthropologists. He's very, very credible. So I think before you speak on this, I think you should go look him up and research him. This, like, when you say South Africans are not black because they're not, they don't have like slave ancestry, or so to speak, that doesn't make any sense. Like, Africa is an entire continent, and diversity is just going to be expected, right? That doesn't take away from somebody's blackness.
Okay, thank you. Well, 1 second, Silky Curls. I want you to respond, but I wanted Suda, who is South African. So we had Afri. Afri, can you just repeat what your background is again?
I'm Liberian, Nigerian.
Thank you, Liberian and Nigerian. And then I would like Suda to speak as well. Suda, what are your thoughts on this?
Irene, I was wondering if you would let Silky Curls respond before I respond, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind at all. Silky Curls, go ahead and speak your mind. Silky Curls?
Hello?
Yes,
Can
can
you
you go ahead and yes, please, go ahead.
Yes. So okay, I will fix my statement. I can't speak for South Africans, although I do know they were not involved with the slave trade, so I can't see how they could be related to the Black American. But if they want to say that,
we're not saying that.
Can I finish or no? I was just clarifying my point where I put South Africa with East Africa and North Africa. I can't speak for South Africans. So what you were saying, is it Afri? I don't know. I'm not even sure how to respond to that, because I'm sorry to say this, but we're not connected, and you should know as an African we're not connected. I'm just gonna go by what my people tell me.
Can we get the great value version of Iggy Azalea off the panel, because she's like Walmart. Like, you're literally giving me Walmart wolf pussy vibes, and I really just don't like it.
Let me finish.
Wait, please.
Let me
First
finish.
of all, I want to hear what she has to say, whether we agree with it or not. But I want to throw this out there. For a fact, for an absolute positive fact, a person who is Black American like me with Gullah Geechee heritage is for sure more related to anybody Black on the continent of Africa.
No.
Any African person than you. No, stop. Than you who is half white. No, for a fact,
My genetics are more related to
Yes, please. She's so misinformed. I want to say something.
Okay, so but I just want to say for a fact, a whole black person has more claim to this than a person who has a non-black parent. But with that said, I would like, with that said, I would like, Silky Curls,
is from the
for
Horn
a
of
fact,
Africa.
I
We
would
are
like
your
to
mother.
hear her speak. I would like to hear her speak uninterrupted, with the understanding that any fully black person, any 75 or more % black person is more connected to Africa and the indigenous people in Africa than she, a woman who has a non-black parent. But with that said, I don't want her interrupted. I still want to hear her voice because regardless, she has a African parent, a indigenous African parent, which still allows her some level of ability to speak on this. So go ahead, Silky Curls.
Well, I can speak on this in general because I'm actually African. Well, you guys are not African, so but whatever. Anyway, the whole point I was trying to make was there are
two people on this panel who are actually African. But more importantly, there are white people who call themselves African and they can get the fuck off.
You don't say. I do know white Africans exist.
Doesn't mean anything if you're not black. Actually, African means zero if you're not black. And I'm sure there's a lot of black South Africans who would agree with that statement.
I'm curious how those Saudis treat it.
Oh my God, when you try to speak, these people interrupt.
Yes, please go ahead. Go ahead. Let's do Silky Curls speak. Please. Go ahead, Silky Curls. I apologize.
Can I talk now?
Yes, please.
Anyway,
please.
like I said, if my people tell me I have nothing to do with black people, that is I'll take that as a fact. My forefathers fought against the white European, telling them that they're black. The white European even decided that my people were not black because we look vastly different than what a black person would be. Now, if a West African or a Central African, hell, even a South African wants to say that they're black, that's not a problem. But for you guys to misrepresent my continent as being a black continent when it really isn't, it's only like 25-30% of it is black. That's fine. But the whole continent is not black. And for you to insult us, and for you to insult those of us who say we're not black, it is incredible. Because aren't you guys like 25% European, black Americans? Are you not 25% European? Why are you gonna bully me? Why are you gonna bully me, an actual African person?
That they're not.
How are you gonna bully me, an actual African person?
Absolutely no.
Like, I'm sorry, you guys can be black. That's not a problem. I've got very dark cousins who are
And this is where we're not going to play games. A person with a whole non-black parent is for sure not going to pull the card on anybody. That's what we're not going to do. A person who has a whole parent who is not a black person in any way, shape, or form, who you yourself identified as white, is not going to pull the genetic card on
yes,
anybody.
I am. When you're talking about my continent, yes, I am.
No, it's not your
talking about my continent. Yes,
it's not your
Can I say something?
Can I say something, please?
Yes, I am.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. No. I'm curious because I really need an actual African person to speak.
Can I say something, please? Oh,
I'm curious if Suda. I'm sorry, Suda. I feel like she keeps getting.
Well, you guys won't even let me finish before you get someone else to talk.
Because nobody wants to hear you no more.
I'm not gonna sit here and let you.
Suda wants me to answer, and then she'll jump in.
You're a coon, plain and simple. Why are you making it complicated?
She's not a coon because she's not black. I'm not gonna.
No, she's. Oh, believe me, them Arabs will let her know real quick. Them Arabs will let her know she's black. That's what I'm saying. Why are we playing games with these coon ass niggas? Let's stop.
You're the coon.
I'm not gonna sit here. And Suda, I apologize.
We're gonna start bodying you, coon. That's what's gonna happen.
Suda, I'm not. I apologize.
Very angry. My goodness.
But Suda, you have to understand that I cannot allow somebody with an entire non-black parent, a white parent,
a non-black parent. Look at you.
Whoa. I'm not going to allow somebody
non-black grandparent
who is literally 50% or more
black
and you're
or
40% non-black, okay,
non-African,
look at your appearance.
I'm not going to. I have 2 black parents, so I'm not going to allow somebody who not acknowledges that they have a white father to talk about genetic superiority or inferiority
about my continent
relation. You're not in a position. I'm more
yes, I
African
am.
than you.
When you talk about Africa, you put me in there.
Can we delete her?
Can
we delete her?
Whoa, I guarantee everybody on this panel is more African than you. I
Sorry,
guarantee
I'm more African than all of you because I'm actually from.
Okay, so no, you growing up in Africa doesn't make you African. And there's a whole lot of white people in Africa. There's
been
a
to Africa?
whole,
Have any of you been to Africa?
that is your colonizer father. That is your white. That is your white father speaking.
You've got
That
European
is your
blood as
white
well, don't
father's
you?
voice speaking.
Aren't you
And a black mom who
American
didn't
is
raise you right.
20%.
And a black mom who didn't raise you right. And I say that with no hatred because
do you know
I want Suda because Afri said her piece. Suda, can you chime in on this? Is a person with a whole white parent, a person who identifies her parent as white, in a position to speak on Africa?
The thing is, like, Irina, I really wanted to hear what she was gonna say in the end. That's why I said I would wait, because I want to deconstruct how it works in South Africa. That's why I was just wondering if we could wait until she finished. I know, guys, it's the things that she says, it could come across as very offensive, but let us finish. Let her say her piece, and then we'll chime in.
Okay, so Silky Curls, I apologize. Can I give you 3 minutes? Do you think you can get out what you need to get out in like 3 minutes, please?
I would have been finished, man. I people didn't keep interrupting me. I would have been gone.
Nobody's gonna interrupt you this time. Please, Q, AM, Razi, Robbie, and Afri, and myself. Can we all not interrupt her, please?
Yes, I agree. I won't interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead, Silky Curls.
Because now I've lost steam. Now I don't even know what I was talking about. What I was trying to say was, okay, when you guys speak about Africa, realize you're including people like me. You're including people like North Africans. We are Africans. We have got claim to that continent. So for you to keep saying that I can't say, yeah, I can. I literally was born in the continent. I can talk about it. And it's fine for me to say I don't identify with you. I didn't say I didn't identify with other Africans. I totally do. And sometimes I can kind of see myself as the same as them, but with a Black American, I can't identify with you guys, and that shouldn't be offensive to anyone. That's not a problem. That's just me saying that, and there's loads of people like me saying that we're okay with other Africans, but we're not okay with. It's not just Black Americans. It's the Caribbeans. It's the Afro. We don't identify with them, and for you to make it seem as if we're all connected, we're not all connected. You guys are connected to the West African. You guys are connected to the West African. So when you said earlier on, I think Irene, you said Crystalline or something says she gets complaints from African women saying they go through the same thing. The only African women who go through the same thing as Black American women are West African and Central Africans. Those are the only people who identify with you guys. They go through that because their men are literally the forefathers of your men. It's a genetic thing. East African men worship East African women. North African men worship North African women. South African men, and from what I know from them, they seem to like their own women. They worship them. So you can't, just because, right, it's a West and Central African goes through the same experiences you go through, doesn't mean that all women in Africa go through the same thing. So we're not connected. We don't have the same shared experience. And I'm saying this as someone who is an African woman. I'm not going to agree with what you guys say. It's not a woe is me, my men don't like me. Men from my country love me. And they love the darker women from my country. And I'm mixed race. They actually prefer the darker women from my country. So I'm not going to pretend that I'm all connected to Black people. I'm not. I'm not going to pretend I'm Black. I'm not. My mum is a Black parent, with a quote unquote Black parent. She says she's not Black. My grandmother says she's not Black. And that's fine. That's how we identify ourselves. Yes, we're indigenous to Africa, but we're not Black. Just like how you guys also try and steal the North African Moor history, you guys are not Moors at all. It's weird. And Sin, I know Sin is gone, and she likes to talk about how you guys are the North African Moors and blah, blah. Literally, you were not. Okay? You literally were not. And you can't speak about my continent and not have someone who's gonna, like me, who's gonna say something opposite. I can't relate to you. A lot of people in my continent can't relate to you. I'm sorry.
Okay, so that's about 2 minutes, but I just want to say that you have a white father, so you're just, in my opinion, with a whole white father, you're in no position to judge anything about my blackness or
So
anything
can a
about my
mixed race person
Wait,
with a
no,
black
can
father
I
say
just want to
something?
I just want to finish.
So a mixed race person with a black
I
father
know,
can
I
say
know.
something?
I want to finish because I gave you your time and I want to pass it over to
You
Suda.
gave me 2 minutes. I was meant to have 3, so.
Were you? Okay, well, you know what? Go ahead and take another minute.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so now I've lost my steam. What did I want to say? Fucking hell. Oh, and also I live in the UK, just in case people are wondering. Oh, and also
We
just one
weren't
more thing.
wondering that. She's so
Yeah,
weird.
I think you were. I think you're. I've literally made your stream go really like insane. So I brought some entertainment.
No, you
just finishing off
haven't.
my.
No,
I'm finishing off my
wait,
minute.
whoa,
I'm
whoa,
finishing
whoa,
off
whoa,
my
whoa. Okay.
minute.
And
I'm
so
finishing off
with
my
that
minute.
Irene,
said, we're going, and with that
you
said,
should
we're going to
let
move
her
on to
finish.
Suda. With that said, we're going to move on to Suda. Let's be clear that we're at what 340 people, and we've been higher than this during the stream. So you haven't done anything.
Oh, your
Number
chat went a bit crazy. I saw it.
number two. I want to say I think we were at 370 people at the height of the stream. So the stream hasn't gone crazy. And also, I want to also be clear that, in my opinion, right? And everybody can have their own opinion. In my opinion, a person with an entire white father cannot speak to anything that is relating to Africa to me. When you have a whole, when you have a whole, when you have an entire white father, and I'm not hating on your white father. I have mixed children. I'm just saying it will be a cold day in fucking hell before a mixed race person steps to me and spews anything about blackness.
Irene, have you actually been to Africa? Which African country are you from?
Fuck that, and fuck that. Now,
Which
when you have
African country
a
are you
whole
from?
when you have a whole
Which
white
African
fucking
country are
parent,
you from?
when you have a whole
Which
white
African country are you
parent,
from?
what? Wait, let
Which
me speak.
African country
When you have
are
a
you from?
whole, when you have
Which
a
African?
whole white parent,
Wait, Irene,
and
didn't
when
you
you
get
say,
excited a bit
and
when you said people?
let me finish, let me finish, please, because I want to be able to keep you on the panel. So let me finish. First of all, what African country I'm from speaks to your white heritage. These sorry ass sons of bitches that are running rampant through the Congo with whole statues of mass fucking murderers and child molesters sitting in the middle of the Congo. These disgusting ass people who won't give up the land that they literally raped and pillaged off of the people of South Africa. These beasts who have attempted to invade every corner of Africa would make the argument, what right do I have not being from Africa? Fuck white people with that fucking attitude. And for a fucking fact, your white father is emanating from your mouth, and your black
actually not white. Do you know what an Arab looks like?
Fact, your black mother did not do her fucking job. As
She's
a
not
mother
black.
of actual, I guarantee you some fucking shit right now.
She's not black.
I guarantee you something right now. My black-skinned ass with my beautiful brown skin has never birthed a half-white child out of this vagina that would dare to engage in the level of insubordination that you've pulled up fucking here. Absolutely fucking not. They would know when the fuck to fall back because their half-white asses are not in a position to speak on full blackness if they wanted to.
I'm not talking about full blackness. I'm talking about Africa.
No. When you dared to speak on genetic, when you dared to speak on genetic lineage as a person who is not even half African,
I am half African.
You stepped the complete
I am
half out of pocket. And
I'm half African.
Let me give you some history on your own people, since you don't understand your own people. Let me drop some knowledge on you on the horn of fucking Africa.
It has never been conquered, but your blood runs rife with the blood of people from the
European, Irene.
So when I say that you are in no position with your brain, you're fucking lucky. 35% African ass to speak to anybody.
I'm indigenous to Africa. My mum is indigenous to Africa. Actually, my dad is not a white Arab. He's actually.
Let me hold on.
I think we should move on to Sudan.
You are in no position with a white father to fucking talk on black men. You are in no position with a white father. And I just don't say this to her. I say this to any fucking half-breed out there. And as a black woman who has mixed children, get your fucking mind right, black women. If you're gonna make a baby with a white man, you better know how to put your child in fucking check. You honor your African, you honor your black, you honor that dark-skinned woman that pushed you out of her womb. At no fucking time do you ever try to pull her card on any amount of whiteness she has in her. When you have an entire white fucking father, you fall the fuck back. And I mean, you better fall all the way the fuck back. Fall the fuck back into the fucking womb. And I mean that with every essence of my being. How dare any mixed person stake a deeper claim to blackness than the black woman who gave you life? And I'm not talking about cultural blackness. I'm talking about this black fucking skin that covers my body. How dare any person with a white father or mother ever position themselves above another fully black person as an essence of blackness? I don't care if you were fucking born in the depths of fucking Africa. I don't care. Because there's a lot of whole white people walking around Africa who would make the same damn argument. And when you have mixed children, when you see these white twisted ideologies creeping up in their mindsets, you better take your hand and smush and crush and slam those white ideologies out of their minds. Because make no mistake, a white mindset can be inherited through genetics, not just environment. And every day, as a woman who has mixed children, I have to make sure that I smack the fuck out of their white mindset so that they get their fucking minds right. You know who the fuck birthed you. That's what you better know. You better know when you look at me and when you look at yourself, that shit is fucking different. And don't you ever disrespect that. Because the disrespect of what blackness is, it brings our erasure. It brings our erasure. And you can never love what is black. You can never love the skin of the woman who birthed you. You can never love the seed of the man who implanted the womb of that twisted white woman who gave birth to you. You can never love that shit if you would ever dare to elevate yourself above somebody who is more fucking black than you. That shit is bullshit. And I absolutely won't tolerate that shit on my channel. That's a hard fucking stop. I don't even tolerate that shit in my fucking house. We are not going to do that. Now, you fuck who you want. You have babies with who you want. But let's get this shit straight as black people. When you take your ass out there to fucking inseminate a white woman, or when you open up your legs to a white man, you then bear the responsibility to make sure that your mixed children know where the fuck they belong and where the fuck their allegiances lie. Not just in America or Africa or Oceania or Asia or South America, but throughout the diaspora. These mixed have been allowed to run amok on the planet. They have been weaponized against black people. And that shit needs to stop. Your irresponsible asses out here with mixed kids, having them come out here with their fucking minds twisted. Fuck that. Fuck that shit. And I feel very fucking strongly about that. We can look at countries like Australia where mixed kids are fucking running rampant, trying to shut down a whole fucking Aboriginal Australian who's fully black, trying to shut her ass down, talking about you can't say what blackness is. No, fuck that. Yes, I fucking can. That's what the fuck I will do. All day, every day, be that in Oceania, be that in Africa, be that in America, be that in South America, be that in the fucking Caribbean, be that in fucking Asia. And I dare a mixed person to fucking challenge that shit. Fuck you. Fuck you and your irresponsible ass black parents. Whether they consider their asses black or not, you know your fucking ass is black. Because when they put us in a fucking lineup, they're gonna shoot me in the head right alongside fucking you, despite your twisted ass fucking delusion. And with that said, I would definitely like to hear what Suda and AM have to say.
AM, you wanna go first?
Black power.
Okay,
Black
now
fucking
the thing
power.
is, like
God.
I oh
Go ahead.
I yes. Irene, the reason like I wanted her to speak, I know it was gonna be ignorant and stuff because I wanted to ask her what race does she claim in the UK census, like we fill out in America and everywhere else in the world, where you fill out the census and you have to put down your race. I wanted to find out what does she put down since she claimed that she's not black. Okay, so in South Africa, it's a little bit different than it is in America, just like any other country. I know a Moroccan person that's from North Africa. He doesn't consider himself black. Egyptian people also that look more to like they look more biracial. They also don't consider themselves to be black. But I'm gonna speak about in South Africa. I come from the Khoisan tribe, right? In my mother is from the Zulu tribe. So my father's from the Khoisan and my mother's from the Zulu tribe. I'm not sure if you guys know Sarah Bartman, Sarki Bartman, the Hottentot that went that they took from South Africa and they took her to Europe and they paraded her around. That's like phenotypically of my phenotype would look a lot like hers. The really small, tiny waist and really big hips and big bottom. So I look like those people. So in South Africa, they would say that you are colored or that you black, and then they go on like that. So in South Africa, they will consider me a colored because my mom is half colored and half black, and then my father is completely colored. So I would be considered colored just because of I guess my certain tribe that I'm from. You know how in America they had the brown paper bag test. In South Africa, they had the comb test. So they will literally check your hair to put you in a certain group. But if you spoke a certain language, then they would put you also in a certain group. And also they would look at your the complexion of your skin also as well. So in America, I'm not considered colored. I am black. But also in South Africa, they will call me a colored because I speak Afrikaans. I live in the colored neighborhood because by us the segregation is still there. And in South Africa, I live in the colored community. My black friends live in the black community. My Indian looking friends live in the Indian community. The white people live in the white community. That's how they would segregate us based off either what you speak and also how you would look. That is how the segregation was. So with the segregation, that's how they actually put excuse me, that's how they would that's how the I guess the races came about. But I'm considered a Bushman Khoisan person because of the tribe I come from, and that is all fine and dandy. But like I said, a lot of people like from North Africa, yes, they don't consider themselves black. They consider something else. I'm not familiar with what it is. But then when I come to America and I had to fill out the census forms and getting a driver's license, there is no colored box in the when they ask you about your race. There's no colored box, so automatically it makes me black. I'm not sure what a person that is biracial would consider them would which box they would tick off. But a lot of times biracial people in South Africa, they are considered colored. They do look like the average biracial person in America. The looser texture hair, the light skin, and so on. There is also a colored person. My hair is on the kinkier side with the light skinness. I'm still considered a colored person. So that's where like it comes from. It all stems down to like apartheid and how our country was colonized, and that's how they broke it all down. And the segregation included with everything made this whole thing about how South Africa works. Okay, till this day, the segregation is still there. You guys know Charlize Theron. Charlize Theron is born and raised in South Africa, but she is white. Her nationality is South African, but we know phenotypically she's European. I'm not sure, but I believe you guys would know like better about it. But she is considered like South African, but she's not black. She's white. So I mean, it would obviously make her European and so on. So yeah, that's just pretty much how it is. Because I wanted to know what box the girl ticks off in the UK into. And when she said silky hair, I'm thinking about a very light the complexion of like a Arab looking person. So I'm guessing that.
That's what I was trying to point out. She's referencing very, very, very dated studies that are very dated. I know exactly what she's talking about. It just those studies talks about racial diversity and racial, and genetic diversity between Europe and between Africa. And it questions who has the most genetic diversity, and the answer is African. But because the study was conducted by Eurocentrists and, to be frank, racist, they tried to justify. I'm sorry, was somebody talking?
I just
No,
said
go ahead.
yes.
They tried to justify African diversity by saying, well, these people are not black, quote unquote. These people are Africoid, but they're not black. They even go as far as to say that the South Sudanese, who are black as hell, aren't black, but there's something other. If anybody here is familiar with the the structure that was built in Zimbabwe. I think they call it Great Zimbabwe. This is not, if you're familiar with that story and how it was, European explorers tried to explain away African productivity and African success, you would know that this is not new. The Europeans always attempt to assign progress and success and civilization to other groups of people. And that very study, just to go back to that very study that she was referencing, that is where it comes from. It's just assigning to pretty much say that, to pretty much justify racism and justify blackness as being something other. Black people can be capable of this, that, and the third. It has nothing. It has nothing to do with whether who's black or not, but more so to do, even though it's riddled with like what they consider black, it has more so to do with scientific racism. And so that's all I wanted to say. Like if we can just drop the word black, right? Then I would, if she was still up here, I would ask her okay, so let's drop the word black. What do you consider African Americans? Are they Africans? Do you consider them Africans? Are they Africoid? If not, then what the hell are they? Like, where
And
do they come from?
I wanted to also add, I think that she also doesn't understand or know African American history for her to speak on such things in regards to saying that African Americans are not black people or are not descendants from Africa, because you guys are. The reason I'm saying that is because even in history it's written there already. The British colonized in South Africa, as if you can tell by my accent. They colonized the Sarki Bartman was taken from us, taken to Europe, where she was infested with diseases and then sent back like a bad habit. But we know of boats that were leaving Africa,
Oh
coming
God.
to America, and so on. So I don't think she really understands history of America.
She doesn't.
I want to also add is also this. This is what happens when the manosphere allows frogs from across the pond speak on African American problems, and they don't even know what's it like to live in an African American shoes or live in a community of African Americans. This is what happens. People speak out of their necks because they hear what the manosphere people tell them. This is what they have created. I'm sorry if I'm hurting somebody's feelings, but this is where it stems from, that side of YouTube, because they let frogs from across the pond speak on a community they don't know anything about. They've never lived
I
in
got something to
America
say.
to experience a certain form of racism, to make them understand you are not you are not white. They have never lived a day in America to see what Black Americans actually go through. They've never lived in America enough to come and see the historical museums of what the slave people had to go through and how they built this country for what it is today. They never came to see what happened to Native Americans, how they were wiped basically out in America because of what they just see on television or what people have told them. So this is the thing also. This is where a lot of, like, for instance, the men in the community, they don't protect the community enough because we have clowns, women actually, from other countries such as the UK. I'm sure everybody knows this, but people from the UK want to speak on African American problems, and you don't even live here. You don't know what the women and the children go through. You don't see what the men go through. You've never even been to a historical museum. That's why they have HBC, historical Black college universities. There are reasons to these things, but people who claim to know what they see on television and the negativity that they hear about Black Americans, that's what they go on. They don't see what really goes on in America and what Black American people, who they really are. I'm sure she's probably one of those people that claim that, oh, African Americans are so lazy or they don't do this. Meanwhile, you come to America, then you see them. They have companies of their own. They progressing in university. They're doing exceptionally well. They'll come from poverty-stricken homes, and they'll be the first one to go to college. They'll be the first one to take their entire family out of the ghettos. But that's what they see on television, all the horrible bad propaganda. This is why I really despise the manosphere, because these things are being created where other women from other countries think they can speak on African American problems and what people, the real African Americans, how they are being oppressed.
Right. Even I
Yeah.
don't, I claim that, I'm an African woman, but and I've grown up in America, but I can only say so much. You know what I mean? I can't speak from a position of somebody who has had descendants from here or ancestors from the American continent. I think she just feels ostracized because people don't consider her African. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I really
It's a lot.
wanted Black people, right, who are African to speak, or if we don't like the term Black because it associates you with America, people who will be called a nigger by, you know what I mean? If you will be called a nigger, if you're going to be oppressed by your skin color, if people were violating your ancestors based on their skin, I really wanted people who don't have non-Black parents to speak on their thoughts, because I think that's really important. And I want to say, somebody was asking, why did I let Silky Curl speak if she's not Black? Because she's half Black. Because she has a parent that is an Indigenous African. And whether people like it or not, those people are part of our community. Silky Curls is part of our community. And for people pretending like these people are not part of our community, like, you're full of shit. They are. They may not be Black. They may be half caste, but they are part of the community. And it would be insane to even believe that they're not. But what is really unfortunate is there were a lot of social programs, right? There are a lot of social programs within Africa where Europeans who fathered children with African women would remove their children right? They'd remove their children and send them back to the European country to be raised and take them away from their Black mothers. And there was a reason behind that. Because it falls on the onus of the Black parent, especially the mother, the person that gives birth, nurses, and has the most impact on a child, to form that child's minds. Sophie Cole said, "No, Irene, I would not be shocked. I don't look Black." Baby, I believe you. I believe you. Because I'm sitting here with a daughter that has very, very light skin and green eyes. And quite frankly, if I didn't hang out with her, or if I were to flat iron her hair and send her off with some people that weren't Black, nobody would know the difference. So I believe you don't look Black. But I also believe this. If Black people don't get control over these biracial children that they're creating, it's going to be a problem. Like, you need to be responsible for raising the thing that you create at the end of the day. And I just am unapologetic about that. And I think if people who have mixed children don't speak out about how faulty some of us are in raising our mixed children, then that is problematic. That's extremely problematic. And we really have to stop with that. ADOS Black Just said, "Irene, Silky Curls probably looks like one of your children." I guarantee she does probably look like one of my children. That's true. I guarantee she does. And her mom has hair like you, possibly so. Everybody knows, I mean, I'm not really hip on the hair typing charts. If I say I have like 4A hair, some people might dispute that. So maybe I have like 3C hair. I have finer hair. It's not silky though, you know. But yeah, maybe her mom does look like me. I would, if her mom is from the Horn of Africa, guarantee every time I meet somebody from the Horn of Africa, they think I'm one of their people. So her mom probably does look a lot like me. But what her mom clearly doesn't do is have the mindset that I do. Because the shit she was playing up here would never fucking happen with one of my kids. I guarantee. I actually did a whole video, a lot of you have seen it, with my biracial daughters, where we talked about race, and you know my kids have their fucking minds right. You would never, ever catch one of my mixed kids up here stepping out of pocket. They know better. Even if they had a fucking thought in their minds to go adverse to the popular Black narrative, they know that they would never express that stuff openly, because we do not fall off code. And when I say we don't come off code, I mean we don't come off code. Not ever.
If
ever.
I may, if
go
I may,
ahead.
I just want to know, like, Silky Curls, I see you in the comments. I don't think people are trying to force you to accept Blackness. I think what's offensive is that you are trying to strip African Americans away from their Africanness. And if you had any clue, like if you went to places like New Orleans, or where if you investigated, Irene's culture, you would realize that African Americans still hold a lot of their Africanness. I mean, are you trying to say that they are less African because they derive from slaves? I'm not really understanding what you're trying to do here. I'm really trying to understand, like, what your point is. This entire time I've been trying to understand your point. Like, are you trying to strip Black Americans from their Africanness? Like,
I wanted to also really quickly say something to Irene. Irene, if you went to South Africa with your hair texture and your complexion, you would also be considered a colored lady. It wouldn't, like, not really offensiveness, but it's just how, like, the segregation and the systematic racism worked, and it's still in it's still being used every day. When children are counted in school, they will literally ask you, are you black? Are you colored? Are you Indian? Are you Asian? And so forth. That is the type of boxes that are being ticked off. They don't ask, like, are you from the Khoisan tribe? Are you from the Zulu tribe? Which for the most part, people wanted it to be that way after apartheid was abolished. But the white people still had a lot of power. So therefore I agree with you when you say like some of the people that you meet from Africa, they would say that you look like them, because it's true. There are women like you in South Africa. You look like our people, and they will tell you that you considered a colored. If you had to go to make a passport in South Africa, they will consider you a colored person. Maybe until you open your mouth and speak. That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Bobby
I
said
appreciate
he
you
wanted
adding
to
that.
chime.
Go ahead.
Bobby, you can speak.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. I just want to say that first off I want to say, Irene, change is a process, it's not an event, and your channel contributes positively in that direction to bring awareness and to bring change. Different people that are on the panel bring different energy, but I know you try to have a balanced approach. And basically all I wanted to say, to chime on something that you were saying earlier about people doing stuff positive in the community, and with brother Q with music and stuff. I want to say that when Cynthia was jumping on me, I wanted to say, hey, I put out positive hip hop. I'm doing something positive myself as well. But as far as this whole caste system thing, the sister kind of touched on something, a point that I was trying to make, that a lot of times.
Hello.
Oh, what just happened?
Mm. He must have fell off. Anyway, look.
Can I
We
chime
don't
in?
have to. Yeah, go ahead, Brother Q.
So their argument, and I've heard this from Arabs. Arabs, in some extent, feel that they freed Africa from white people thousands, over 1,000 years ago. And the original jihads with Islam, how they went through and impregnated the entire North Africa and created a whole African mulatto class. That's what we're hearing. And you got certain areas where the mixture of white Arabs and Africans was so strong, with Eastern Africans who already had straighter hair and different looks than Western Africans. Their features were excessively white. And then they look for other white Arabs. Northern Africa is well known to be extremely racist against black people because of the Arabian rule over North Africa. Soon as you even hear somebody coming with that bullshit, like you're stuttering over the questions. Like, I feel the love, but if we're going to be on it, because that's a waste of breath. And that's the same thing with the manosphere. Her rhetoric and the argument, Irene, your blood pressure went up. Cynthia left the panel. You see what I mean? We gotta be mindful of that, because like telling me to go to the manosphere, I'm gonna be yelling and having words just like Irene had just now, versus recognizing that this person isn't worthy of a conversation. And the best thing to do is just show them the door. Soon as you asked her, is your parents black? And she's like, well, deuces. It's not that. Look, you dealing with black Americans. If you don't know how we deal, let me introduce you to it. Deuces. We don't got too long to answer that question, because if not, it don't take that long. We all know Africans. We all know that Africa has been impregnated by many different, by whites and Arabs. We know that Northern Africa has genetic disparities totally different than Northern Africa. So that's just that. So coming in and telling us, oh, well, I'm African, I'm indigenous. We're just giving this person a platform to spew what she said. Oh, y'all are spewing white people stuff. But everything she said was based off of white people stuff. And it's just literally a waste of breath and a tool to raise our blood pressure. She should just be removed. And that's how we need to treat these people. The manosphere, half coons, full sellouts, sambos, whatever category you go in, get rid of them. That's why I was laughing with Cynthia in the back. Because, like, I love that about saying, like, you don't give these people no room. Because at the end of the day, you're just wasting breath and it's going to make your blood pressure go up. And we can't put hands on nobody, can't put feet on nobody. So you just got this person who's in the middle of UK. She probably owns several freaking smoke shops, and she's sitting here in black neighborhoods. Her family probably owns smoke shops and corner stores in America, sitting here telling us about what black is. That's like a white person. We wouldn't let a white person come in. So we got to knock that cat of door real quick.
That chick sounded more like an Australian than an African, because she sounds just like Iggy Azalea to me.
No, you got to say the shit you said before, the Walmart shit.
I think it's weird that
the great value version of Iggy Azalea. That's who she sounds. If you pull up an interview of Iggy Azalea and listen to her speak when she's not in her black accent, that chick sounds just like her.
I think it's weird that, like, she's saying you people, and it's like you realize you're addressing other African people on this panel, correct? Like, what do you mean by you people? You know what I mean? Like, I think that's why people kept shutting you up, because you were just rude as fuck.
Can you guys brief me on what I missed? Because I'm like on my exercise bike. I've been working out.
No, you didn't miss anything.
I'm
losing my temper. I lost my temper. Okay, so I want to be transparent with this. Silky Curls is in the background, like she's in the waiting room, and I just have low tolerance. I just have a very low tolerance for biracial stepping out of their place. And I don't come from like a place of hate or anything, because I created biracial children. Somebody was saying, well, you must hate their father. No, I don't hate their father. You know what I mean? Not at all. But I'm gonna tell you what, both he and I know what it is. Like, Brother Q can speak to the fact that, my son attends the Institute. And because I believe boys should be raised with their fathers, he does not stay with me. But have you ever heard Brother Q nor hide or tell of his father?
Nope.
Absolutely not. Because I don't play those kind of fucking games. I just don't. There's not a white person I would associate with who doesn't know where they belong when it comes to blackness. And before I placed him in the Institute, I was like, look, you're going to have zero contact. Whatever goes on with his education, that's going to be on me. And if you're not comfortable with that, then he doesn't need to attend. And that was no disrespect. That's him respecting my position as the black parent. And when I encounter biracial people who don't have their minds right, like, my tolerance level is like super freaking low. It's so low. Because if your black parent, or African, if you prefer, if you're African, Australian, Asian, whatever part of the world you're from, if this person with dark skin did not help you know where the fuck your place was, where you would come forward to even challenge my attachment to Africa over your whole with a white parent attachment to Africa, that is some stuff that I just do not flex with. Like, not at all. I have like a zero tolerance policy for that shit. Like, what you will do is you will know your place in black conversations. Now, in a mixed conversation, you can rule. In an area full of people who have non-black parents, and y'all are all, spiced up, you can do whatever you want to do. But when you come into a black space amongst black people, what you will do is fall the fuck back. Like, you give your opinion, but what you won't do is dictate blackness. And like I said, y'all, I did a whole freaking series on this, a whole series called The Mixed Race Rabbit Hole, because that is a problem. The lack of control we have over the children we're creating is a problem. And this is why, while I don't have a problem with interracial marriage and stuff like that and reproduction per se, you will never hear me promote it on this channel. It's because I come across people like her. And I guarantee you nobody will ever catch my mixed children stepping the fuck out of pocket. They know exactly. And should you catch them in their youth, let me know so I can correct that shit. Because nobody will ever catch them not understanding
what the deal is, what the standard is, where you belong. I don't give a fuck what you think. At the end of the day, people don't see you as white. They see you as your other half. So don't you dare even attempt to conceive in your mind to tread on a thing that comes out of my mouth.
But here's
Even
the
if
thing,
you have the, go ahead.
I was gonna say, here's the thing though, Irene, because Black people have to take accountability because number one, they're creating these biracial people. And number two, we're the only people who actually allow them in our spaces to spew their stupidity. That chick would never go into white people's space and speak the way that she would speak. That she was
You
speaking
mean
over
talking about what whiteness was or wasn't? No, she would never
yeah,
go into white space.
she would never do that. And that's because white people wouldn't tolerate it. White people will cuss her out, let her know who she really is, and send her on about her day. That's just the reality of what it would be. And so we entertain biracial people because if we're going to be honest, we think that biracial people are better because of their proximity to whiteness. That's just something that we clearly think. Like, biracial people are not special in the white community, but they are special in the Black community. So they come over here with their entitled and unjustified sense of superiority, and they talk just like that chick does, thinking she has a continent when she has a cave, not understanding the lineage of where she comes from, thinking that she can tell people who's Black and who's African and where they belong. It's like, bitch, if you don't get all the way out of here and go crawl back into that cave and go free bleed like the rest of your degenerate ancestors. It's like, no, I don't deal with it. I don't deal with it at all. You're not special. You're not better. You're really a genetically irrelevant, watered down version of a Black person. That's what you are. And
You know what's
nobody
crazy?
cares about accepting you.
She says she identifies as Black. I was so confused.
No, she said that she identifies as an African, which
No,
is fine.
Yeah, because she can't identify as a white person. That's why. Because white people are very protective over the white classification. She doesn't have a choice but to classify as other. And that's what I'm saying. They're only going to come over into our community because we allow it. They don't get to be white. They're not classifying as white. They're going to be told, no, you need to go over there with the Negroes because they're the only people who are going to entertain you. And that's what they do.
I mean, that's cool that she doesn't identify as Black, but like when she said that Black people are they only consist of 35% of the continent, I was like, whoa, what the hell are you talking about?
Well, in the beginning, she had a definition. She was like, y'all will call me Black. Nope, but my mother would be considered, y'all would consider her Black, but she doesn't consider Black. She was all the way confused as what she was.
Well, she's not confused. She's not confused. She know how Black people operate. Black people are saying Meghan Markle is Black. Meghan Markle doesn't identify as Black, but all of a sudden she's Black girl magic. So that chick is not confused. She knows how Black people operate. That's why she's coming over here with that attitude, because she knows how Black people are. Black people probably would identify her mother based on the one trap rule as Black. They would do that. And they will identify people who blatantly say, I'm not Black, I don't identify as Black. They'll say, oh, that person is just self-hating, they are Black. And it's like, no, they're not Black. And I take great offense to these non-Black people, especially the women, saying that they're Black women. No, you're not. You're not me. You're not like me. You're a watered down mutt, actually. That's what they are. It's like, you're a mutt and I'm not.
The thing that Irene stressed to everybody on this panel, that there are different definitions of Black. Okay, we're not talking about the American Black. Okay, we were talking about, like, do you have African ancestry? Is your ancestors from the continent of Africa? She addressed that in the beginning of the whole conversation, but she still insisted that Black people, i.e. West African people, are the only Black people on the continent. That's the thing that just made me just kind of cringe. Like, do you even know what you're talking about? I'll drop the link of some new studies for you, Silky Press or whatever your name is.
Yeah, please do, and then mods, make sure that you make them viewable.
But she's not interested in learning. No matter how many links you drop, it's not going to matter. She's interested in coming in here and flexing on black people. She doesn't care about learning. She doesn't care about whether she's accurate or not. She's over here so she can flex on black people and try to tell black people who and what they are. And I don't appreciate it. And that's why she got the energy that she got, because I pulled her card as soon as she came up here and started talking.
Well, you and Q are less tolerant than I am. I'll say this. I think she came up, I don't know why she came up, but I can only imagine she came up because she wanted to separate. I don't even understand it, because when you have a white parent, like, and she said her father was white. It's funny how she understands what a white Arab is, because we know that there are dark-skinned people who are black, right, who are Arab. It's funny how she understood that concept, but couldn't understand the concept of a white African versus a black African. Like, my question is, are you Afrikaans? Or are you African? You know what I mean? Like what exactly are you saying? So it's funny how she understands the delineation between race and her father, but she wanted to muddle it within her parent. And again, I want to reiterate, because I want to be fully transparent. Silky Curls is fully comfortable with coming back up here to discuss. I mean, the panel can vote against me, but for me personally, I just have a zero tolerance policy for biracial insubordination. Like, I heard her out, and when I recognized she was insubordinate, I was like, yeah, that's some bullshit. Because there's too many situations where black people and biracials get in conversations and the biracials dominate. And like at the end of the day, it's gonna be a fucking no for me. Like, you're not gonna have a whole non-black parent and dictate anything. That's what we're not doing.
She can come up, but she has to realize that she was being rude. Like I'm cool with having a conversation, but like an intellectual conversation.
Well,
But
Afri's with it,
you gotta
but
stop
I
that rude
need
shit.
the majority of the panel to be with it, or I'm not going to bother. Because me personally, I'm not with it, but I won't put my vote in.
I
But if
saw
I'm,
that. Oh, sorry.
I think
go
she
ahead.
needs to go sit in her kennel like the little mutt that she is and shut her mouth and stop trying to educate people when she's not educated. I'm personally not for it. I don't think she has anything relevant to say. I didn't even hear what went on because I was trying to de stress on my bike because I was like, I'm not about to spaz out on this chick and raise my blood pressure. So I just kindly removed myself from the situation. But I think needs to just go sit in the corner.
Yeah, I think she needs to find a corner, a section of YouTube that focuses on, tobacco and shit like that, turbans and carpets and other type of shit like that. There's black folk over here. This ain't for her.
I want to piggyback of what Cynthia said. I like how she put it. She said that in regards to like how the white community protects their own, because in South Africa is the same thing. You can't be half white. You are not considered white at all. You will be considered something else. In the UK as well, I don't think she is even considered white, if that is the case, because as she claims that she's not black, and she doesn't claim to be white either. So yeah, in the and especially like the racism in the UK is just as bad. I don't know if she
Here,
will tell us, or and
play
be
this.
honest about if she experienced any form of racism, because I'm almost positive she probably has experienced some form of either like colorism, or some sense of like, no, you are not white, doesn't matter what you do. And again, this comes back down to how certain channels promote the garbage that they put out there, making it seem like light skin, better texture hair, you are considered better. And this is very prevalent in the black community, where we push where, especially, I'm sorry, but especially the black guys, they will push that narrative that looser texture hair, light skinnedness, looking closer to whiteness is better than looking like the regular black girl with kinky textured hair. So therefore, I think like with Silky Curls, she is from the UK, fine, but I don't think she is even remotely considered white, even if she tried to, because like Cynthia said, the white people, they protect their race Like if you're not white, you can be half white, but you will never be considered as white. They'll never come out and claim you. You are not white. That's just what it is. You have to be two parents that are white for them to consider you as white. Because even in South Africa, it's the same thing. You will not be considered as white if you are half white and half something else.
I just don't understand why she's not over on the biracial UK side of YouTube. Why are you over here in Black people's business that don't concern you? Like, we didn't ask you to come over here and give your opinion. You're basically intruding and colonizing. And I just don't like this whole white, I'm going to come in and educate the Black folk mentality that she has. No, bitch, go take your ass over there to the UK side of YouTube and you need to educate them on who they are and the free bleeding and cave dwelling that they've been doing all throughout history. That's what you need to go do.
Can I say something too, please? Hello?
Yes, go ahead, AM. I know you've been waiting patiently.
Yeah, I was gonna say that she was saying that the African continent is not a black continent, but the original humans are melanated. So I think that a more effective term to speak to all of us is melanated. So when we're talking about somebody who has like a white ancestry, we know that immediately we know that they have some sort of either Neanderthal or Denisovan admixture in their DNA. Melanated humans do not. The only reason why North African people would have that is because they migrated outside of Africa to intermingle with Neanderthals. So Africa has a long history prior to that occurring of being self-sustained and governed totally by melanated humans. So we as melanated humans, even though we're considered black and over here in the US, we have an existence that predates all non-African, all non-you melanated people. So even when she's saying like, well, Black Americans have 25%, blah, blah, it's like most of us do not have that high of a mixture. But even still, we are the original melanated humans. So she needs to know that when she's saying, like, it's true that Africa is the most genetically divergent continent. That means that that speaks to the fact that Northern Africans migrated out of Africa. They intermingled with Neanderthal, which is a non-human subspecies. They don't even classify as human. It's up for debate now because they know what that would imply about white people. But at the same time, I don't cater to whiteness in the way that I don't mind saying, look, Neanderthal, you guys have it, we don't, period. That's what needs to be said. So at the most, if somebody has 50% of that white genetic, they are biologically a hybrid. A hybrid cannot speak to the original and say, you are not this, or I have a greater connection. When biologically, E1B1 haplogroup is what is in our DNA as Negro people. So we can be traced directly back to the continent. So everything she's saying is obviously has that propagandish twist that allows colonizers to believe themselves to be more dominant. And so when we allow someone like her to speak lie, it gets to the point because we all resonate.
Oh, okay. I think she had. First of all, can I just say that I basically love babies. I think she probably had to attend to that sweet little angel I heard in the background, which is perfectly fine. Like, I hate when people act like I like to hear, especially men, but definitely women as well, with their little ones, because I love children. Y'all know I love children. Um, Cynthia and I hope you don't mind that I'm sharing this. We've been having a conversation about Neanderthal DNA because she and I were talking like in the backdrop, like just between the two of us. And I was saying there's so many Black populations that have Neanderthal DNA. And Cynthia was saying like she's skeptical of that science, that there are Black people that have Neanderthal DNA for various reasons. Oh, okay. I think.
Yeah, I am skeptical about it. I definitely am, because for so long as I know, they were only saying that Europeans and Asians have it, like in that clip that, that video that I sent you. And
Yeah.
then I noticed that there was a lot of Black people who were talking about it and circulating it. And then they came out saying, well, Africans have Neanderthal DNA, regardless to admixture or not. But they didn't really explain how they came to that conclusion. Like they didn't. I just feel like they didn't explain like what led them to believe that. And so I just don't believe it. I think they're doing it because anytime Black people feel like there's pride in something, they just feel like they have to come thwart it. And so since there was the notion that Black people are the only full humans, then they decided to change it. And it's more of a whatever we say goes, because we're controlling the narrative. And a lot of Black people then start believing what they're told.
What is that? Eline? Is your name, what is it? Elgin or Eline?
Elgin. I think it's Elgin.
Elgin. Okay. I just want to say, like, okay, I understand you trying to put Silky Curls in her place, but like in reality, like you guys aren't even on the same continent. She's never gotten the chance of her being your wife or so slim. I just don't know that like we should hold wifeness over people's heads. And Silky Curls, Silky Curls is first of all very patient because she is in the back, but I feel like the consensus on the panel overall is that we're just not tolerant of. It's like hard because I love to hear people's opinions and differences, but then like some things are like a hard stop with me. It's just biracial insubordination is like, oh, it's like a hard stop with me. It just really is. Like I want to hear your voice until your voice starts to be insubordinate. Like, yeah, I'm gonna keep it real. I want to say something different, but it's not.
The only reason she wants to bring her voice over here is so that she can feel better and relevant. And I'm just tired of biracial people doing that. And I get that we're the ones creating them. But you're still not relevant nonetheless. And just like you were created, you can just be bred out really easily. And I really think at this point that probably needs to happen. They're counterproductive. They don't really contribute to anything. Genetically, they're irrelevant. They always have like some entitlement, I'm better than you, I'm the upgraded version of you attitude. And I'm just over it. I really am. I'm completely over it. You're not genetically relevant. And if you don't stop acting entitled, we really can just breed you out. All it takes is one white or one Black person having sex with you and creating a kid, and then you're done. And that just really is all that it is. You're like a hybrid mutt is what you are.
So yeah, anyway. So yeah, I agree with that. I was saying anyway to her last comment. Like, girl, don't put 10 on the 20. You're not relevant. It's a conversation that we have been having prior to you, which is biracial insubordination. Okay. You're not relevant like that. You're just the latest biracial to be insubordinate. So I want to be clear on that. Like a whole way before I ever knew your name, we can reach back into the archives and the conversation has been had about biracial insubordination, and you're just the latest insubordinate. You're not relevant as an individual, you're relevant as a concept of behavior. So I think it's really important to say that. But with that said,
I don't know if you guys please don't mind. I just wanted to address Silky Girls. Silky Girls, I'm not sure like what you identify is, but I think that the thing that you lack is a form of respect. You might not be the same color as African American people, but you have to respect their history and their struggle. In South Africa, we use the word Ubuntu, meaning family, and there's another thing called about in regards to diversity. I'm not sure what the word is, but we do believe in diverse people unite. Maybe that's why I'm able to be able to mingle with African Americans and understand their history the way I was taught here in the States by another black person, of course. But Silky Girls, one thing you must realize and understand is just because you are from another country where they probably don't even see you as their own, you have to respect African American people and their struggle. Don't try to compare it to what's going on in Africa. Don't try to compare it to what's happening in London or the UK. It's not the same. If you lived in the States, you would see what happens to the people over here. You would understand what happens to the people over here. But it seems like in your family, the systematic racism, it goes deeper than what you come across as, because you were being very disrespectful to African American people. You don't know, you don't understand their struggles, you don't know how they suffer in America, and the system turns a blind eye to it. Just because you, like you said in the comment section, you won't be pulled over because you don't look black. Okay, then sit in your whatever color you want to be. Oh, I don't want to be white. Okay, you have a choice. Black people in America don't have a choice. When they are black, they are black. That's it. When a white officer sees them or a white manager at a job sees them, they can't decide, oh, today I'm gonna be white. I'm sure if African American people could change the color of their skin or where they came from just to get better work, just to get business loans, just not to be mistreated in the workplace and or the system, such as jail and everything, they would change it. But unfortunately, they don't have that choice. They can't choose not to be black one day. They are black until the day they leave this earth. And for you to come into a group where you know these are African American people, they are not dumb. They're not sitting on the street corners and hustling all day. These are men and women that have families that are very highly educated. And for you to come on a panel and disrespect them in such a fashion and tell them you N words this, because I saw the messages in the private chat. How dare you? Like literally, how dare you? I'm actually glad that you don't consider yourself black, because I would hate to be associated with somebody like yourself. Like you say, silky curls. Keep your silky curls to yourself, because you don't understand African American struggle. So you should rather just stay in your place and go back to the cave you crawled out of, because you have zero respect for the people and their struggle. You may not relate to their struggle, but there's a thing called respect their struggle. Try to understand. I bet you won't say any bad things about white people in the UK. I bet you wouldn't. But you come onto a panel and you disrespect people you don't even know. How could you? Like, what type of person are you? How did your parents raise you? Just like Irene said, like, it's your parents' fault you turned out the way you did. And probably the people you hang around with as well. You people, you think that you are better. And when you use the word you people, if you lived in America, you would understand just that you people, those two words, is highly offensive in America to black people. Why? Because white people always call them that, but you don't know these things. You don't know these things. So you shouldn't talk on topics and on people that you don't know anything about. You know what I would do? I will ask you to do once the UK lifts the ban, save your money and come to America and go and look at all the historical black places and learn about Black America, because I don't think you know anything about them. Yes, they were shipped from Africa, probably from Africa to the Europe and then to the Americas. That's how they came here. Don't you dare take that away from them. It's like just like the white people did. They took away their culture, their form of identity, and for you to come on here and talk about them in such a vile manner, oh my God, like your parents should be shot. I'm sorry, but this is wrong. You don't speak on people's struggles that you don't know anything about. You shouldn't even have came on here, because like you can't even say sorry. You can't even apologize for the things you spoke on that you have nothing. You don't even know anything about. Nothing. It's honestly this. It's a disgrace that you even consider yourself African, because how are they considered in America? African American. They are descendants of slaves that were taken from Africa. What is wrong with some of you people? So what is wrong with you, some of you people? Yes, you, silky girls, because clearly you don't identify as black, right? So I'm not sure, like, what do you consider yourself? You are considered a you people because you don't know what you consider yourself as. I'm sorry, but this really annoyed me that somebody that don't understand what African American people go through, they think they can have the nerve and the audacity to speak on African American people's struggles. Meanwhile, they're sitting in the UK. Like she said, she will never get pulled over because she doesn't look black. Do you know what some black women have to tell their sons? Not to run in the street, to make sure that their hands are always visible, probably not to wear certain hoodies just in case some white officer decides to pull them over just for walking in the street. I don't think you understand that. I don't think you understand the conversations African American people have to have with their children because they're scared something might happen to them just because they're black. Just because they're black. But luckily for you, your white skin is protecting you and your silky curls are protecting you because you guess what? You choose if you want to be black. If the girls, if there's your black friends and you want to act ratchet, then you want to be black. But as soon as you want to sit next to Sarah and Becky, then all of a sudden you disown your blackness. In America, they don't have that privilege. You idiot. They don't have that privilege.
I just want to point out that in the private chat, she said that she is Arab, and so that kind of just proved my point. I know that you kind of deterred from our conversation in the private chat to address Suda, but I would like you to address like my question. If you are half Arab, that does mean that you have less indigenous ancestry. You do understand that, right? So whether you consider Black to be from West Africa or whether you consider Black to be African, not African American, you do know that regardless of that, you have less indigenous African ancestors. Like, even if you don't consider yourself Black, a Black person who you consider non-African have more indigenous African ancestry than you have.
Can you see like how you see that's like she's so retarded and slow in that regard then, because it's like I don't know where you guys live, but where I live, like a lot of the 7-Elevens and the Dunkin' Donuts, a lot of them are owned by like Arab people and stuff. And oftentimes you guys know they are very rude to black people, and that's just what it is. It's just the facts. It's just what happens in America because they are also like part of the communities that are that are so brainwashed into thinking like African American people, they don't want to work, they are lazy, they are this, blah, blah, blah. But meanwhile, they come from other countries, employ their own cousins from their countries and bring them into 7-Eleven and make them work in 7-Eleven and Dunkin' Donuts and Domino's, because majority of the time, there's not a single black person besides all of their family members that work in there. And that's the thing, like this girl don't understand the systematic racism that happens in America, but she thinks she can talk about things that doesn't even concern her. This is just my plight is like, this is what the manosphere has allowed. They have allowed frogs from across the pond to speak on things they have no business on speaking on. They didn't check that hideous bird that was talking about a black woman and how she was disparaging them and stuff like that. They never said anything. Nothing. Instead, as long as you light, bright, and white, it's okay for you to say some ill things about African American women. Honestly, this is where it all stems from, because this bozo clown fool, Boo the fool, thought that it's okay for her to come on here and disrespect African American people and think that, oh, the other Africans are gonna side with her. No. One thing I know is like I'm an ally to black people in America. I am black first. There's nothing I can do about it. I don't have a choice if I want to be black today and white tomorrow. It doesn't work like that. And I feel like it must be a sense of jealousy that she wished she could probably look more black.
We'll put it on. I want to say something too, because it just happens that my eldest daughter was making like teriyaki chicken for the first time, and she came back
so that I could check on some other stuff. Can you talk? Okay. So I was asking her as she came in the room, Closa, dear. I was asking her if she came in the room because it was important to me because we just happened by no, coordination to have two African people on the panel, but that speaks to the African side, right? I want to talk to, and Annalicia, if you want to come up, you can. I want to talk to biracial people, and I want to bring my eldest daughter because she's female and she's biracial. And so, what I want to ask you is, do you think it's your place as a woman or young woman, because you're a little tiny woman, right? Who is half white, half black? Do you think it's your place to speak on blackness?
No.
What'd you say?
No.
Okay, but I'm curious, why don't you think it's your place?
Well, I can speak in favor of Black people, of course, but I don't really think that my opinion should be quite as potent as a full Black person's because I'm mixed.
Wow, first of all, I didn't know she was going to say that. Second of all, can you tell everybody how old you are?
I'm 12.
Okay, and she's 12. You can kick rocks, baby. Thank you so much. And so this is what I was talking about, okay? Literally, my 12-year-old daughter has more sense than a fully grown ass woman. She knows her place. I didn't know what she was going to say. She literally came to my door because she has braces and one of the things came off. She goes to the dentist next week, but I was putting wax on it. And I was like, would you mind answering a question for my panel? And I could bring in a teenager who has more sense. Well, she's not teenager yet. She's a few months off because she'll be a teenager in August. She's a Leo as well. She was able to come in and speak with more sense than a fully grown biracial woman. And that is what I would like to call accountability. Like, she knows she has no place. It's not her place. That doesn't mean I don't love her. Anybody that's been to my vlog channel knows I love my children. That means they know their position. The only position they're allowed to play. There's no other positions for you as a biracial person. That is some bullshit. And when I say that I have like absolute zero tolerance for biracial stepping out of their place, I mean that in my house and out my house. I'm for sure as hell not going to tolerate something from a perfect stranger who's mixed that I'm going to tolerate from my own child that I birthed out of my womb. That's just a hard stop for me. That's some bullshit. So with that said, I have like 1,000,010 things to do. Like, we're making paper. We can't make papyrus because everybody in the institute that I teach at the little kids can't make papyrus because we don't have access to the plant. But we're making paper and pyramids, and I have to let my kids do their assignments. But I want to give everybody on the panel just to say their final word if they have a final word. If you don't, that's fine as well. Brother Q, do you have a final word on this?
Black power all the time. Let's keep this cipher clean. If you're not one of us, stay the fuck away from us. Straight like that. We don't got no time to be wasting listening to the opinions of people that don't even like us. She literally just said in the back chat, I don't even like Africans who don't look like me. That's that. You know what I mean? We don't got a time to waste with that. We have real challenges facing our community, and wasting it on bozos is nowhere near any form of objective or goal. Black power.
Black power. AM, do you have anything to say? No? Sin, do you have anything to say before we check out? No? Sura, do you have anything to say before we check out?
Yes, I just want to say to everybody that thank you for having me on the panel, first of all. And yes, I'm always going to be an ally for Black people in America because I am also Black. I'm considered that. And I want to say to Cynthia, especially you, darling, You keep your foot on their necks all the time. You keep doing what you're doing on that platform of yours, and you keep killing them with the pathology of who they really, really are and what they have created in this community, and never ever stop, because they're gonna try to do whatever they wanna do, and they will probably say the worst things ever. But clearly, you're doing the right work and you're doing the Lord's work, I guess. Never stop. Fuck them, all of them. That think that that black women are nothing. And yes, to all the black ladies out here, ladies, go where you are appreciated and celebrated, not where you are tolerated. Fuck them, all of them. And yes, thank you, Miss Irene, for having me. Sorry for the curse
Thank you
words.
so much for coming up. I just want to be clear. Suda came up to disagree with me, right? So when I asked Suda her opinion, I didn't know what her opinion was going to be. I was just kind of, letting her speak her mind, and she could have totally disagreed with me and I wouldn't have known, because she came up because she disagreed with one of my premises. So I think that's important to say. The purpose of this stream was to showcase different opinions, and I even want to thank Silky Curls for being willing to come up and like give her word on the situation. It's just I have a y'all, I have a low tolerance. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just don't play around. Like, the things that I talk about on YouTube and my stances are my actual stances in real life. That's exactly how I live my life. I am not pretending. I'm not saying something I don't really believe. That's literally anybody who's engaged with me or my family personally knows that that's actually my attitude, right? That's not something I'm just perpetuating on YouTube for a coin. It's actually how I think. And so, I want to say this, and I want to go back to the original topic. Black men are the most oppressed. They absolutely are in the Black community. And there's no mistaking that, right? There's no speaking against that. However, right? However, with that said, Black men are also the reason for our collective oppression. They just are. If they don't want to fight, the Black community as a whole, both male and female, will remain in servitude. Now, I'm trying to think back, y'all, to the beginning of the stream when I was talking all that literal bloody violence, and I'm trying to think, like, am I able to keep this stream public? I don't think I am. It's not that I don't want you guys to go back and, spend your whole work day listening to the stream, because it was literally almost 8 hours long. Ugh. But in my defense, I haven't been on YouTube in a week. I haven't talked to you guys in a week. So the least I could do was have a long stream. But, y'all, I was speaking a lot of bloody violence, and I have to say this. At the end of the day, all roads lead to revolution. Now, biracial stepping out of pocket aside, right? When we talk about the ills of Black people globally, revolution is the answer. And I just want to close by saying, if you're not willing to fight and die for your own liberation, to remove your people globally from the bottom of the social totem pole of society, of global society, then you are no longer in a position to complain. If you're complaining, then you need to be willing to fight to rectify the things that you're complaining about. Anything less than that is problematic. If you disagree with that, you had your opportunity to come up and prove your point. And I would say, arguably, not one person came up on this panel who disagreed with revolutionary ideology who was able to prove that revolution was not the answer. At the most, people had reasons why they ought not engage in violent revolution now, but they did not have reasons why revolution was not the answer. Because at the core of our beings, what we know is that all roads lead to revolution. Do I think you guys are going to revolt? Hell no. Because Black people, collectively, we are cowards. But do I wish that you guys had your minds right? Just enough to even have a mental revolution so that you can see, you could conceive of anything beyond that. Yeah, I do wish that. So with that said, I have to get out of here. I'll talk to you guys later.